The people in the square screamed loudly and in fear. They saw a flying dragon. The princess was very scared. People kept shouting that the black dragon had arrived. The monster flew up to the girl and grabbed her with his big paw. He carried her with him. Mason shouted to the servants to attack the dragon as quickly as possible. The warriors took out their bows and began to shoot lightning bolts in the direction of the demonic predator. The dragon, with the princess in his hand, flew high up very quickly. Mason remained on the ground. He watched with great excitement after the departing predator. During the flight, the dragon was struck by pink lightning. He began to fall. The dragon managed to fly to the mountain forest. It gradually descended. The demonic predator dropped the girl from his paw onto the ground. The princess was unconscious. The dragon fell unconscious. He covered the princess with his wing. After a long pause, the monster gradually came to his senses. He opened his eyes and saw bluish lightning all around. The dragon didn't understand what was happening. He decided that someone had spilled water on his electrical wiring. The dragon sat up and looked around in surprise. The princess was still lying next to him. The monster was very surprised. He didn't understand what that sound was that he had just made. The dragon looked at his paw. He didn't understand whose claws he saw in front of him now. The dragon felt a great surge of strength within himself. He suddenly jumped up off the ground. The monster fell down abruptly after the jump. He felt that he was in great pain. The dragon opened his eyes wide. He saw something very surprising to himself. The monster looked into the pond in the cave. He studied his reflection in the water with great interest. The monster was amazed. He examined his body and could not believe that he had been reborn as a dragon. The dragon was unpleasantly surprised. He did not understand how he could have become like this. Suddenly, the monster heard some sounds to the side. He looked very closely. The dragon noticed how the princess came to her senses. Her legs were shackled. The princess lay still unconscious. The monster looked at her with amazement and excitement. The monster noticed that the girl wasn't very injured. He decided to use dragon's breath against her. The dragon saw a message box. He gained access to several systems and the crime system. The monster was surprised. He didn't understand why he had just seen so many systems. The dragon jumped to his feet, deciding that he had just been gifted by the heavens. The system began to integrate. It turned into a system of evil dragons. The monster was very surprised. The system told him that he didn't need to say anything out loud. He could say it silently. The monster developed a special affinity for female NPCs. This could help activate special abilities. Thanks to the system's glasses, the dragon was able to restore his body and its individual parts. If the dragon kills a player, he gets 1 point. If he kills an enemy, he gets half a system point. The monster was surprised. He asked if he had really entered the universe of some game. The system informed him that it could not answer his master's question. The dragon was in the cave with the princess. The girl continued to lie unconscious. The monster was absorbed in reading a book and didn't pay any attention to the princess. The girl felt a strong heat in her body. She put her hand to her head. The dragon was very absorbed in reading a book. He didn't pay attention to anything. The dragon named Su Nian became agitated. He told himself that he couldn't read hentai at such a time. The princess lay next to the dragon's body. In her sleep, she said in a weak voice that she was very cold.
Su Nian looked at the girl with interest. He thought that he was truly chosen by heaven.
The system informed the monster that the girl's name was Anne Hathaway. She was 18 elven years old. The princess's sympathy level was very low. Su Nian thought to himself that he was very unhappy that there are no freebies. Suddenly, the dragon thought of something happily. He looked at Anna with interest. The princess lay and pressed herself against the dragon's body. She said in her sleep that she was cold. Su Nian thought shyly to himself that it was very shameful for him to shout that out. The dragon found a small bear skin. He covered his guest with it so that she would not freeze. The system informed the owner that the girl's sympathy had increased by 10 points. Su Nian thought to himself that the girl's sympathy had increased only because he covered her with a blanket. The owner asked the system to give him points first, and then he could increase his sympathy. The system sternly refused. The owner explained to the system that he couldn't do anything right now. He asked for a beginner's gift for himself. The system gave the owner a beginner's kit. He received a card for emergency healing for half an hour. The dragon thought for a moment. He realized that the system was offering him the same thing if he rewarded himself with his own reward. Su Nian looked at the princess. He realized that the map was his only chance. Anna's body was weakening. She couldn't save herself. The owner shouted to the system that he wanted to use the emergency healing card. The system informed the dragon that the card was activated. Su Nian approached a huge tree where apples grew. The dragon decided he needed to find some meat. In half an hour, he would weaken. The dragon peered into the bushes with great interest. He noticed that there was a lot of meat lying there. At that moment, a noise was heard from the side. The birds flew away in fright and disappeared into the sky. Xia Nian was very scared and tensed up. He felt some kind of danger from the side. A herd of moonwolves appeared. They ran angrily towards the dragon. Xiannian decided that the wolves were feeding in the place where he approached. The dragon glared angrily at the forest predators. He felt himself becoming sick with excitement.
The dragon assumed a fighting stance. At that moment, one of the wolves rushed at him with all his might.
Sun Yan looked ahead with his magical gaze. He prepared to fight off the predators. The dragon opened its mouth and attacked the wolves with blue radiation. The wolves were frightened. They noticed that the dragon had immediately destroyed one of them. The dragon grabbed one of the wolves with his teeth and carried him away. A large blue lightning bolt shot from the dragon into the sky. He prepared to take off. Sun Yan flew up and rose above the mountains. He was heading towards his cave. The predator landed in its cave. The girl had already come to her senses. She looked ahead in fear. Sun Yan was holding a lot of fruits in his hands. He decided that the girl was in a lot of pain because she didn't wake up. Anna suddenly jumped to her feet. The dragon looked very frightened.
The princess, with a stick in her hand, rushed sharply at the demonic predator.
Sun Yan grabbed a red apple with his paw and tried to put it in Anna's mouth. The princess was very surprised. She looked at the dragon with great amazement. Having calmed down a little, the girl asked the dragon if he was going to eat her. Sun Yan, frightened and shy, answered his interlocutor that he did not want to eat her. The girl glanced at the dragon. He seemed to her to be a huge and dangerous predator. Sun Yan was scared and surprised. He didn't understand why the girl fell unconscious again. The dragon was very surprised. He asked the system what had happened to the girl. The system replied that Anna had lost consciousness due to fear. The owner reminded the system that he killed the wolves and should get points for them. The system reported that the dragon had gained 30 points. The system store became available to him. Sun Yan wanted to buy some medicine for himself. The system suggested buying Baikal skullcap for the dragon. Sun Yan remembered his grandfather's stories. The old man said that skullcap could reduce fever. He thought to himself that he hadn't imagined he could buy any earthly things virtually. The owner demanded that the system give him the Baikal skullcap. The dragon saw a glowing flower in front of him. It grew from under the earth. Sun Yan took the flower in his hands with great surprise. He didn't know how he could use it. The dragon realized with great displeasure that he had no other choice. The predator decided to eat the medicine. He chewed and swallowed the flower. The dragon took the princess in his arms and breathed on her to bring her to her senses. The girl didn't react at all. She was still unconscious. The dragon thought to himself with great displeasure that the card's effect had ended. Sun Yan felt that it was very difficult for him. His body became very heavy.
Anna was walking through a very hot desert. She asked in a weak voice for something to drink.
The princess looked up and saw a large dragon soaring in the sky. Anna was scared. She saw the demonic predator begin to approach her. The princess was very scared at the last moment. She screamed loudly. Anna sat, and around her was a dragon. He covered her and protected her from the heavy rain. The princess said that she found the taste bitter and like medicine. The girl looked to the side and realized that the dragon had saved her. Her sympathy increased. Anna noticed the food in front of her. She realized that the dragon had collected these fruits especially for her. The girl thought to herself that the dragon looked very cute. Her sympathy increased even more. The princess approached the dragon and knocked on him. She told the predator to wake up. Anna was scared. She thought the dragon might have died after she stabbed him. The princess shook the dragon. She demanded that he get up. The system reported that Anna's sympathy level had increased sharply. The owner received a baseline level of abilities and absorption. The dragon woke up abruptly. He screamed very menacingly that he suddenly wanted to eat. Sun Yan was very angry and furious. He remembered what he had just eaten. The system told the owner that he should eat something immediately. He also developed the ability to absorb. Sun Yan was very unhappy. He put his paw on his stomach. Every cell in his body wanted food. The dragon looked at the girl with great interest. He noticed that her sympathy had increased. Because of hunger, the dragon even began to think that he could eat the princess. The dragon imagined very realistically that Anna would be prepared for him as food. The dragon told himself he couldn't eat the princess. His sympathy reached 90%. Sun Yan was surprised. He couldn't understand why the girl's sympathy increased so quickly. At this moment, the princess woke up. She ran up to the predator and said that he was a very tall dragon. Anna told the dragon with admiration that he was very big and powerful. The dragon felt awkward. The princess told him that she liked him very much. Anna was lying on the ground. She felt very bad. She developed a severe cough. The system reported that the girl had 1 day left to live. The dragon couldn't understand why Anna had become so weak. The system announced that the store would be updated. The dragon realized that the girl had saved him. He didn't know what kind of illness Anna had. The system store had a wide variety of goods. Medicines were available. A princess outfit was also on sale. The dragon angrily asked the system what kind of things it was offering him in the store. Sun Yan looked at the girl's dress with great interest. He decided to buy it. The dragon turned around and looked closely at the sleeping princess. The girl was unconscious. Sunan pressed a button on the system. He bought a new dress for the girl. The girl's body was transformed. She was now wearing a new dress. The dragon thought to himself very shyly that he could not look at the princess. The owner demanded that the system show him the abilities that could change the body. The system showed that the dragon can strengthen its claws and fangs. Internal modifications are also available. The owner demanded that the system show him therapeutic modifications. He saw the possibility of modifying the eye to enhance insight. The dragon shouted happily that he wanted an eye modification for the initial level of insight. The system reported that the exchange was complete. The eye modification was activated. Suddenly, the dragon's eyes glowed with a bright red light. He felt strong changes. Sunan felt his eyes itch intensely. He began to dart around. The dragon looked at the girl. The system gave him detailed information. Anna had many illnesses. The dragon was amazed. He couldn't understand how the girl was still alive. The predator heard human voices near the entrance to the cave. The dragon hid on the roof of the cave. The Black Viper mercenaries entered. The chief knight Wales appeared. Selena, a fire mage, stood next to him. Sunan realized that the mercenaries had come with evil intentions. He demanded that the system strengthen his claws and fangs. After receiving help from the system, the dragon's claws began to grow rapidly. The dragon's scales grew larger and more powerful. He became stronger. His body's defenses increased. The system commanded the predator to attack, since it had already become stronger. The knights shouted in unison that they had found the dragon. Sunan flew into the sky. Wales shouted to his men to defend themselves and prepare for battle. The dragon was flying in the sky. He looked at the people on the ground with great anger. Selena looked at the flying predator. She realized that the dragon had changed somehow. The girl shouted in a frightened voice to her subordinates to stop. Wales told the worried Selena with displeasure that she was just afraid. The knight explained to his subordinates that because of the girl they had lost the dragon in the square. Wales pointed his sword to the sky. He said the dragon was flying west, and they should follow it. Selena thought about it. She didn't understand why the dragon was flying out of the thicket. The girl slyly decided that the dragon's treasure was in the forest. The predator didn't want people to find it, so he flew in the opposite direction. The dragon flew above the earth. He looked down at the warriors from above and said that they were idiots. The dragon turned around in flight and headed towards the ground to attack the people. The predator grabbed one of the knights with all his might, and his score immediately increased. The dragon grabbed another person with its hand at full speed. He also earned points for this. Sunan was able to kill many knights. Wales stood on the ground and looked at him angrily. The knight pushed himself off the ground and rushed into flight to strike the dragon. Wales swung his sword in mid-flight, wanting to kill the predator. The warrior flew up to the dragon and tried to attack it with his sword. The blade sank into the scales. Wales was very surprised. He angrily asked the dragon why he hadn't been able to wound him. Sunan said angrily that his back was itching, and it turned out that a flea had landed on him from above. Wales asked the dragon very angrily what he wanted to do. The dragon attacked the knight with a jet. He said that Wales would think about this issue in the next life. The warriors were very frightened because the main knight had died. They began to scatter. The dragon told the knights they couldn't just run away. He wanted to get points for killing them. Sun Nan watched thoughtfully as one of the warriors ran away from him at full speed. The system informed the master that he had earned 150 points in the battle. The dragon thought that was too little for him. The dragon remembered the witch. He decided to find and pursue Selena. The predator took off. He headed for his cave in search of the girl. The dragon flew to his cave and landed. He realized that there was someone inside. Selena used her magical skills for the princess inside the cave. The girl turned around. She shouted at the dragon not to come near her. She had a magic wand in her hands. With the help of a special spell, the girl protected herself with a magical web. Selena felt very tired. She stood and leaned on her staff. The dragon was caught in a magic net. He couldn't free himself because he had no dragon breath left. Selena laughed. The dragon didn't understand what the girl wanted to do to him. He knew that humans and dragons were incompatible. The dragon was bound by a magical net. The witch continued to attack him. The predator became angry. He strained with all his might and managed to tear the net. The dragon stretched out his paw and grabbed the girl with it. She was very scared. The predator asked the witch angrily in the dragon language, "Why doesn't she answer him?" Sunan realized the girl didn't understand his language. He asked the system for a vocal cord modification. The system reported that the owner didn't have enough points. She offered him a loan at 50%. The dragon was surprised. He didn't like that the system was giving him a loan at such a high interest rate. The owner agreed. He told the system that he was taking the vocal cord modification. The dragon angrily asked the girl who she was and why she came to him. Selena was very surprised. She asked the monster again, "Can he really talk?" Sunan demanded that the girl speak faster. The witch explained that their king, Anrius, had hired mercenaries to kill a dragon. It was all for the prince's health. Rumor has it that the prince is having trouble procreating. He needs to eat the dragon's heart and organ to be cured. Sunan was very angry when he heard such words from the girl. The dragon grabbed the witch with his arms. She started screaming and trying to break free. Anrius sat on the throne and waited for news. Suddenly he sneezed very loudly. The king angrily asked the knight why he hadn't found the dragon yet. Anrius asked the warrior what Master Mizon had said. The knight replied that the dragon had already crossed the Mulligan Plain and entered the Silvermoon Forest. The warrior explained that using the tracking seal required considerable strength and magical resources. The king asked the warrior with displeasure, "What else is needed?" The knight replied that Master Mizon was demanding more money. Anrius said that he did not have much gold. He had already given Mizon 3,000 gold lions. He could only give 500 more. The warrior answered the king that he would do as his highness commanded. The dragon was in the cave at that time. Selena was there next to him. The dragon was busy with his own affairs. The witch turned and looked at him with great concern. Sunan was fingering various medicines in his hands. There was a divine light potion and a resurrection potion. The dragon moved closer to the witch and asked if she could heal. The girl turned away and said that she would rather die than heal the dragon. The predator swung his arm to hit the girl with all his might. Selena closed her eyes in fear. She was very scared of the dragon's attack. The girl was surprised. She noticed that the predator had used all his strength to break the roots that were binding her. The dragon picked up the witch and brought her to the princess. He asked her to heal Anna. Selena asked the dragon, "Can't he see that this is not a princess in front of him?" Sunan answered the witch modestly that he knew all this. He understood that a half-elf with fox ears and a tail could not be proud of a human. The witch asked the dragon why he was saving Anna. The dragon answered that he and the girl were best friends. Selena was very surprised. She asked the dragon again, "How can he be best friends with an earthly girl?" The system reported new information about the witch to the dragon. Her name was Selena Luther. Her abilities were dark magic. Sun Nan read the system's messages with great interest. The dragon was surprised. He realized that in front of him was an SSS-class witch. He was glad that he hadn't killed her after all. Selena asked the monster in surprise, "What kind of S-class is this?" Sun Nan responded by asking the girl what condition Anna was in. The witch explained that the princess had very serious injuries. One bottle of potion wouldn't be enough. The dragon asked the girl what she needed. Selena said she needed a clean environment and enough medicine. She would also need a good cleric. The dragon thought for a moment. He didn't know where to find a mage who specialized in healing. The dragon irritably told the witch that she should have been a cleric. Selena replied in a disgruntled voice that not all people studied healing magic. Anna came to her senses and sat up. She thanked Lord Dragon for his help. The dragon was very surprised. He looked at the girl with great excitement. The witch also looked at Anna happily. The system informed the owner that the character's emotional state was unstable. Anna had shackles on her hands and feet. The dragon looked at the girl with an angry gaze, his eyes glowing brightly. The dragon opened its mouth and grabbed the princess. Selena angrily said that Anna didn't allow herself to be eaten. The dragon spat the girl out onto the ground, leaving a chain in his mouth. Sunyan thought to himself with displeasure that King Anrius was willing to do anything to catch him. He decided to find a new lair for himself. The girl stood there frightened. She was all wet from the dragon's saliva. The dragon grabbed the two girls by their clothes with its mouth. They were very scared. Selena said that they needed to find a new shelter. Anna turned and glanced at the dragon. Her affection had risen to 100%. The system reported that the dragon had received 1,000 points. The girls felt a strong sensation. Selena said she couldn't stand it. The dragon sat near the fire with the happy girls. They were eating food. The dragon listened and heard as if someone on the street approached the cave. A huge flock of beast-like people appeared on the forest road. Their leader shouted that something was wrong here. Sun Nan looked at the guests with great interest. He didn't understand who they were. The leader fell silent. He looked at the dragon with great interest and studied him with his eyes. The dragon extended its paw towards the animal. It gently stroked the wolf with its claw. The wolf looked calmly at the large predator. The dragon continued to pet him. Suddenly, the wolf's vision began to blur. He looked at the dragon with great interest. The wolves began to joyfully run around the monster. They couldn't believe that they were seeing a real dragon. The wolf said he spoke on behalf of the Snaggletooth tribe. He promised to become one family with the dragon and to be his loyal servants. The system gave the owner detailed information about the dog-headed Snaggletooths. The animals, meanwhile, knelt before the dragon. The girls were sitting on a large log. They were eating and watching the dragon closely. Sun Nan asked the Snaggletooths, what use would they be to him? The wolf jumped on his knees and began to promise the dragon that he would do for him whatever he wanted. Su Nan thought he saw stupid animals in front of him. The blood-toothed ones were ready to give everything to the last. The dragon demanded that the animal find a spacious, dry cave for him. The wolf joyfully shouted for Sun Nan to follow him. The dragon followed his new acquaintance. The wolf led him into the forest thicket. Sunan noticed how a huge number of various delicacies were lying near the wolves' houses. The snaggle-toothed wolves lived in small, cozy houses deep in the forest. The dragon noticed that the snaggletooths had a lot of resources and food. The leader joyfully told the dragon that this place would be the beginning of his domain. The system showed the master that Anna's sympathy level had reached 100%. Selena's sympathy level was minus 30%. A wolf named Sunyan Waters said that from that day on he would pledge allegiance to the dragon and would protect and guard him. The dragon asked the predator if he would now be his adopted brother. The wolf joyfully replied that he had been waiting for this moment his whole life. Sunan thought to himself with displeasure that he still had to go through unnecessary formalities. He extended his hand towards the wolf. The dragon touched the animal's forehead with its claw to leave a bloody mark. After the ritual, a very bright red mark appeared on the wolf's forehead. The dragon asked the wolf named Ipolikli what to do with the other predators. One of the snaggle-toothed ones fell to his knees and told the dragon to decide their fate. The wolf said that recently their tribe had been attacked by spiders. They had plundered their lands and captured a cave with mines. The predator told the dragon that he had led the surviving snaggletooths with him. They had reached this cave and settled here. The dragon was very happy when he heard about the ettercaps and the cave. Sunan thought happily to himself that if there were mines, then there would be money. Eventually, he'd be able to buy a restoration potion and cure Anna. The dragon asked the Ipoliklian what kind of mine they had once had, and how many ettercaps were there. The wolf explained that the mine was silver, and there were 5 ettercaps next to it. The wolf explained fearfully that ettercaps like to suck out brains. They also control spiders. The protagonist demanded detailed information about the ettercaps from the system. The system reported that the information was not yet available. It suggested the owner buy an encyclopedia. It contains descriptions and weaknesses of a large number of monsters. Sunan agreed to buy the book. He spent 900 points on it. The dragon was angry. He didn't like the fact that he'd paid 900 points for some book. He wanted to return the item, but the system wouldn't let him. Sun Nan was very unpleasantly surprised. He realized that he had lost his points. The girl anxiously asked the dragon what had happened to him. Sun Nan answered that the task was very difficult and he could not solve it. The dragon read details about the ettercap. This monster was vulnerable to fire and could control spiders. Sunan thought his dragon breath contained acid. He would need fire breath to fight the ettercaps. The protagonist realized he would need to buy something else. The dragon decided to buy a level 1 forge for itself. A supply of level 1 dragon breath was also available for purchase. Sunan was very happy. A good idea came to his mind. The dragon asked the wolf if there was a fortress of bandits or mercenaries of the Black Beast nearby. Ipolikli answered the dragon that there were 2 squads of bandits and mercenaries of the Bloodlion nearby. The dragon commanded the wolf to gather half the warriors and follow him. They headed to the nearest fortress. Ipolikli fell to his knees and told his master that he was listening. The protagonist thought this was a very suitable place for him to earn points. The dragon commanded the girls to stay and wait for him. Anna wished the dragon a speedy return. The dragon slyly told Selena not to even think about running away. The girl replied that there was no way she could escape. The Vortex Bandits' fortress was located in the Silvermoon Forest. The guards on the tower noticed that their captain had returned. The captain, accompanied by his companions, rode through the gate on horseback. The leader raised his glass of drink and told his subordinates that they had returned with a huge haul that day. One of the fighters shouted that their captain was strong. They had managed to loot a lot today. The soldiers brought a huge chest. The captain said they could rest for that month. The doors opened and one of the bandits ran in. He shouted to the captain that a black dragon was attacking them. The leader was very scared. Sunan suddenly descended from the sky and fell from above onto the people, and the bandits scattered in fear. The system informed the owner that he had 70 points remaining. Anna's sympathy level was 100%. The bandits screamed in fear and ran away. The dragon attacked them with purple slime. The main character flew over the city, causing destruction and killing people everywhere. The dragon, in flight and from a great height, poured its poisonous mucus on people. The captain screamed in fear that he couldn't see anything anymore. The dangerous slime had gotten on him. The remaining bandits scattered in great fear through the forest. Wolves with knives appeared behind them. The system informed the owner that he had earned over 1,000 points in the battle. The snaggle-toothed wolves stood joyfully and celebrated their victory. The wolves began to jump joyfully. They were overjoyed at their victory and that the dragon had helped them win. Ipolikli informed the master that they had found many boxes among the bandits. All of it was stolen goods. Sunan demanded that his subordinates take all the boxes to the lair. The dragon examined the trophies with great attention. He noticed that there was a lot of gold and silver there. There was also a box with a transformation potion. The dragon became very excited. He was especially interested in the transformation potion. The dragon held a vial of potion in his hands. It gave the ability to transform non-human creatures into humans for an entire hour. The dragon was delighted. He thought that now he would turn into a human with the help of a potion and return to his friends. The main character very realistically imagined how he would become a young man after the potion. His girlfriends would admire him greatly. Sunan thought to himself that he was still in his teens, so he could turn into a very young guy. The dragon opened the lid of the bottle with the potion. He decided to take a risk after all. Sunan thought he had a whole hour. At worst, he would wait until the medicine wore off and then come back. After consuming the product, the dragon's body began to undergo a very sharp transformation. After the transformation, the main character turned into a very small brown cocoon. From inside, the cocoon began to crack sharply. A very bright yellow light appeared. The main character was released from the cocoon. He looked like a very small boy and was completely naked. The wolf was very surprised. He asked his owner how he had managed to turn into a human. Sunan covered himself with his hands in fear. He asked the system, "Where are the clothes?" The system replied that the clothes were being loaded. The main character looked at his reflection in his clothes. He looked exactly his age. The guy turned around and asked the Hippoclean with interest if everything was ready. The wolf loaded huge boxes onto the cart with his own hands. He prepared to leave. Ipolikli explained to the owner that the last box had already been loaded. They were finishing packing. The boy turned into a dragon. He told the wolf that he was returning to the lair. While the potion was in effect, he could switch between human and dragon forms many times. At that time, the girls were in a small house where the wolves lived. Selena looked at her bored friend, deciding that now was her best chance to escape. Anna asked the witch in fear where she had decided to go. The friend looked at Anna and said that she would go wherever she wanted. The witch said she couldn't defeat the dragon. If she returned, she wouldn't be given the post of the magician's assistant. Anna joyfully shouted to her surprised friend that she had found several beautiful puppies.
The girl was happily playing with the little wolf cubs. Selena asked Anna if she was afraid of the dragon that had kidnapped her.
Anna stroked the puppy with her hand and said that the dragon was very affectionate. The witch was very angry. She couldn't understand how the girl could consider the dragon affectionate. The wolf ran to the door. He shouted joyfully that their warriors had returned. The girls became very excited. The witch was stunned. She couldn't understand how the Snaggletooths could return so quickly. The system showed the owner the current stats. The dragon ran happily to the house and shouted to his girlfriends that he was back. At this moment, Selena suddenly hit the dragon on the head with all her strength with her staff. The protagonist angrily shouted at the witch that she had gone crazy. He added that it was he himself. The dragon looked around carefully. He saw great destruction all around. Everywhere there were battered bodies of wolves lying around with no signs of life. In the center stood a badly beaten witch. Around her were the rubble of buildings. Selena called out to Sunan in a very tired and frightened voice. The witch told the dragon that Anna had been kidnapped by vile spiders. The protagonist extended his paw to her. The witch said in a frightened voice that she had been useless and had been unable to protect Anna. The dragon told the witch she had done all she could. He himself had failed to protect his girlfriends. Selena's sympathy increased. The system informed the owner that he had received an ability called the Tears of the Sage and received 2,000 points. The owner told the system that he wants to return the first level forge and the first level dragon breath supply. The system reported that the return will be completed. The dragon may experience a sore throat. During the systemic changes, the dragon began to vomit blood, suddenly. Selena was very scared. She shouted to the dragon that he had just vomited blood. The main character looked at the girl with an exhausted look and said that he was fine. The protagonist commanded the Hippocles to take him to the Ettercap's nest. The wolf led his master to the Silver Moon Forest. He said that this is where the Ettercaps breed their spiders. Ahead is a monster cave. This is where they retreated after their robberies. The dragon told the wolf that they would now speed up and attack the enemies. Hippocles replied to the dragon that he was listening to him.
The dragon suddenly jumped up. He decided to fly in the direction of the cave.
The main character crashed into a spider web while flying. He got stuck in it. The dragon was caught in a web and couldn't move. Spiders started crawling around him. The protagonist tried to escape. Spiders were approaching on webs around him. The main character used dragon breath. He burned all the spiders with fire. The system informed the owner that he had killed 57 giant spiders. He received 312 points for this. Sunan looked menacingly ahead. The dragon headed into the cave. Inside was a nest of eder caps. The dragon grabbed the eder cap in his hands. He asked him menacingly where they had taken the low elf. The monster lay on the ground and couldn't answer. The dragon placed its foot on top of him. The main character took on a human appearance. He wanted his girlfriend to see him like that. The main character called out to the girl in a frightened voice. She was inside the cave. Anna hung in the web. She called out to the dragon in a weak voice. The system informed its owner of the current levels of sympathy towards him. The girl was hanging in the cave. She said in a joyful voice that she could smell the scent of Lord Dragon. The main character reached out and grabbed his girlfriend with his hands to remove her from the web. The guy was holding the girl in his arms. She thanked him for coming to save her. Sunan told the girl that he had to save her. Anna's sympathy level increased sharply. The system informed the owner that he had received a new ability and 3,000 points. The protagonist was delighted. He realized that his girlfriend belonged to the SSS level. He would earn more with her than by killing monsters. Sun Nan asked his girlfriend with great interest, how did she recognize him in human form? Anna slyly answered the main character that she always recognizes him at first sight. After returning home, the protagonist gave his girlfriend a special recovery potion. Her affection for him quickly increased. Selena ran up from the side. She told Strictly Guy that the elixir should be taken with food. The protagonist remembered that among the trophies there should have been some fruits to sweeten the medicine. The guy walked up to a huge chest and started throwing out all the contents. Sun Nan turned sharply to the side and noticed a strange box next to him. The main character reached out his hands to the large box and decided to open it. Su Nan opened the box and noticed that there was an unfamiliar girl inside. The system reported that the stranger's name was Evelyn and that she was 17 years old. The protagonist became very interested and amazed when he saw the stranger. Selena walked up to the guy and sternly asked him, "What is he doing?" The witch swung and hit the guy in the face with all her might. She called him a perverted nutcase. Anna ran up from the side. She asked her friends with interest what had happened. The witch slyly closed her friend's eyes. She told her that all this was not for her eyes. The main character told his girlfriend in a dissatisfied voice that he had done nothing. He didn't understand why she had hit him. Sunan asked the surprised girls where they were looking now. The main character pointed to the tied-up stranger and told his girlfriends that they could ask her about everything. Evelyn started shouting loudly at people to let her go quickly. Selena approached the girl and prepared to cover her with a blanket. She told Evelyn not to cry. The main character was very sad. Anna approached him and told him sternly that all this happened because of him. The protagonist asked the wolf, how did the box with the girl get here? Hippocles replied that the owner himself allowed the box to be moved onto the cart. The main character shouted in a frightened voice that he didn't even know what was inside the box. At the same time, a huge force hung over the world. The main character read the system's message. The system announced that the game had begun. All living beings in this world would be semi-digitized. Sun Nan read all this with excitement. The protagonist looked at his girlfriends from above. Indicators of their standard of living appeared above them. The system reported the girl's sympathy scores to the owner. The main character excitedly asked his girlfriends if they had seen what it was. Selena spitefully called her friend a vulgar, perverted dragon. The protagonist shouted at her that he was anything but. The host asked the system in fear what kind of game was going on. The system informed the participant of all the details about the game. He had to eliminate the other players. The protagonist was very surprised. He didn't understand how he could eliminate the players. Sun Nan thought to himself that he had never heard of any country releasing a game so realistic that the entire world became half-game-like. The system reported that the players were from the aquamarine planet. The owner said that it was impossible to simply destroy the players. They would still be resurrected. The system reported that each new resurrection before the player doubles their time. The protagonist thought about it. He realized that if the player returned and died after a year of waiting, he would have to wait 2 years. Sunan thought he was a dragon and currently had no reputation. He asked the system if NPCs could be resurrected. The system replied that according to the rules, NPCs cannot be resurrected. The protagonist was unhappy. He didn't like that regular players could resurrect NPCs had to sacrifice their lives. The system informed the player of the current situation in detail. It told the protagonist to put themselves on the scales against the other players. There's only one way to lose, and that is to be destroyed. The protagonist became agitated. He was particularly offended by the words about the player's destruction. Sunan was very unhappy with the way the system played with human destinies. At this moment, the protagonist's heart began to beat very rapidly. he felt some kind of transformation. The boy's body began to transform. He very quickly returned to his dragon form. The main character again became a large dragon with glowing eyes after the reverse transformation. The girlfriend said with surprise that Mr. Dragon had transformed back. Sun Nan said in a sad voice that the potion's effect had worn off, and he hadn't had time to do anything yet. Anna told the dragon in a sad voice that all this was the work of bandits.
The dragon was suddenly very surprised. He was struck by his girlfriend's appearance.
The protagonist asked the girl fearfully, "What is she wearing?" Anna replied modestly that her clothes were completely worn out. Selena found a replacement for them in one of the drawers. Anna ran up to her friend in great surprise. Celine was wearing a revealing outfit. The dragon said to his friend in a satisfied voice that she had very strange interests. The girls fell silent. They looked with great interest at the outfits they were wearing. Anna turned around and told the dragon that this was their disguise. The dragon looked at the witch and decided that it was impossible to score many points with her. Selena was very scared. She looked at the dragon with great distrust. The dragon happily thought that the witch could be like a pet for her. Sunan decided to buy new clothes for his girlfriends in the system. The dragon handed the girls some clothes and told them to change quickly. The girlfriends were very surprised. The dragon was resting. He decided that he was the only one in the world who understood that this was all a game. He realized that he could now use all the information he had received to oppose the players. The dragon stood on the hill. He shouted that now he would have no rest. The wolves looked at him with interest. Sunan demanded that the Hippoclean tell him about all the monsters nearby. He also demanded a simple map so that he could gather all the monsters in one place. The wolf replied to his master that he would do everything. The system provided the master with detailed information about the preferences of his girlfriends. The protagonist read detailed information about himself in the system. His full name was Sun Nan Waters. The dragon realized that if the people of this world killed each other, they would not gain experience. Players needed to be killed. Only players had no such restrictions. The protagonist realized that all of this was an unequal struggle for resources and both sides were forcing players and residents to fight to the death. Sunan read that a player's stats improved during training. He decided that this might be a weak point. The main character saw the old wolf and demanded that he come to him. A wolf named Cake approached the dragon and asked, how could he serve him? The protagonist read detailed information about the cock in the system. He realized that this wolf was very weak. The dragon demanded that the wolf run around the cave for half an hour without stopping. If the kayak stopped, the dragon would devour him. The wolf took off and started running very quickly around the cave. He was giving it his all. Cock collapsed to the ground, exhausted. He told his master he had barely made it. The protagonist carefully watched the wolf's readings in the system. The dragon realized that training could actually improve stats. Girls appeared from the side. They changed into new clothes. Anna asked the dragon how their new outfits suited them. The protagonist very realistically imagined his girlfriends inviting a young man to train with him. He realized they would bring him hundreds of young victims. Anna thought about this with great displeasure. She looked at the dragon with great interest. The wolf brought his master a detailed map of the Silver Forest, which indicated the habitats of various monsters. The dragon examined the map carefully. He realized that each tribe had its own leader. The dragon ordered Ipolikli to gather all the fighters and bring all the weapons. The protagonist arrived in the Silver Forest. He decided to meet with various leaders. The dragon saw the leader of the Beast Kings in front of him. He was a third-level dragon. The protagonist met the leader of the Chicken Snakes, who was level 7. Sunan saw the Boar Chieftain in front of him. He was level 9.
The dragon looked at the forest leaders and told them not to be afraid of him.
The dragon held a map in his hands. He told the forest dwellers that the world was on the brink of crisis. They needed to unite. The dragon explained to the beasts that they needed to gather all their weapons and fight back and drive away the enemies. The system reported that a passive ability had been activated. The animals stood and listened to the dragon with great interest. A very deep silence hung around. The animals began to joyfully shout with tears in their eyes that the dragon was telling the truth and they were all one big family. The dragon thought that he now felt like he was at the head of an MLM company. The bunny told the dragon that they couldn't resist the enemies. They themselves were very weak. The dragon looked at the little animal and said that they would all have to go through an important test. The dragon glared at the forest dwellers and said that they must begin their devilish training. The hares ran very fast. The dragon commanded them that they only had 500 laps left. The animals were actively training on the parallel bars. They were pumping up their abs. The boars ran at full speed and crashed into trees to increase their power. The dragon was pleased with the training of his charges. He looked at them joyfully. The protagonist looked ahead confidently and declared that he would win this game. The system reported the latest results to the owner.
On the aquamarine planet, people walked along the streets of a big city.
Passers-by suddenly noticed something bright in the sky. They couldn't understand what was happening. A huge hourglass descended from the sky. The system announced that this world's team's game had begun. People looked at everything in amazement. A guy named Daniel I. Jason started experiencing changes in his body. He didn't understand what was happening. The system informed him that he had been selected as a player. The guy was very surprised. The system told him that he could invade the world. A 10-year time limit was set. Brenny Jerton's boyfriend was also selected. The system reported that players cannot exit the game until they die. After death, players can wait for resurrection in the main square. The girl listened with interest to the system's message. Players receive aggression points for completing quests. Points can be exchanged for items. Passers-by watched in amazement as they turned into players. The system revealed that chests could appear in the game, containing aggression points and equipment. The system explained that after the first resurrection, each new resurrection would take twice as long. After that, the countdown began. In the Silver Forest, the main character interacted with various animals. The wolf reported that thanks to training, his performance had improved. Other animals that lived nearby joined them. The system informed the dragon that new players have begun arriving. The newcomer village is complete. The system explained that players could only occupy a limited area upon arrival. All non-player characters who enter the newbie village will be teleported and have their memories erased. The system told the game participants that chests would appear in the world. The system reported that the first newcomer village named Sakura has already appeared near the Silver Forest. It is located on the Mulligan Plain. The protagonist was surprised and frightened. He noticed a large chest fall from the sky next to him. Sun Nan turned away with displeasure. He couldn't believe that he had to guard this chest himself. The dragon opened the chest. There was nothing inside. This chest was the only way to get rewards. The main character was unhappy. He couldn't be human, and now he had to guard the chest. The dragon commanded the animals to bring him all the chests they found in the forest. The dragon demanded that the hypocrite bring him all the bombs and poison gas traps. The wolf replied that he would do just that. The protagonist demanded a world map from the system. The system replied that 10 points were needed to unlock the map. The protagonist demanded that the system unlock his map. A message appeared that the world map was being unlocked. The dragon saw a detailed map. The newcomer's village was marked on it. The protagonist carefully studied the map. He realized that the players would have 7 whole days to train. The main character said that the main weak point of newcomers is curiosity. The wolf told his master joyfully that he had brought him all the chests. The dragon told the beast to open all the chests and set traps with poison gas and other poisonous items. After that, everything would need to be hidden in the bushes. The wolf asked its master, "Why do all this?" The main character slyly said that he decided to make a present for his friends. The dragon laughed maliciously to himself. He didn't like being forced to guard the chests. The system gave him updated information. A large castle appeared on the Mulligan Plain. It was created by the players themselves. A player named Daniel used magic tricks to lift bricks above himself and place them on the castle wall. The guy was very happy to see that the bricks on the wall had merged with each other. Daniel received a new task, to build a house. For this, he was given wood and stone. The guy carefully studied the game interface. He realized that he couldn't log out of his profile. Daniel said with surprise that he found himself in a world that had actually been turned into a game. The girls at this time were in the dragon's lair deep in the cave. Selena was completely occupied with the process of practicing magic. A sad Evelyn sat nearby. Evelyn remembered that she ran away from home with Blythe, and the guy sold her to the bandits to save himself. The girl became very angry. She thought to herself that she would kill her friend with her own hands. The dragon looked at his friend. He noticed that she had a very animalistic look. The protagonist brought Anna some water. Inside was medicine for her treatment. The girl thanked him. The wolf ran up and told his master that the heroes had come out of their strange basket. The dragon said joyfully that any person cannot resist the temptation to explore a new world. The players emerged from their castle. One guy said he'd leveled up by building a room. Another player said there might be artifacts in the Silver Forest. Another participant happily said he could kill a couple of small monsters to get his hand in. The participant told his friends that leaving the village was very dangerous. They shouldn't leave it. The player said to Daniel in a dissatisfied voice that they took him with them because they treat him well. The guy said with a smile to his colleague that if they needed bait, they would use his bones. The participant looked into the forest thicket in surprise. He noticed a chest standing there. The players were very surprised and delighted. One of them shouted that there was a treasure chest next to them. Suddenly, a huge predatory cobra jumped out of the chest. It rushed at the guys. The players approached another chest and opened it. A very loud explosion came from it. The boys scattered in all directions in fear. Predatory wasps pounced on them from the next chest. The player swung and hit the insects. The guy said with displeasure that there was some kind of evil spirit in the chest. The guy looked around in surprise. He couldn't understand where his two friends had run off to. At that moment, a huge predator flew across the sky. The players hid in the forest. The participant was very scared. He couldn't understand where his friends had gone. The dragon landed on the clearing from above. The player was very scared. The system informed the owner that he had killed the player and earned 10 points. The dragon was very surprised. He realized with fright that the player had died of fear. The player was very scared. He noticed a dragon flying right towards him. A wolf ran up with a spear. He demanded that the man come out. The dragon angrily asked the boy why he had entered his territory. The participant, frightened, said that it was his first time there with his friends. The dragon told the boy threateningly and angrily that he should not lie to him. The participant waved his hands and told the dragon that they were passing by and did not intend to disturb his peace. The dragon told the player to drink the potion quickly and run away from here. The guy was delighted. He decided to drink a speed potion and run away as quickly as possible. The wolf told his owner in a frightened voice that the boy had run away from him. The dragon told the wolf that he himself had allowed the boy to escape. The protagonist said thoughtfully that in 7 days the players would have time to build themselves a prison. He received the latest system messages. The boy walked through the forest discontentedly. He didn't like the fact that the game chest was filled with trash. The player stopped. He happily saw a silver chest in front of him. The system told the guy that there was no key to open the chest. The key cost 1,000 points. The guy decided that 1,000 points would be too much for him. The player looked around carefully. He decided that the key could drop from killing the monsters guarding the treasure. The guy saw the leader of the Beast Kings appear in front of him. He was at level 3. The player thought happily to himself that after killing the rabbit he would receive the contents of the chest for himself. The boy joyfully ran up to the little rabbit with a sword. He was ready to finish him off. The little animal turned around sharply and looked at the man with a burning and dangerous gaze. The rabbit swung its paw and hit the man in the face with all its might. The little animal became very big and muscular. He angrily asked the man, "Has he really decided to steal his chest?" The rabbit swung and began to beat the man with all his might. The boy was surprised. He couldn't believe that the little animal had such great strength. The beast told the man that he could open the chest. He would think about whether to let the guy go. The guy bought a key to the chest for 1,000 points and opened it to check the contents. The player noticed that there was a large bomb inside the chest. The fuse was already burning brightly. There was a very powerful explosion, and the player was blown away along with the chest.
The girl built a beautiful house in the game. She received 500 points for it.
The participant was very happy. She said in a cheerful voice that the house of her dreams was in front of her.
The system congratulated the participant on building the tower. He received 1,000 points. The guy on the wall suddenly noticed one of the players running towards him at full speed. Daniel asked the guy if something had happened to him. The player said in fear that everything was lost. The player told his friends in a frightened voice that a dragon had appeared and they needed to run. Daniel asked his friend where he saw the dragon. The other players said the guy was just joking. The player pointed his finger into the forest. He said there was a dragon there. The guy was able to escape thanks to a speed potion.
Daniel said that if the dragon really existed, they would have been wiped out after the newcomer protection was removed. He suggested building another tower and a wall for protection. Materials from the house could be used for the construction.
The participant was very unhappy. She didn't like that someone wanted to destroy her house. The dragon was resting in his cave. Sad girls were sitting on a stone. The protagonist asked Anna why the girls were sad. Her friend told her that Evelyn wanted to kill someone. Selena was upset about her failure at magic. The dragon was very surprised. He couldn't believe that one of the girls wanted to kill someone. The system informed the owner that his relative had killed the player. He received 10 points. At this time, the wolf brought a large chest and placed it in front of him. The wolf said that they brought all the chests. There were a lot of interesting things inside them. The dragon carefully examined the contents of the chests. There was food and various things there. The main character became very interested in some purple thing in the chest. The dragon was surprised to notice that in front of him was a drawing of a flamethrower tower. The system informed the owner that he had not fulfilled enough conditions. He could not use the blueprint. The protagonist thought about it. The witch saw a book with watermarks in front of her. She became very interested. The girl ran up to the main character and called him. She had a request for him. Selena grabbed the book in her hands and asked the guy to give it to her. The protagonist glanced at the girl and agreed to her request. Selena turned and walked away. She told the dragon that he was very worried. The dragon was very surprised. He was upset that the witch called him worried. The protagonist told himself he had to endure. Selena was a very rare character. The main character heard the girl address him. He was very surprised. The witch smiled at the dragon and thanked him. Her sympathy for him immediately increased. The dragon flew over the mountainous terrain. He studied it carefully. Su Nan analyzed the only route to his dragon's lair. The system required the master to determine the location for the tower's construction. The main character realized that he could only use the drawing outdoors. The dragon looked around very carefully. He decided to find a suitable place for the building block. The protagonist found a suitable place. He decided to build a tower on the edge of a hill. The system informed the protagonist what items were needed to build the flamethrower tower and the cost of the workers. The dragon carefully read and analyzed the system requirements in the window. The protagonist realized he had to supply workers to build the tower. He noticed a wolf climbing up the mountainside. Ipaliki excitedly reminded that he had sworn to always follow his master, and he climbed in. The dragon demanded that his subordinate bring him 20 sturdy dog heads to build a flamethrower tower. The wolf told his master that he would do everything. Suddenly, Ipaliki collapsed, exhausted. He could no longer stand on his feet. The dragon looked at his exhausted subordinate in surprise. He said he could do everything tomorrow. The protagonist looked carefully at the night sky. He decided that Anna should now be resting at home. 2 girls were sleeping on Earth inside a dragon's cave. They were dreaming. In her sleep, Selena muttered that she was an honorary magician. In her sleep, Evelyn threatened her friend that she would cut him up and eat him. The protagonist heard Anna start screaming something in her sleep. He turned to her in great surprise. Anna lay there and angrily screamed words about a demon. She was seeing some kind of nightmare. The protagonist was surprised. He remembered that all demons should have been destroyed 1500 years ago. They couldn't exist now.
Anna opened her eyes. They were glowing and blazing with a bright demonic gaze.
The city was attacked by demons. Bright fire raged everywhere. Houses were engulfed in flames. The girl looked out into the street in fear. She saw predatory demons attacking people there. Anna called out to her parents in fear. The woman covered her mouth. The mother told her daughter not to worry. She was now next to her. The sister told the frightened girl to hide and not come out under any circumstances. At this time, a demon came up from behind and attacked the woman. Anna was very scared. The demon laughed evilly and looked at the girl. He extended his paw towards her. Anna was very scared. She wanted to shout at the monster not to come near her. The girl felt a surge of strength within her. She decided to try to fight off the monster. Anna swung her hand and tried to fight off the demon with magic. The dragon looked closely at the sleeping girl. He realized Anna was having a nightmare. A couple of days ago, he had given her an herbal infusion to drink. After that, the girl's life bar turned green. The system reported that the girl was seriously ill. She had 63 days to live. The protagonist realized that nothing was helping his friend. There were no signs of recovery. Anna looked ahead with a very angry, burning gaze. She came to her senses abruptly. The demon told the girl in surprise that she had woken up. Her friend was already sitting up at that time. The girl swung and hit the dragon with all her might. He was very scared. The dragon, after a very powerful blow, flew far into the wall and hit it. Selena woke up and heard some suspicious noise. The witch ran up and asked the dragon why he was making so much noise. Evelyn asked with displeasure, "What are those sounds?" The dragon was very scared. He told his friends that Anna was missing. The dragon flew across the night sky. He looked carefully at the ground and looked for his girlfriend. 2 girlfriends were flying on the dragon's back. One of them shouted that there was someone below on Earth. Celine looked closer and realized that their friend was lying on the ground below. Anna ran into the depths of the swamp. She fell onto the back of a very large crocodile. The dragon saw that his girlfriend had a red life bar. There was a level 15 crocodile stone helmet in the swamp. Anna turned her head and looked with excitement at the dragon next to her. The dragon was very scared. He saw his girlfriend falling down. The crocodile opened its mouth. It was ready to swallow its prey. The main character flew up and attacked the green predator with fire. The dragon saved his girlfriend and took her to a safe place in the forest. The girlfriends examined Anna lying on the ground with great excitement. One of them said that the girl had lost consciousness. Suddenly, a crocodile appeared from the side and sank its teeth into the dragon. The green predator pulled the dragon deep into the water. It was difficult for the protagonist to defend himself in the depths. Sunan thought to himself with dissatisfaction that he couldn't use dragon breath at depth. The crocodile has thick skin. The protagonist commanded the system to change the modification. The system said the owner should take out a loan of 10,000 points at interest. The protagonist angrily commanded the system to activate the changes. The system warned the owner that acute pain may occur during activation of the modification. The dragon continued to sink into the deep swamp. He felt severe pain in his body. Selena approached the swamp with great fear. She loudly asked Sunan, "Is he still alive?" The girl thought slyly to herself that she might not return the book with water spells. At that moment, a dragon jumped out of the water. He struck the crocodile with his fiery breath. The girls from the shore watched this with excitement. The dragon jumped above the ground. The crocodile flew to the side after his attack. The main character threw the green predator aside with a very powerful blow of his tail. The dragon ran up to the crocodile and grabbed him by the mouth with his paws. The dragon angrily shouted at the green predator to die. He attacked him with his fiery breath. The protagonist abruptly threw the crocodile's lifeless body aside. The witch was very happy. She said that the crocodile smelled very good. The girls were very happy. They ran up and ate the roasted predator with gusto. The girls ate their fill. They rested happily afterward. A contented dragon lay nearby. The system informed its owner that he had received a magical core and his health regeneration rate had increased. The protagonist watched in surprise as a low-level elemental core appeared in front of him. The dragon was very surprised. He decided that this magical core would help him bring Anna back.
The protagonist glanced at his girlfriend. She had a red life bar. The system reported that the girl was sick and had 24 hours to live.
The protagonist asked the system what the girl's illness was. The system replied that it couldn't examine a person in place of a doctor. The main character was very upset. He realized that he wouldn't be able to help his girlfriend very quickly. Sunan decided that he needed to find out the reason for Anna's illness and why the girl was furious. The protagonist had an idea. He realized that the cleric could help him heal the girl. The dragon asked the witch if she knew of any powerful clique nearby. Selena replied that when she was with the mercenaries, they always bought potions. Evelyn said that a cleric she knew lived in the kingdom of Anrius, but the dragon Tam could be killed if it came close to the city walls. Hunters for the protagonist's head roamed the city. The dragon looked at his paws. He answered the girl that she had told him the whole truth. The dragon remembered that he had 6 bottles of transformation potion left. This would be enough for him for half a day. If he could get it in time, there shouldn't be any problems. Evelyn was happy that the dragon was leaving. She thought to herself that all men are selfish. The girl thought to herself that a man would always leave her if problems arose. The dragon shouted at the surprised girl not to stand still but to jump on him. Evelyn's sympathy increased. The system reported that the owner had received 300 points. The dragon flew above the ground. His girlfriends were on his back. Sunan decided that the girl's sympathy had increased after she saw him brave in the midst of battle. The protagonist glanced at the system window. He wasn't happy that he only had 300 points. He reminded the system about skills. It replied that to gain new skills, the character's affection had to be level 2. The system informed the owner that he still had a large loan of 9,000 points hanging over his head. Selena was very surprised by her friend's behavior. She didn't understand what had happened to him. The dragon flew with the girls on its back. He calmly answered them that nothing had happened to him. The main character thought very sadly to himself that he had to pay off the loan. The dragon was approaching the city walls of Anrius in flight. It was the dead of night. The dragon carried Anna in his arms. He decided to help her somehow with the help of a cleric in the city. A military parade was taking place in the royal city. Nightblade rode in front. Everyone greeted him very joyfully. The knight joyfully waved his hand at the people. Someone said that Blade single-handedly dealt with the Whirlwind Gang and beheaded their leader. Someone shouted that Blade and the great mage Mizant had launched a campaign against the dragon. Meanwhile, the protagonist in his human form stood to the side holding a girl in his arms. 4. Sunan looked at the knight very angrily. He really wanted to smash his head. The main character approached a small house where a cleric was supposed to live. The guy remembered his girlfriend's story. Evelyn told him that the cleric's name was Rob. His hut was in the western part of the city. She herself didn't want to go. The guest knocked on the door with all his might. He asked in a displeased voice if the cleric Rob was here. Sunan received no answer from home. He decided that the old man had not heard him. The protagonist decided not to waste time. He kicked the front door with all his might. Sunan knocked down the door. He saw a girl with red hair sitting on the floor. The frightened girl in the house was named Varvara. She was a doctor's apprentice. The main character apologized with a smile and told the student that they were looking for Rob. Varvara smiled at the guy and asked him to pay 50 silver for the broken door. The girl introduced herself. She asked the guests why they needed a cleric. The main character answered Varvara that they needed a cleric for treatment. Varvara explained that the cleric had left. He had been unable to cure the prince's illnesses. The protagonist inquired, where had the cleric gone and when would he return? The student replied that it was not yet clear when Rob would return. She looked closely at Anna. Varvara was very surprised. She realized she was looking at a low elf. The student ran happily around Anna. She stroked her ears and ponytail. Varvara looked closely at Anna. She said that the patient was ill and would soon die. The protagonist anxiously asked the girl if she was a cleric. Varvara replied that she was still learning, but she could also examine the patient. The boy asked the student if she could identify the illness. Varvara told the protagonist to place the girl on the table. The student approached the patient and began to sniff her carefully from all sides. Varvara stopped to look at the patient. She approached her and tried to lick her a little with her tongue. The student put her ear to Anna's chest and listened carefully to her heart. The main character watched the student's actions with great interest. Varvara shouted in an excited voice that she had found the cause of the girl's illness.
Varvara said that a curse had been placed on Anna. The receptacle was in her heart.
Varvara reported that the curse is very powerful. It takes away all a person's strength and drives them mad.
The main character said that if the girl gets weak, she will go crazy, and if she goes crazy, she will lose her health. The boy asked the student if she could cure the girl. Varvara told the protagonist that she couldn't. The girl explained that she could only stabilize the patient temporarily. Varvara said in a stern voice that the curse could be lifted in 2 ways. The girl told the main character that he needed to kill the one who cast the curse. Varvara explained that the curse could be lifted by replacing the patient's heart. The student approached the protagonist and said that the dragon heart would be best. The main character got scared. He realized that the girl could sniff out everything about him. Sunan said with a smile that the dragon heart was very difficult to find. He asked Varvara, "Is there another equally effective way?" The student said that it was possible to dip the patient in the elven spring, but it had long since dried up. Varvara said they could go with the patient to the north, to the Winter Empire. There was a high cleric there who had perfected the art of purification, but Anna didn't have much time left. The girl joyfully told the protagonist that they could find a witch. She always has a strange method of healing. The student said thoughtfully that the witches were last seen in St. John's. The main character demanded that the girl magically heal the patient and then they would discuss what to do next. Varvara smiled at her interlocutor and told him to wait a little. The main character asked the girl what she was looking at in the book.
Varvara read the manual on magical healing very carefully.
Varvara told the protagonist that everyone is always nervous the first time. Sunan said to the student with displeasure that she was talking about herself. The girl lay unconscious. The student approached her and began to cast a spell on her. Anna opened her eyes. She felt better and immediately came to her senses. The main character told the girl very joyfully that she had woken up. Anna asked her interlocutor, "Where are they?" Sunan explained to the girl that she suddenly fainted. He brought her to Cleric. Varvara joyfully told the protagonist that he was a dragon. She added that the patient was an elf. The guy asked his interlocutor, "So what if he is a dragon?" Varvara told her patients that she would not hand them over. She is a clique and treats everyone in need. The girl reached her hands toward the table. There were instruments lying there. She decided to begin examining the body. Varvara grabbed the large instruments. She said angrily that even without magic, a heart transplant could be successfully performed. The main character thought to himself that Varvara looked very much like a modern surgeon. Sunan told Lyric to get ready. He and the patient also prepared for the transplant. Anna was very surprised. She couldn't understand what kind of transplant it was supposed to be. The protagonist grabbed his girlfriend by the arm and said they needed to leave. Meanwhile, Varvara was preparing for surgery. The protagonist thought with displeasure that the cleric was even leafing through a textbook for dummies. Sunan, accompanied by her friend, went outside the city walls. He asked her when she felt better. Anna asked the main character with fear whether her illness was curable. The protagonist assured his girlfriend that she was simply cursed. He promised her that she would definitely recover. The girl was happy that the dragon had sworn an oath to her. She thanked him. After this, her sympathy for him increased. Anna told the protagonist that he shouldn't sacrifice his health to save her. Sunan replied that he would find a way to lift the curse. The system reported that a rare NPC was detected. This player called the main character. Sunan was very surprised and worried. He couldn't believe that a rare NPC was calling him. The girl was inside the sanctuary of Santa Lista. She stood next to a huge statue and asked the great goddess to hear her prayers. The girl held a staff in her hands. She demanded that the great goddess immediately perform a miracle. The disappointed girl said in a dissatisfied voice that she had failed again. The protagonist stared intently at the system window. He received no response from his interlocutor. Sunan realized he had more important things to do. Sunan returned to the flamethrower tower construction site. The wolf told his master that the tower was built. The boy was pleased. He said that the dog-headed people had a talent for construction. The protagonist happily told the wolves that they would be able to build the remaining 4 towers very quickly. Sunan read the system specifications for the flamethrower turret. He studied its range and defense in detail. He decided to test the turret's power first. The protagonist pointed to Ipolkilius to aim from the tower at the rock. The wolf entered the tower and aimed his gun at a huge rock that was nearby. The main character commanded the wolf to open fire from the tower. Ipolkilius launched a fiery arrow. It flew up and headed towards the rock below. The arrow hit the rock. followed by a very loud explosion and rocks flying all around. At the place where the arrow hit, large ruins remained instead of a rock. The protagonist was surprised. He said that the fire arrow turned out to be a simplified version of a rocket. Sunan thought to himself that if the arrows were different, then the effects should also not be the same. The protagonist told his subordinate to bring him 20 beast rabbits. He wanted to conduct an experiment. Sun Nan commanded the rabbit to test the tower with his rabbits. The system reported that there are non-standard soldiers inside the turret. This will cause changes to the flamethrower turret. The protagonist confidently told the system that he wanted to continue. Sunan saw the tower fire a huge burning carrot at the target. The protagonist looked at the shot. He said with surprise that depending on the relatives' abilities there would be different changes. Sunan happily said that with the towers he could defend the cave. He now needed to increase his speed and range. He asked the system what he needed to level up his towers. The system informed the boy that he needed 10 magical cores from third-stage fire monsters. The protagonist remembered that he had killed a crocodile in the swamps near the Silver Forest Mountains to obtain a lower-stage core. He decided that it would be difficult to find so many third-stage monsters in the Silver Forest. Perhaps there would be more in the mountains. Sunan turned around. He decided he needed to visit the mountains. Anna waved to the guy and said fearfully that Selena and Evelyn had gotten into a fight. The main character was very happy. He was curious how two girls could fight each other. Evelyn hit her friend in the face with all her might. The witch turned away. After this, the witch threw her rival to the ground and grabbed her by the face. Evelyn ran up to the main character and shouted to him in a frightened voice that she was in a lot of pain. The girls surrounded the guy and started making excuses. They shifted the blame onto each other. The protagonist happily thought to himself that he would enjoy a fight between his girlfriends. Anna warned the guy that if he didn't stop the girls, they would blow up the lair. Sunan was very surprised and scared. He realized that the girls could destroy the cave. The main character shouted in a frightened voice that both of his girlfriends were sorceresses. The main character ran into the cave. He angrily shouted at the girls to stop fighting and come out. Sun Nan was very angry. He looked at his girlfriends with hatred. The main character turned into a dragon out of anger. The girlfriends were very scared. Anna said the girls had a fight over a spell book. Selena hadn't succeeded at an exercise. Then Evelyn looked at the book and the girls got into a fight. The dragon shouted at the girls that they couldn't quarrel over such trifles. He reminded them that they were on his territory. The dragon reminded the girls in a sly voice and told them to fight hand to hand and not use magic next time. Evelyn was displeased. She turned away from her friend in irritation. Selena was also very irritated. She didn't understand why the spell from the book hadn't worked. Late in the evening, the girl went outside. She headed to the edge of the forest. Selena continued to pound the wood with all her might, frustrated that she was having no effect. The force of the blows caused debris from the cave ceiling to fall onto the dragon's head. The dragon shouted at the girl to stop. Selena reminded the dragon that he himself had told them that they could fight in the street. The protagonist told the girl in a weary voice that there was no need to swear and bang on trees at night. He wanted to sleep. The witch turned away and said in a thoughtful voice that she felt worthless. The dragon told the girl that if she could not follow the prepared road, then she should find her own. The dragon told his interlocutor that she could try her hand at black magic. Selena replied that black magic wasn't for ordinary people. It wouldn't suit her. Sunan replied that she wasn't like other people. Selena thanked the dragon for keeping her company. Her sympathy for him increased dramatically after that. Somewhere in the Silver Forest, a group of winged girls were hunting rabbits. One of them said that the rabbit beasts were very fat. The huntress said that one of the animals had a gold chain around its neck. The girl replied thoughtfully that she couldn't remember the last time there had been such large beast kings in the forest. The girl was surprised that the rabbits were well fed and wore chains around their necks. She said that even these strange little animals couldn't defeat the harpies. The huntress turned around and told her colleagues that there was a dragon in this place, and therefore they should be careful. The hunters planted their paws on the ground and prepared to attack the rabbits. The girls joyfully flew towards their prey. One of them shouted for the little rabbit to jump straight into her belly. The rabbits became agitated. One of them looked angrily at the flying predators. The little animal jumped to its feet. It became big and tall. It developed muscles. The hunters were frightened. They didn't expect their prey to turn into powerful fighters. The rabbits became very big and muscular. The hunters were very scared. The girl screamed in fear for someone to come to her aid. The rabbit hit her with his hand with all his might. The huntress shouted to her friends that they had to leave. They couldn't stand it. At this time, the harpies saw someone throw a large net over them from above. The dragon angrily asked the huntresses in the net, did they really want to attack his relatives? The girl told the dragon that they didn't mean to offend him. They were really hungry a couple of days ago. A herd of peritons came to them and took their cave. The predators also took their mountain sheep and killed their fellow tribeswomen. The dragon thought, He realized that on the other side, there was also a village of newcomers. A huntress named Hannah asked the dragon to help them get their home back and summon their tribe. Hannah swore to the protagonist that she would voluntarily bring her tribe under his wing and sacrifice a whole ram to him. The main character asked the huntress with interest why she attacked the rabbit beasts while they were resting in the meadow. Sunan looked at the girl. He decided that level 17 harpies were decent air forces. The protagonist decided that Hannah's cunning was suitable for scouts. Her sweet voice could disorient players. The dragon extended his claw towards the girl. He announced that he was answering her request. The protagonist dripped some blood onto the girl's head. He told her that he declared her tribe to be his relatives. Hannah looked at the dragon with a burning gaze and told him that she agreed with him. Anna told the dragon that she and her friends wanted to go with him to the Silver Forest. The main character shouted to his girlfriends that he was going to the forest to fight. They couldn't go with him. The girl said in a frightened voice that she wanted to spend her remaining time with Lord Dragon. Selena raised her hand sharply, telling the dragon that she could also help in the fight.
The protagonist looked at his girlfriends. He decided that Anna had become so clingy to him because of her illness.
The protagonist bid his subordinate animals farewell, telling them to use traps against the strangers. The animals told their master that they would do just that. The harpies flew and accompanied the dragon. They flew over the huge mountains. Hannah shouted to the protagonist that they had arrived at their cave. The dragon was approaching the entrance. The huntress warned the dragon that peritons are fierce and treacherous. He must be careful. The protagonist thought he shouldn't have brought Anna with him. He smelled blood in the cave. Sunan turned around and told the girl to stay put. It would be dangerous for her to go further. The dragon commanded the harpies to stay close and protect Anna. The main character slowly moved through the cave. He listened very carefully. Sunan noticed peritons hanging on the cave walls. They were all in their third stage of development. The dragon thought to himself that he might not be able to withstand so many dangerous opponents. The dragon headed for the exit very quickly. He decided that next time he would bring more people with him. The protagonist looked up in front of him. He noticed the glowing eyes of the predators. Dangerous peritons began to hover around the dragon. All of them prepared to attack him. The dragon thought to himself that if he couldn't escape, then he should start a fight. The dragon began to attack its opponents with fire from its mouth. The protagonist swung his clawed paw to attack the peritons. The dragon began to continue scorching the flying predators with its fire. With a well-aimed blow of his tail, the protagonist hit one of the peritons behind him. The system reported that the owner had received 23 fire cores, and also 345 system points. Sunan thought to himself that the monsters inside had accumulated cores. The dragon thought to himself that he had gotten what he needed. At the last moment, the main character noticed another dangerous predator flying towards him. Sun Nan noticed with fear how a huge predator with glowing eyes approached him. The main character thought that he saw a flying and mutated periton in front of him. The dragon took off very abruptly and leaped high into the air. The predator looked at him angrily. The protagonist launched a stream of bright flame towards the periton. The feathered predator turned and flew towards the dragon to attack. The periton managed to injure the dragon's body with its claws at high speed. The main character realized with fright that his opponent was very fast. The periton turned and flew to attack the dragon from the other side. Anna shouted at the dragon in great fear to be careful.
The periton flew up to the main character and grabbed his wing with its teeth.
The dragon lost his balance because his wing was injured. The protagonist looked angrily at his opponent. He prepared to attack him again. Suddenly, the dragon turned around and hit the periton with both of its paws in mid-flight. The predator flew aside. It couldn't withstand the protagonist's attack. The dragon attacked the python with a huge column of fire from its mouth. There was a very loud explosion. The dragon, after the heavenly battle, began to fall to the ground. The girlfriends became very worried. They all ran together to the place where the dragon fell. Anna asked the dragon in fear if everything was okay. Sun Nan lay beaten on the ground. The dragon began to come to his senses. He opened his eyes and looked at the girl. The girlfriend asked the dragon in a tearful voice not to die. The dragon jumped to his feet. He told the crying girl that he would be fine. Anna said that Sunan had blood on his body. The main character reassured his girlfriend. He told her that he was a little hungry, he would eat, and everything would be fine. The system informed the owner that he had won the battle. As a reward, he received 500 points and a black core. Sunan thought happily that by absorbing it, he would speed up his recovery and increase his strength as he grew. The dragon approached the body of the defeated periton and prepared to devour it. The bodies of the battered predators lay scattered throughout the cave, showing no signs of life. One of the predators raised its head. It managed to survive and prepared to attack the people. The periton picked up speed and flight and rushed to attack the girl. The predator grabbed the girl with its claws and pulled her along. Anna screamed in fear. The dragon attacked the flying peryton with a huge jet of flame. The shocked predator released his victim. The girl began to fall from a height. Anna was flying down from a great height. She called out to the dragon in fear. Anna fell from the sky to the ground. She flew headfirst straight into the swamp. After the girl fell, there was a very loud splash. The water in the swamp jumped up. The girl surfaced. She calmly told herself that she had survived. Anna said the water was very nice. She wished Mr. Dragon were nearby. The girl saw something glowing at the bottom of the swamp. She realized there was someone there. A stranger appeared from the swamp. She said in a joyful voice that finally someone had found this place. Anna asked the stranger in fear who she was. The girl from the swamp said that she is the keeper of the great elven spring. She added that something is limiting Anna's powers. Anna saw her sister's appearance before her. She called out to her very excitedly. The keeper explained to her interlocutor that she was not her sister. She only took on this appearance in her memories. The stranger approached the girl's face and told her to forget her suffering. The keeper approached the surprised Anna's face and kissed her. The girl felt to herself how she went deeper into the bottom of the swamp. Anna went down very deep and stood with her feet on the bottom of the swamp. The girl looked around. She noticed that there was a lot of treasure lying around at the bottom. The dragon was flying high in the sky. He saw the girl below and called out to her. Anna waved her hand at him. The dragon descended from the sky. He looked at the girl with great interest. The system reported that Anna had 62 days to live. She gained elven power, which lasted for 3 months. The protagonist was surprised. He didn't understand what kind of elven power the girl had. He asked Anna out loud what had happened to her. The girl said that she was fine and that she had met her sister. Sun Nan looked around with great excitement. The girl hugged the dragon. She asked, "Is he really that worried about her?" Sunan replied that of course he was. Anna told the dragon that liars must be punished. Her sympathy increased and she fell in love. The owner received a reward of 5,000 system points. The dragon was very happy thanks to the supreme absorption. He received 5,000 points. The system informed the owner of his debt. The dragon demanded that the system wait. The owner demanded that the system completely reset his loan balance. The system responded that this would be a violation of the rules. The protagonist angrily said that his very existence was a violation of the rules. The owner angrily told the system that it was cheating. The system gave him the current readings. The owner told the system they were all engaged in fraud. The system offered the owner to exchange his debt for a phased modification plan. The protagonist asked the system what exactly it wanted to offer him. The system explained that the owner's modification plan would be divided into time periods. Each segment would involve a payment for the costs of a portion of the modification. The protagonist was delighted. He realized that he would be able to pay in installments. Sunan asked the system if there was an interest payment option. The system explained that there was no interest. The owner would use the plan since he had already paid part of the debt. The main character was very happy. At this time, his girlfriend opened the chest and said that there was treasure inside. Sun Nan reached out his hand and opened the chest. He was curious about what was inside. The protagonist was very unpleasantly surprised. He noticed that the chest contained human remains. Su Nan shouted anxiously for the girl not to open the chests. Anna opened the chests and found purple books of water magic spells there. The girl turned around and asked the dragon what he had just told her. Su Nan told her to continue. Su Nan thought the girl had the same luck as the main character. He asked the system if Anna was the main character. The system told the owner to calm down. The girl called the dragon to her. She found something interesting. The chest contained a level 3 fire core. The dragon thought with displeasure that the girl had found the core in the chest just like that. The system told the owner that he should follow the rules and he would definitely become a great hero. The protagonist thought about it. He imagined that he could have been in an internet cafe at the beginning of the story. Water would have gotten on the wiring of the girl next to him, and she would have died. Su Nan thought joyfully to himself that he could pierce the dying Anna's body. The system told the owner not to guess and to believe in himself. The owner asked angrily, "Does the virtual store really have women's clothes to make him believe in himself?" The system informed the owner that his credits could be cancelled. He had 0 points left. The main character thought happily to himself that the cancellation came as a surprise to him. A harpy was descending from the sky. The main character looked at it with great interest. Hannah told the dragon that thanks to his efforts, all her fellow tribeswomen were saved. She brought him a ram to the lair. The dragon told the huntress to go ahead. He and Anna would leave soon. In the newcomer's village, the boy returned from the forest and told his friends the details. The player told his colleagues in a frightened voice that a real dragon lived in the silver forest. The other players laughed. Someone said that their friend was afraid of the trees in the forest. The guy explained that his friends Gary and Chelsea hadn't returned from their walk. The player explained that the two guys had seen the treasure and hadn't returned. Daniel said in a serious voice that a search needed to be conducted. 1,000 people would go into the forest with him. The guy was angry. He decided that if his friends laughed at him and didn't believe him, then they all had to die. The protagonist read the system messages. He learned that the prey he consumed could increase his growth, but it didn't increase his age. The dragon realized that if he absorbed materials, he could level up. Sunan reached out and broke off a piece from the cave wall. He decided that the stone would be useful for him too. The dragon tried to eat the stone. He gnawed through it and swallowed it. The dragon found the stone tasteless and bland. The system reported that the owner would experience only minor changes in his body. The main character thought about it and realized that he shouldn't eat anything. The dragon glanced slyly to the side. He decided to assess how the consumption of other substances would affect his body. The dragon grabbed the gold coins with his hand and swallowed them. The changes in his body were minor. After this, the dragon ate the silver cup. The system reported that there were no significant changes in him. The protagonist ate a mountain wolf. As a result, his hunger time increased slightly. The dragon accidentally bit its tongue, which resulted in an increase in the purity of its dragon genes, which belonged to the corn. The protagonist thought that he didn't know exactly who corn was. He decided that it was the head of the dragons. The protagonist completed the first stage of experiments. He discovered how different metals affected his body. Near his lair were mines developed by the dog-headed creatures. Sunan thought to himself that he would take a stroll in the human kingdom. He would enter their treasury. The girl joyfully shouted to the dragon to look at her findings. Anna took out various books from the chests. She was very happy. The dragon was very surprised and amazed. He realized that his girlfriend was very lucky. The protagonist was in his dragon's lair at night. A wolf came to him with a report. The wolf told the dragon that they spent a couple of days in the forest quietly observing the hero's movements. They opened the chests and filled them. Then they hid them back in the forest. The protagonist praised his subordinate with a smile. He asked the Hippocleus if he had put any expensive items in the chest. The wolf said that he left only fried entrails with stuffing in the chests. The dragon thought to himself that his subordinate turned out to be such a pervert. A harpy flew from above. She told the owner that movements were noticed near the border of the silver forest. The main character said that the players are restless and ready to bite. The dragon commanded Ipoliclea and the Beast Kings to send all fighters to the flamethrower tower. The protagonist commanded the others to set traps and prepare for the attack. The wolf and the rabbit answered the owner that they would do everything for him. The cobra and the bird of prey meekly answered their master that they would do everything. The wild boar and the wolf answered the main character that they would do everything. The dragon glared ahead and said, "The game is beginning." The system gave him the latest data. A group of young players was wandering through the silver forest. One of them said there were no monsters or even pheasants here. Daniel turned around and told his friend that something unnatural was happening in this place, and that there might be traps. His friend cheerfully replied that there were no intelligent monsters here, so there was no one to set traps. Several predatory snakes suddenly appeared from the side. They rushed at the young people. The snakes suddenly grabbed the frightened girls and pulled them into the thicket. Daniel turned around in fear. He said he heard some strange sounds. His friend couldn't figure out what sounds the player had just heard. The player told his friend that he could get out of there. A predator's head appeared in the forest. A predatory wolf ran up and quickly grabbed the player by the head with its mouth. The wolves rushed from the side with all their might and headed towards the people to attack. The players screamed in fear. They tried to escape from the clutches of the predators. Daniel was very surprised. He couldn't understand why he couldn't just defeat the gnolls. He killed the monster and gained 500 aggression points. The players began to scatter en masse. Daniel shouted to his friends not to run away and to fight with weapons in hand. The guy was very unhappy. He decided that all his friends turned out to be idiots. The players were walking along the ravine outside the dragon's lair. Daniel told his friends that they hadn't been caught. The guy thought that there might be even more terrible monsters ahead of them on the road. One of the players noticed a bright tower on the cliff. He pointed it out to his friends. One of the girls used the recognition spell to find out what was on the hill. The participants saw that there were ordinary leaves at the top of the hill. Daniel was dissatisfied. He advised the girl to try again. The girl once again directed the magic spell at the tower on the hill. The players were very surprised. They realized that there must be a feudal lord nearby if there was a tower. One of the players told his friends that they had nothing to fear, as there were clerics and mages among them. At that moment, something flew past the guy. He barely managed to dodge. The players were surprised to see a small rocket fly past them and crash into a tree. The guy calmly told his friends that they had just been attacked by a very small missile. The rocket was stuck in a tree after landing. It was running out of fuse and was about to explode. The munition exploded, and clouds of very green and dangerous smoke poured out of it. The boy shouted to his friends that they were being attacked with poison gas. Players must cover their nose and mouth. At this time, various dangerous projectiles were flying at people from all sides. The players started running in all directions, screaming and asking for help. The dragon happily said that he had improved the flamethrower turret and increased its rate of fire and power. He had also added different types of arrows. Anna came up. She told the dragon that she could help him. She learned various water ball and light spells. The dragon told his friend that she should stay in the cave with Selena. They would be safer there.
Daniel told the players not to panic and to form a shield. The clerics should begin healing the players.
The participants stood in a circle. They were protected by a special magical dome. At that moment, a huge dragon flew over the people. The players noticed it and became frightened. The main character angrily shouted at the people that they had fallen into his possession. Daniel was very scared. He realized that the dragon had chi energy. The player realized that their friend was telling them the truth about seeing a dragon in the forest. Daniel held a huge sword in his hands. He realized that in front of him was a young dragon. The player thought to himself that if he kills the black dragon now, he will become the best player in this world. Daniel warned his friends that they were being attacked by a dragon and that they should be careful. The main character descended from the sky onto the people and began to attack them with his fire. The dragon came close to the players and began to continue roasting them with fire. Daniel said that the dragon had already flown to the very bottom and had already used its breath. The player ordered all the mages to spread out for a general attack. They should cover the soldiers. The guy opened the system window. The guy drank a bottle of systemic potion. His strength doubled. Daniel consumed a speed potion. His speed doubled and his defense also increased. The girls lined up next to each other with their magic wands and prepared to attack. The magicians all launched their magical currents at the dragon at the same time. The dragon felt that the people had not hurt him at all. He decided to kill them all at once. Daniel appeared at the protagonist's side with a sword. He decided to kill him right away. The main character turned around and attacked the guy with a stream of fire. The players turned away in fear, blinded by the bright light. The dragon turned around and noticed Daniel was bound by a magical web and lying on the ground.
The girls appeared. They shouted to the protagonist that they had come to his aid.
The players got scared. One of them shouted that they had lost. The guy suggested that everyone run away. The dragon looked at the people very angrily and said that they would not just run away. Wolves with clubs attacked the people. Other animals also attacked the players. Predatory snakes attacked the boys and began to bite them. The participants tried to escape. Several players managed to run out onto the plain. They were scared and trying to catch their breath. The guy looked around. He didn't understand why it had become so dark. A dragon appeared from above. It attacked the players with fire. The system informed the owner that he had received a lot of reward points for destroying the players. The dragon, after a successful attack on the players, decided to return to its cave. The wolf ran up to his owner and shouted to him very joyfully that they had won. The wolf pointed at the tied-up boy. He asked what to do with the prisoner. Sunan thought the cheater was trying to trick him. He ordered Wolf out loud to rip off the guy's limbs and then close the door. Daniel became very scared and began to try to free himself. The protagonist felt very ill and his body was in a severe state of shock. The owner asked the system to check his health. The system began to provide the owner with complete information about him. The exhausted dragon fell to the ground. The predators looked at him in surprise. Frightened, Anna asked the dragon what had happened to him. In the dragon's cave, the girl hugged the dragon and shouted at him not to scare her like that. Selena said in a frightened voice that the dragon must have been wounded. Anna was very scared because the main character could be injured. The witch asked her friend what she was doing. Anna placed the dragon's head on her lap. She explained that last time, Sunnan woke up exactly like that. All the girls came up to the dragon and hugged him from all sides. The wolf said to himself that there was no sign that the dragon had fainted. Light was dissipating from his body. The wolf cried out joyfully and admiringly that he saw before him the rise of the true dragon. The girls were very surprised. They didn't understand what the rise of the true dragon meant. Anna jumped to her feet. She said in an excited voice that they did not want to disturb Lord Dragon. The dragon beckoned to the hypocrite and told him to come to him. The wolf thought happily that the master wanted him to serve next to him. Ipolikli sat down next to the dragon and listened attentively to what he would tell him.
The dragon told the frightened wolf that he would eat him if he didn't leave right now.
Ipolikli suddenly began to run away. He told the surprised girls that the master had ordered him to set traps around the village. The dragon told the girl that the ascension of the dragon was very dangerous. He might not wake up. Anna was very scared. She couldn't believe that Mr. Dragon might not wake up. The dragon licked the girl and said that during hibernation he gains knowledge and becomes stronger. The main character quickly fell into a deep sleep. He finished by telling the girls to wait for him. The girl hugged the dragon and told him that she would wait for him. Anna closed her eyes and promised her friend that she would protect him. Guests on horseback arrived at the newcomers' village. The players looked at them in surprise. The horsemen rode up to the house. Inside, a girl was sitting and addressing someone with displeasure. The participant sat in the room and expressed gratitude for the aggression points she received. The system ordered the girl to go into the forest and kill the sleeping dragon there. The dissatisfied participant demanded that the system delete the message. At this time, the guest approached the door and opened it slightly. The girl sat inside, frightened. The stranger told the girl that they had sent the royal army to search for the black dragon. They thought he was spending the night here. The system informed the girl that a story character named Maisont had entered the village. The system offered the girl the option of killing Maisont's character. She also had the option of helping Maisont and awaiting the completion of the main quest. The participant realized that the message about the dragon and the mason was true. The girl made important decisions. She turned around and looked closely at the guest who had arrived. The hostess of the house approached the guest and said that she was the head of this village. The knight was in one of the rooms in the building. He was there completely alone. The warrior admired his figure. He said he had perfect pectorals and that he needed a girlfriend.
At this moment, the door suddenly opened and a frightened girl ran into the room.
The guest, with tears in her eyes and a frightened voice, asked the knight to save her. The knight asked Melinda with fear if she had spoken with the high mage Maisont about the basis of magic. Melinda said that Mason was beating her, but she wasn't listening and wanted to kill him. The knight was angry that the old man would raise his hand against such a beauty. The girl began to use a seduction spell. She demanded that the warrior protect her. Blade told his girlfriend that he would protect her and not let anyone mess with her. He promised to kill Mason. The knight kicked down the door to Maisont's room. He was very scared. The magician fearfully asked the guest what he was doing. Blade said angrily that he would punish the maison for the girl. The magician was very surprised. He did not understand what the knight had just told him. Blade swung his leg and kicked Maisont with all his might. He flew back and hit the wall. Blade angrily told his interlocutor that he should have realized what he had done. The magician shouted at the warrior that he was seeking death himself. He prepared to use a lightning spell. Maisont was surprised. He couldn't understand why his spell didn't work. The knight swung his sword. He angrily shouted at his opponent that he was going to die now. The magician said angrily that he had come on the king's orders with a punitive expedition against the dragon. A girl entered the room. She said that Maisont was very insignificant and could not kill the dragon. Melinda looked at the knight and said that if he killed Maisont, then they would go together. Maisont pointed his finger at the girl and said that she was only the mage's apprentice. He added that he would not be seduced by her charms. Melinda looked at the magician and said that she could offer him some calming tea. Maisont angrily asked the girl what she had added to the water and threw the cup on the floor. The magician swung his hand. He shouted angrily at the girl that he was going to kill her now. The knight ran up to Maisont and kicked him. He shouted at him not to insult the girl. At this time, the girl pulled out a small dagger and stabbed it into Magu's chest. Melinda rushed to the knight and shouted for him to save her. The magician wanted to kill her. The knight swung his sword and struck the Maisont in the chest with all his might. Melinda turned and looked out the system window. She had gained the power of the Maisont. Her goal was an expedition to the Black Dragon. A huge group of players was walking through the forest. They were all armed and carrying battle flags. Hannah flew to the dragon. She told him in a frightened voice that a human army was coming. The dragon was very surprised. He realized that he would now have to fight the human army. The dragon sat surrounded by huge purple stones. He decided that he was in the inherited kingdom of sleep. Sun Nan walked leisurely between the huge stones. He looked around. The dragon looked ahead carefully. He noticed that there was another dragon there. Between the huge mountains lay the Corn-narrowed waters. The protagonist realized that he was seeing his ancestor before him. Corn looked at the protagonist and said that his blood flowed through him. He demanded that Sunan expel the strangers from their ancient lands. The dragon noticed with great fear and surprise how a huge precious stone hung in the air in front of him. Sunan looked at the stone with great excitement. Corn told Dragon that he had to leave. The main character told his ancestor excitedly that he had another question for him. Corn didn't want to respond to anything. He attacked his descendant with a stream of fire. Sun Nan returned to the game world. He still felt a burning sensation in his backside. The protagonist realized that a large dragon had arrived to deal with the players in the forest. The main character looked around carefully. He didn't see his girlfriends. Sun Nan looked at the glowing stone with great interest. He realized that his ancestor hadn't even told him what was inside the purple crystal. The dragon stretched out his paw and crushed the stone with all his might. It shattered into pieces. The system informed the owner that he had received a special legacy called Tu. Now the dragon can use his voice for various purposes. The dragon heard the sound of a whip cracking in the distance. His girlfriend had appeared. Sunan saw a girl named Anna. She was dressed in a seductive leather suit. The main character asked the girl with interest how she ended up here and why she was dressed like that. The friend said she had come to help the dragon train his mind. She slyly asked if Sunan liked it. The dragon replied that he did. The girl sternly told the dragon that until he learned he would not leave. The dragon imagined in his dreams that his girlfriend would be tied with ropes. Anna looked at the protagonist very slyly. She was getting ready for training.
Blades appeared flying around the girl. She told the dragon that the training was beginning.
The dragon, frightened, told the girl that he hadn't thought about such training. He began calling the system for help. The girl pointed the blades in Sunan's direction. She happily said that she was watching him. The witch was in the cave. She said that the leader of the gnolls and most of the monsters were currently not in the dragon's lair. Selena looked around anxiously. She said in a frightened voice that the beast rabbits had all left and she didn't know what to do. The girl looked closely at the dragon and thought what she would do if she were in his place. At this time, the spirit of the dragon began to move inside the girl to speak through her. Anna's eyes lit up. She looked at her friends very angrily. The girl jumped up and said that the harpies must find the head of the gnolls. Grey Wolf, Brother Rooster must bring the Beast Kings. We need to prepare for defense in the Flamethrower Tower. The girls were very surprised. They looked at their friend in surprise. Anna shouted very angrily to the girls that it was their time to protect Lord Dragon. Melinda walked through the forest. She held her magical battle staff in her hands. Suddenly, the girl heard some suspicious noise from the side. She turned around. Someone hit one of the players in the face with all his might. Melinda managed to bend over. The warriors glanced at the tree and noticed a snake there. One of them shouted in fear that the enemies were lying in wait in the trees. Blade shouted to his warriors that the monsters were attacking the head. All players must protect the head. The girl thought that after she received the power of the Supreme Mage, her speed and agility would increase. Melinda thought happily to herself that she would finish off the dragon and all the power would belong to her. The girl activated her magic. She launched a column of fire against the forest animals. The knight told the girl with admiration that she had very powerful magic. Melinda explained that she had simply set fire to the surviving monsters in the forest. A group of warriors walked in a large group along the gorge behind the dragon's lair. Melinda angrily commanded her subordinates that they needed to attack the dragon's lair. She activated the search spell. There was a very powerful explosion. A fire arrow flew towards the girl. The knight shouted to his girlfriend that he was afraid for her and would protect her. Melinda thought she had underestimated the monsters. It turned out they had firearms. The girl put her foot on the guy's back and thanked him for covering her. Melinda pushed off with her legs and flew high into the air. She decided to continue the attack. Melinda was hovering in the sky with bright flashes of fire all around her. The girl activated the attack using the fire explosion spell. Anna sat in the cave, frightened. She said that the army was approaching very quickly. The girl began shaking the dragon's hands. She told him to wake up quickly. The dragon heard his girlfriend's pleas through his sleep. He saw blades flying before him. Sunan realized with fear that his girlfriends might be in danger. The dragon flew up. He saw the swords flying towards him and activated his armor removal skill. The blades fell in a heap to the ground, unable to strike the dragon. The girl joyfully shouted that the dragon had quickly learned the skill of removing armor. The dragon told the warrior to leave quickly. The girl slyly reminded the dragon that he himself said that he would not leave until he learned everything. The woman looked ahead in surprise. She noticed that the dragon had disappeared. The girl looked after the flying dragon and angrily said that he should finish training. The dragon was surprised to see the warrior rise into the air and appear next to him. The girl looked at the dragon with a demonic gaze and said that he must first defeat her before leaving. The commander ordered his subordinates to run into the lair and kill the dragon. The wolves fought off the players. Melinda was surprised. They had already gone very far into the cave, but the black dragon still hadn't emerged before them. The girl decided that the dragon might have escaped from them. She looked closer and saw the monster in the far corner of the cave. Melinda saw that the dragon was huge. She activated the recognition spell. The girl was delighted. She realized that the dragon was hibernating and she had a good opportunity to finish it off. Suddenly, a very powerful explosion was heard. Melinda was thrown far to the side. The girl was displeased. She asked angrily who had attacked her from behind. Unhurried footsteps were heard from the side. It was Anna approaching the girl from the side. Anna looked angrily at Melinda and told her to get out quickly. The guy said in surprise that there are beautiful elves in the dragon's lair. Melinda said with surprise that Anna wanted to counter her with a water ball and a light spell. More girls appeared from the side. They prepared to help Anna fight. Melinda swung her baton. She shouted at her rivals that she was no match for them. The girls were attacked by a very powerful blast of fire. They were all blown away. Melinda commanded her subordinates to kill the dragon. The elf had nowhere to run. The players approached the dragon. Anna, with tears in her eyes, told the dragon that she could not protect him. At this time, the main character was flying in another space and trying to catch the girl. Anna stopped abruptly in mid-flight. She looked ahead in surprise and realized that the dragon had grabbed her with its paw. The dragon hit the girl from behind. He demanded that she tell him how to get out of here. Anna begged and told the dragon not to hit her anymore. She was in a lot of pain from behind. The girl said that if the dragon left now, there could be dire consequences. Sunan demanded with displeasure that she finish. The girl beckoned the dragon to her with her hand and told him to come closer and find out how he could get out. The dragon approached the girl. He decided that she would kiss him just like in fairy tales. The warrior swung her arm with all her might and hit the dragon with all her might. The dragon glared at the girl. He began to gradually return to the game world. Melinda heard a suspicious sound coming from the cave. She turned around worriedly. The dragon waved the girl away. He said she was physically bothering him a lot. The main character looked around in surprise and noticed that the soldiers were already in the cave. The protagonist repelled the attack of the uninvited warriors with a very powerful blow. He threw them out of the cave. Anna looked at the cave in surprise. She said that Mr. Dragon had woken up. The girl asked her friend for forgiveness for not protecting his cave. The dragon licked the surprised girl and said that she had tried hard. Selena and Evelyn ran up to the protagonist. They joyfully shouted to him that he had finally woken up. Sunan angrily shouted to his girlfriends that he would definitely avenge them. The girls were very happy. They looked at the dragon with pleasure and their sympathy for him increased. Selena pointed her finger at Melinda and said that she had given them electric shocks and burned all their clothes. The dragon glared at the frightened girl. The system informed him that he was facing an advanced third-stage mage. Melinda asked the dragon in fear why he had woken up. He should have been hibernating. The girl knew that the dragon, according to the system message, should be in hibernation for at least a week. The main character was surprised. He didn't understand how the girl could know that he was in hibernation. The warriors looked at each other in fear. The knight blamed his friend for losing his sword. The dragon angrily accused the people of daring to invade his territory. The dragon swung his paw and flew above the ground. He flew at the warriors. The knights were very frightened. They scattered and tried to save themselves. The dragon stretched out its huge paw and grabbed one of the warriors. Blade told the girl that they needed to run. They couldn't fight against an awakened dragon. Melinda said excitedly that she wouldn't miss such a good chance. Even if she died, she would still be resurrected. Evelyn saw the knight. She shouted that it was Blade who abandoned her and sold her to bandits. Melinda menacingly activated a freezing spell against the dragon. Anna fearfully warned the dragon to be careful from behind. The dragon turned away with displeasure. He felt the girl attack him with a spell. Sunan turned around with displeasure and glanced at Melinda. He said that she was to blame for everything. The girl activated spells called Firewall and Fire Dragon Knife. The dragon withstood all attacks. Fire spells did not harm it in any way. The clouds of smoke began to dissipate. The dragon looked at his rival with great animosity. Melinda was very scared. She didn't understand why all her spells had missed. The dragon opened its mouth very wide. A fireball appeared there. The girl activated a spell called Dark Shield to protect herself from the fire. Melinda sat under the protective dome. She said discontentedly that she had wasted a lot of spells. The main character extended his paw and grabbed the round dome, inside which was a girl. The dragon squeezed the protective dome with all his might, and it began to crack. The protagonist said angrily that his wrath would be worse than death. The players touched his sore spot. Melinda remembered to herself that she could retreat by being reborn. The protagonist activated the spell to remove the armor. He prepared to finish off the girl. Melinda dropped her blade to the ground. The protagonist prepared to finish her off. The girl asked the dragon why he was doing this. The protagonist answered that she wouldn't die just like that. The dragon opened his mouth wide and attacked his rival, causing her to fall to the ground. A frightened Anna ran up from the side. She told the dragon that Evelyn was missing. The protagonist replied that the soldiers wouldn't be able to deal with Evelyn because she had powerful magic. The knight ran very quickly through the forest. He was trying to escape pursuit. A crystal flew towards the warrior from behind. It struck him at full speed. The girl angrily shouted that she saw in front of her the scum who was running like a rat. Evelyn walked up close to the prone knight. A crystal was sticking out from behind him. Blade looked at the girl with interest and asked if they knew each other. Evelyn was very angry. She didn't like that the knight even forgot about her. Blade happily told his friend that she had been captured by a black dragon. He had already thought that the bandits had finished her off. The knight told the girl that if she had not followed him, he would definitely not have abandoned her. The girl waved to the knight with a smile and asked him to come closer to her.
Blade decided that the girl wanted to kiss him and moved closer to her.
The angry girl swung and hit the knight in the face with all her might.
Blade was very unhappy that the girl hit him. He took out a bottle of purple liquid. The knight poured the liquid into his hand and then splashed it on top of the girl. Evelyn said with great excitement that her magic was suppressed. She asked the knight what he had used against her. Blade angrily told the girl that the things stolen from Maizant turned out to be very useful for him. Evelyn said excitedly that her sister was a teacher at the St. Roland Magic Academy. She promised the knight that the entire academy would avenge her. The knight angrily told the girl that he would tell her sister that the dragon had had enough of playing and eaten her. Blade cut off the girl's head. She shouted something to him before she died. The dragon flew out of his cave. He noticed a multitude of people running along the ground. The dragon angrily shouted at the warriors that they wanted to try to escape from him.
The dragon activated the power of inspiration and armor removal in flight.
The warriors were frightened. They couldn't understand why their clothes and weapons had fallen off. Anna joyfully told the dragon that Ipolikli had returned with the other wolves. The protagonist commanded the girl to fly back to the cave with her friend. As long as he was here, everything would be fine. The wolves bowed to the dragon and said that they were too late and deserved to die. Sunan replied to the warriors that it was not their fault.
The wolf showed the captured knight. He said that on the way back, they found this man with Evelyn's corpse.
The dragon angrily asked the knight, "Could it really be he who killed the girl?" Blade decided to justify himself and said that Evelyn had fallen on his sword herself. Blade asked the dragon to let him go. He said he could tell him an interesting secret. The dragon stretched out its paw to grab the man. The knight explained that he had come to kill the dragon because of Melinda's seduction. He also added that Melinda had killed the magician Maizant and was the head of the newcomers' village. The knight looked at the main character and said that there were 5,000 people in the village who wanted to kill the dragon. The dragon said that he had to fear the people of the village more than the boss of the village. Blade asked the dragon if such a secret would suit him. The protagonist thoughtfully answered the knight that it would do for him. The knight was delighted. He asked if he could leave. The dragon answered that he could. Blade started running away at full speed. The wolf asked his master, did he really let the man go? The dragon opened its mouth and burned the fleeing knight with a very powerful fire. Sunan said judiciously that he didn't say he would let the man go. The wolves told each other that they had a very worthy master. The protagonist saw Evelyn's ghost in front of him. He told the girl that he had avenged her. Evelyn hugged the dragon and thanked him. The system reported that the owner had received a teleportation field. He earned 6,000 points for the battle. The protagonist demanded that the system teleport him to the newcomer's village. The system informed him that the teleportation field could only teleport to places where the dragon had previously been. The dragon thought for a moment. Suddenly, an idea occurred to him. Sunan remembered the dead animals. He realized that the greatest tragedy for him was the hereditary entry while he was in hibernation. If he had woken up, there would not have been so many victims. The owner asked the system how to shorten or eliminate ascension altogether. The system explained in detail how many points it would cost to shorten the hibernation time. The protagonist said that it doesn't matter to him at all how he sleeps, otherwise he won't receive the legacy. The dragon remembered how the girl had whipped him and told him that he had to accept the legacy, otherwise he would be finished.
The dragon thought he didn't understand why he remembered the girl.
The owner asked the system why other people appeared in the inherited dream realm. The system explained that accompanying spirits could appear in the dream realm. The protagonist was amazed. He didn't know what kind of accompanying spirits these were. The system explained that accompanying spirits appear according to the wishes of the ruler of the dream realm. The dragon was happily lost in thought. The wolf asked his master what had happened to him. The protagonist thought for a moment. He calmed down and didn't know what to tell his subordinate about what had happened. Ipolikli informed the owner that a group of people had surrendered. He asked, should they be killed? The dragon was surprised. He looked angrily at the wolf and asked, did someone really surrender? The protagonist ordered his subordinates to kill the people if they did not surrender. He added that his subordinates should keep an eye on the girl. Melinda must live until he returned. The wolf answered his master that he would do everything. He asked the dragon if he would return to his lair. The dragon angrily replied that he would not be returning for the time being. He added that a week had passed and that today he would be a crematorium. The protagonist thought to himself that he knew how to be grateful. He didn't need to wait until night. The dragon was sitting near his cave. His girlfriends came up to him from behind and called him. The dragon turned around and asked Anna in fear why she had gone out with Selena. The witch burst into tears. She asked the dragon if Evelyn would never return. The dragon was surprised to realize that the girls knew about the death of their friend. Anna asked the dragon in a sad voice, "Will he mourn her after her death?" The dragon was very surprised. He was very interested in such a question from his girlfriend. The girl said sensibly that life has more meaning if there is someone who mourns for a person. The dragon told the surprised girl that death had no meaning. The dragon told his girlfriends that death was inevitable. He would become so strong that he would rise to the top of the food chain. He didn't want to die because of his weakness. Selena looked at the dragon in surprise. She realized he would become even stronger. Her sympathy for him increased. The players were sitting in their newbie village at night when a huge dragon flew towards them. The system informed the guard that a powerful creature was approaching and the monster was attacking the city. The system reported that a monster had entered the village. All stats were reduced by half. The guard shouted to the players that full combat readiness was declared. The system informed the protagonists that there was an activated defense in the newcomer's village. The owner inquired if the defense mechanism had a specific range. The system said that the range of the defense mechanism is a circle with a radius of 500 meters, the center of which is in the center of the village. The dragon bent down and flew to attack the people in the village. It started to fire. The players were very scared and ran. One of the guys shouted that the dragon was using his breath against them. The dragon flew over the city and scattered fireballs everywhere. Sunan looked at the city with displeasure. He didn't like how little damage there was. The knight was very unhappy. He didn't understand how the dragon had managed to sneak in at night unnoticed. The fighter said the dragon was very weak. If they all attacked, they could destroy it. The knights ran to the center of the square. They decided to attack from there. Someone activated a magic shield. The protagonist saw people in the center of the village. There was a magical glow around them. The dragon noticed how one of the girls launched a pink beam at him with a staff. The dragon felt a magical blow strike his body. The girl joyfully shouted that the attack worked and the dragon was scared. The dragon demanded that the system create a teleportation field. The system demanded that its master specify the teleportation location. The main character said that he wants to teleport above the newbie village. The girls raised their magic wands and launched a fireball into the air. A magical pentagram appeared in the center of the village. The dragon prepared to appear there. The main character was flying towards the pentagram. He was preparing to teleport. People stood in the center of the village. They looked at the pentagram with fear. A very powerful explosion was heard. The dragon said that the power was still very high. If the players really have no restrictions on increasing their power, then the power will also increase. The system reported that the owner destroyed the village. It was erased from the map. The owner received one fragment of the village core. The dragon looked at the blue crystal with interest. The dragon looked at the ruins in surprise. He realized that he had very easily destroyed the village. Sunan held the crystal in his hands. He asked the system how the core fragment could help him. The system advised its owner to hold on to and protect this item. Sunan should also begin building his village. The dragon said in a disgruntled voice that he already had his own village, built by the dog-headed people. He no longer needed orders to build another one. The system advised the owner not to disregard the order to build the village. The dragon thought there was some kind of bug in the system. He remembered the word pure before the order. This meant that the power had been taken from the players. This could be the reason the system was worried. The system informed the owner that he had received 25,000 points. The dragon was amazed. He said they could wait for some system Tian and then go on to destroy several villages again. The system informed the owner that it does not recommend such actions. Regularly destroying villages will increase the owner's visibility. If this visibility is significant, the owner will be designated as the world boss. Their coordinates and level will be revealed. After this, the dragon will have a hard time resisting players. The dragon thought. He realized that he could be hunted any day. The owner told the system in a calm voice that he would spare the players. The dragon told the system that destroying villages would increase publicity. He wondered how he could collect the core fragments of the newcomer villages. The system explained that the master must be patient. The newcomer village was just the beginning. More villages would be destroyed later. Until the master fully matured, he needed time to hide behind the glory of heroes. The dragon thought for a moment. He said with displeasure that if he couldn't attack further, then he shouldn't try. The dragon flew across the sky. He couldn't understand how he could know if something major had happened in the world. The system informed the master that he had a decree called the sacrificial ceremony. With this decree, he could detect what was happening on the continent. The dragon asked the system if she mentioned a summons and when he would receive it. The system told the owner that his current level is very low. He can only wait. The dragon returned to the Silver Forest. Below were mountains, and it was a very bright day. He noticed the girl standing on the edge of the mountain. Sunan shouted loudly at the girl not to jump. Anna turned around with excitement. She didn't expect the dragon to return now. The girl ran to the very edge of the mountain and flew down from a great height. The dragon rushed with all his might to help his friend. She was falling from a height down. Anna fell from a great height into the pool. Her friend, frightened, covered herself and called for help. The dragon looked at the swimming girls with great surprise. He realized that they were swimming in the pool. Selena picked up speed and jumped into the water from above. Anna shouted to her friend to be careful. Selena couldn't understand why she felt something from below that wasn't deep or warm at all. Anna explained to her friend in an excited voice that Mr. Dragon was underneath her. The girlfriend asked the dragon how he was feeling. The witch said with displeasure that the dragon shouldn't be peeping at other girls washing themselves. The dragon looked at the girl with a frightened and crazy look and called her by name. The main character told his girlfriends that he looked very cute. The system informed the host that an invitation from a special character had been detected. Anna said with concern that the dragon had started having deathbed hallucinations because the girl was sitting on top of him. Selena said cheerfully that she was light. The witch said she had been taught how to save a drowning person, but she didn't know if it would work on a dragon. Anna said excitedly that she had to try. Selena said she needed physical contact. The dragon smiled happily to himself. He looked at the girl with excitement. He decided that she would give him artificial respiration. The witch struck the dragon's body with all her might using fire lightning. He shouted to the girl in a very frightened voice that he was okay. The owner asked the system, what did he miss? The system informed the protagonist that he had missed the call while he was unconscious. The dragon told the system that it could not awaken him or automatically accept the summons. Sunan was surprised when the girl told him about the communal bathroom. Selena said with a smile that all the cities in the kingdom had hot springs. They also sometimes held tug-of-war competitions. He became lost in his dreams. He imagined himself in a spring with two girls. He joyfully shouted that they would have a tug-of-war competition today. Selena asked the dragon where he would find the source. The owner demanded a heater from the system. The system responded to the dragon that it primarily provided him with clothing modifications. The owner, in a dissatisfied voice, demanded a complaint book from the system. He curiously asked the system how many points he needed to upgrade the explosive dragon's modification level. The system replied that the modification cost 9,000 points. The system warned the dragon that successful activation of the modification required changes in the body, which could lead to severe pain. The dragon was in extreme pain. He was thrashing around on the ground. The girls couldn't understand what was happening to him. The dragon's body began to become more powerful. It was renewed and strengthened. The dragon has become very large and powerful. Thanks to the modification, its characteristics have improved. The girlfriends felt a very strong heat from the dragon. They stood next to him. The owner asked the system what was going on. The system reported that the dragon's heart temperature could reach 800 degrees. People near it could get burned. It suggested the owner add modifications to the 9 Islands spiritual core. It acts as a cooling radiator and costs 10,000 points. Sunan was very unhappy. He shouted that he was a dragon, not a system unit. The system told the owner that after installing the radiator, the core temperature would drop to 38 degrees. He watched as his girlfriend suffered from his heat. He decided to buy a radiator after all. The dragon examined his body. He had become much more powerful and he was very hot. He told himself he no longer felt the burning sensation. The system told the master his modification was complete. The power of the eruption had increased by 50% and he had become more menacing. The dragon asked the system, "What is this combined explosion force?" The system suggested the master try exhaling himself. The main character breathed out fire with all his might. The flame was very bright. The girlfriends were damaged by fire. Selena said that all the clothes were ruined because of the dragon. The girl glanced away with concern. She felt her hat fly off. The witch screamed that she was very hot. Anna flew to the side and fell to the ground. The dragon was very surprised. The system informed its owner that it had a cooling radiator. Its body could automatically regulate the temperature of the eruption. He asked his girlfriends why they were in the water. Selena reminded the dragon that he had ruined all their clothes. The dragon peered into the system store. He said he'd never seen Anna in a swimsuit. He bought 3 swimsuits for 1,000 points. The dragon rested and relaxed in the water. Anna was very happy. She sat in her swimsuit in the water and said that she was very comfortable. The girl dived into the water. She said that she felt very comfortable in this swimsuit. The dragon told the girls in a joyful voice that they could have a tug-of-war competition. In the city of Santa Lista, in the temple next to the statue, there was a ruler. The woman asked her subordinate if they still had the strength to resist. A subordinate informed the ruler that reinforcements were on their way, led by the knight Alicia Alucaders. They would arrive in 3 days. The warrior suggested that the woman flee. The woman asked with fear, how many people could they take with them? The subordinate reported that they could not take a single person. The ruler fell to her knees before the statue. She said she would pray for the gods to protect the city and her people. The warrior looked sternly at the woman and said that the gods had abandoned them. The woman shouted in fear at the girl to stop. The warrior said that she had to protect the woman. The girl grabbed the frightened ruler and carried her in her arms. Suddenly, a pentagram began to glow brightly on the church floor. The teleportation process began. The woman was surprised. She said with admiration that she saw a divine miracle before her. The girl was very surprised. She realized that someone was about to appear in front of them. The dragon appeared right in the center of the temple near the statue. He was very surprised. The dragon was inside the temple. He couldn't understand how it could have ended up there. The owner turned to the system and demanded that it explain everything to him. The girl was very scared. She screamed that she saw a dragon in front of her. The warrior could no longer hold the woman. She released her mistress from her arms to the ground. The ruler fell to the ground and screamed that she was in great pain. The maid ran up to her mistress and asked in fear if everything was okay with her. The woman was very surprised. She couldn't believe that the black dragon could be a messenger of the gods. The dragon sat and looked out the system window with great interest. He was told that she automatically accepted his call. He was very happy. He thanked the system for the praise. The dragon said that he had just passed an important stage. The lady said in a quiet voice that the gods had heard her prayers. The woman asked the dragon in surprise, could he really have been sent to save the Saint Alist? Sun Nan looked at his paws with great interest. He felt that he had a lot of strength. The dragon swung his tail and with a powerful blow knocked down the statue. The dragon looked slyly to the side. He noticed that he had broken a large sculpture. The lady was frightened by the fact that the statue was broken. The woman and the girl were very shocked. They were scared because the statue had fallen. Sunan calmly told the people that he himself was God and that he did not like the statue. The dragon looked at his interlocutors with interest and asked why they had summoned him. The woman said she was the Holy Virgin of Santa Lista. This place on the southern continent used to be the peaceful state. The Dark Beast mercenaries invaded Santa Alist and killed many civilians. The mercenaries killed and plundered civilians. They also founded a country of service. The lady and the girl fell to their knees before the dragon and asked him to save their people. In return, they swore allegiance. He told the woman to swear allegiance to him. Then he would destroy all his enemies. A woman named Celestine took out a dagger. She told the dragon that she would give him her loyalty and her soul. The system informed its master that Celestine's affection level had reached 300. The dragon swung its tail and knocked the dagger out of the woman's hands. The woman was very surprised. She couldn't understand why the dragon had knocked the weapon out of her hands. Celestine glanced away with a sad look. She didn't have time to use the weapon. The dragon explained to the woman that he needed her loyalty as long as she was still alive. He promised his companions that he would ensure their safety and demanded that they obey his commands and not betray him. The dragon looked at the woman with displeasure. He couldn't understand where she got the knife from. Celestina looked at the divine dragon with admiration. Her sympathy increased. The system congratulated the owner for reaching 300 points. He received 3,000 points. He thought happily to himself that he had managed to greatly increase women's sympathy. The owner asked the system about its abilities. The system replied that when the dragon fulfilled the woman's wish, it would receive special abilities. The owner realized that the system was very cunningly trying to persuade him to commit murder. He expressed dissatisfaction with the system that it had not told him about this before. The girl asked the dragon with great interest, did she really say something wrong? The dragon headed for the exit. He decided to destroy the mercenaries as quickly as possible. He dreamed of playing tug-of-war with Anna. The dragon came out of the gate and hooked it with his body. He was ready to fight. Celestine warned Dragon that the mercenaries were led by a 4th-rank soldier named Gutsjet. He had over 3,000 men under his command. The dragon turned and looked at the woman. He wanted to learn something from her. He asked the Celestine how far from her royal capital the mercenaries were, and how many soldiers she had. The woman said with excitement that Gasa had more than 3,000 people under his command. Celestine said that the enemy army would have goblins and ogres of different levels serving in it. The woman reported that the enemies had already reached the sacred fortress of Felra, which is a day's journey from the capital. Celestina decided to tell the dragon how many soldiers were under her command. The woman said in a frightened voice that she no longer had an army to use. The dragon was very surprised. He understood why Celestine prayed to the gods. In such a situation, all she could do was ask the gods for protection. The dragon said he had no time to worry. He added that their opponents didn't look like new players. They were much stronger than ordinary soldiers. He added that the enemy army had fierce soldiers of 4 stages. Sunan said in a thoughtful voice that a good plan needed to be developed. The sacred fortress of Felra was completely surrounded by enemies. There was destruction all around. One of the monsters inside the fortress approached and kicked down the doors with a powerful blow. The goblin said that the women of Santo Elista are very important, since this is a coastal country. The monster turned around and headed for the exit. A crippled girl was left lying on the floor of the house. The knight ran very quickly inside the house to be in time to help the girl. The guy stood next to the girl's body in the house. He looked at her with excitement. The knight became very angry. He punched the wall with all his might.
The guy informed his friends over the radio that the leader of the 28th level monsters was in front of him.
The warrior told his friend, Aislinn, with concern that he should remain undercover. He promised to increase his speed and return in 3 days to help. The guy became very worried. He didn't like the fact that he would have to wait another 3 whole days. Aislinn informed his friends that 5 days had already passed since he had infiltrated the mercenaries. The boy shouted that he didn't want to stay another 3 days and watch this human hell. He suggested his friends come back to life. Aislinn shouted excitedly to her friends that even if they were revived, the number of times would be very valuable. A friend told Aislinn via video call to calm down and be patient for a little while. The warrior became very angry. He didn't understand why he should calm down. He looked at the girl's body. Aislinn covered the girl's body with a blanket and said that he would avenge her. A friend informed Aislinn that they were not his own, and that their goal was to seize territory. The warrior ordered the group channel to be disconnected. The warrior reported at the last moment over the radio that they needed to protect their own home. The guy approached the monster camp. There were tents and fires burning around.
Aislinn looked ahead with concentration. He prepared to attack the monsters.
The guy swung his sword menacingly and rushed forward to kill the goblins. The leader of the monsters looked at the guy who walked up to him. His other fighters were around. The leader laughed and said that a traitor had appeared among the mercenaries. He added joyfully that the guy was so stupid that he had fallen into their net himself. Aislinn looked angrily at the goblin and said menacingly that he would die now. Suddenly, a very loud sound was heard from far away. It echoed throughout the military camp. Aislinn turned around in surprise. He didn't understand what sound he heard. The chieftain jumped out of the tent. He couldn't understand what kind of sound was coming from far away. The leader of the Gas was level 35. He was a knight of black valor. The dragon told Gas that today he was giving him a warning. The dragon threatened the warrior so that Gas would not be here next time. Sunan very angrily threatened the warrior that next time he would turn him into ashes. Gas smiled slyly at the dragon and said that there had been a slight misunderstanding between them. He explained that he and his soldiers had attacked the fortress of Santalista. The warrior held a bag of treasure in his hands. He said with a smile that he enjoyed befriending powerful creatures. He proposed an alliance with the dragon. Gas told the dragon that after capturing the city, he would share the riches and women with it. He would receive 9 shares, and the invaders would receive 1 share. The dragon angrily said that all 20 shares belonged to him. He demanded that all the women and treasures remain in the kingdom. The dragon angrily threatened the warrior that he would burn him to ashes. He opened his mouth and released a stream of fire. The soldier stood on the wall of the sacred fortress of Felra. He noticed with horror how something was flying towards him in the sky. The dragon flew and looked ahead with a predatory expression. He was heading towards the fortress. The warrior shouted in a frightened voice that he saw a dragon in front of him. A soldier shouted to his friends that they were being attacked by enemies and needed to scatter. One of the warriors said that they needed to find cover from the fiery breath. He looked closely at the people in the fortress. He cheerfully called them system points. Sunan noted to himself that the quality of the soldiers was very good. The dragon said that the captain of the Black Beast mercenaries is smart. He concentrated his camp correctly. The dragon, in flight, began to attack the people below with fire, burning soldiers, and goblins. The burning warriors fled from the fortress. The dragon continued its attack. Gas asked the dragon in fear why he had attacked his mercenaries. Sunan turned around angrily and looked at the leader. He decided to continue the attack. The man got angry. He couldn't understand why the dragon was burning the fortress. The soldier ran up and asked the captain, "What should we do?" Gas thought. He didn't know exactly what he should do now. The captain looked ahead with displeasure. He couldn't understand how a dragon could have appeared here. The commander ordered his subordinates that all elite fighters should prepare for the attack. Several criminals would remain in Felray. Now we must prevent reinforcements from appearing. The soldier bowed to the captain and said he would take care of everything. The man got angry. He said that the dragon would die if he returned. The dragon sneezed loudly. He decided that someone was remembering him now. Celestine asked the divine dragon with surprise, "Is it possible to do this?" He told his companion in flight that the enemies would get out of there very quickly. The dragon flew with his companion over the sacred fortress of Felra. He told Celestine that once most of the troops had left, retaking Felra would be easy. They would defend the fortress and cut off any escape routes. Celestina happily told the dragon that she hadn't even thought about that and called him very strong. The dragon asked the woman if her princess knight would come. He added that he even wanted to convey the Felra's defenses to the girl. Celestine asked the dragon if he meant the girl Alicia. The ruler said that Alicia was an extraordinary knight. He told his companion that her turn would soon come too. Celestina was surprised. She didn't understand what kind of turn it might be for her. The dragon turned around and slyly told the woman that she would need to seduce the enemy soldiers. The woman was very scared. She didn't know how she would seduce her enemies. Celestine stood in the middle of the Felra fortress. She called out to the vile and worthless people. The girl stood at the top of the fortress. The monsters looked at her with great interest. Celestine stood at the top with a large magical staff in her hand. The goblins were very surprised. One of them said that the woman was very cool. Another ogre said that the stranger came to them herself. Celestine angrily threatened the monsters not to come near her. The goblins glared at the woman and asked, "Does she really want to kill them?" Celestine asked the monsters with fear. How did they know what she would tell them? The monster extended his hand to the woman. He said that she had very fair skin. Celestine pleaded. She called upon the divine dragon for help. A very loud explosion was heard in the sky. The goblin became very scared and looked up. He appeared from above and told the monsters he was in the mood to kill them. The goblin shouted that the black dragon had returned. The dragon attacked the goblins on Earth with a powerful blow of hot fire from its mouth. Celestine sat to the side. She said with fear that she felt very hot. The guy fell from the Felra fortress to the ground. He found himself on top of a huge jug. Aslan sat near the wall. He couldn't understand where the black dragon came from. The guy's friends called him over the phone. They asked him in fear what was going on. Aslan looked to the side and noticed the body of a burnt goblin. He felt sick after that. The guy told his friends over the comms that the mercenaries had already left for the royal capital of Santa Lesta. He no longer needed to be undercover. The warrior asked his friend, did he really give himself away? Aslan told his companions that a dragon had attacked the Black Beast's mercenaries. He added that the dragon would return. Aslan told his interlocutors that gas would no longer linger. He would directly attack the royal capital. A meeting of the Heavenly Dynasty was taking place in the newcomer's village. The man was surprised when he heard about the dragon from his subordinates. The ruler asked his interlocutors if they had a chance to tame the dragon. Aslan excitedly told his friends that he had sent them a video and that they could watch it. He silently thought that the dragon was already level 32 in stage 4. The guy at the meeting told the teacher that Aslan sent them a video of a dragon. The meeting participants looked at the huge black dragon with great interest. The guys were very amazed. One of them said that the dragon had an amazing body. The teacher said thoughtfully that the newcomer's village had been destroyed by a dragon. He added that they had underestimated the strength of the natives of this world, and especially the legendary beast. The warrior said that the dragon merely defeated the Felru. The fortress defenders were just cannon fodder. The teacher said there was no need to fear the ferocious monster. It was the dragon's intelligence that was needed. The old man explained that the dragon flew away and returned. He understood what a false attack was. The old man said angrily that in this world they would subjugate not only people but also monsters. The meeting participants saw a message that a new world boss had appeared. The ruler told the dragon that it was half a day's journey from the fortress to the royal capital. She asked, what should they do? The dragon told Celestine that the villagers should take refuge at home. They would be able to avoid unnecessary deaths. The owner heard a message from the system that a new world boss had appeared. He opened the news with interest. He saw a system message. It depicted a large dragon. Sunan said that the new world boss was very disgusting. Sunan looked at the portrait of the world boss with interest. He said it looked familiar. The system informed the owner that his relatives had destroyed the newcomer's village. The reward was now in the process of being delivered. The dragon was very surprised. He realized that the system displayed his photograph. Sunan was very angry. He realized with fright that he didn't even know what his relatives had done in 2 days. The ruler approached and asked the dragon with concern if everything was all right. Sunan sadly said that he would not survive. He thought that in the evening he would return home for a short time, and everyone should know that he is the boss of this world. A pentagram lit up on the floor. A bright glow and fiery flame also appeared. The dragon looked at Celestine and said that he would be away for a while and would return soon. The dragon began to teleport. He appeared in his cave at home. He called his ward by the name of Ipolikli. No one said anything in response. He walked up to the wall and noticed the old wolf sleeping there with a spear in his hands. Sunan angrily shouted at his subordinate to wake up. The wolf asked in fear, "Who dared to come in?" The dog-headed man looked at the dragon in surprise. He didn't know that the owner would appear at such a moment. The wolf fell to his knees and joyfully greeted his master. Sun Nan asked his subordinate what had happened in his absence. The dog-headed man said that Anna and the leader headed east to look for traces of the dragon. He realized that the girls should now be in the #1 newcomer village. Anna walked around in surprise, looking around. She asked the Hippoclean if she could see Mr. Dragon. The wolf replied that no one was in sight yet. The girl remembered interrogating one warrior. He shouted at them that they hadn't seen any black dragon. Anna realized that there really was no dragon here. Selena pointed to her companions and said that they needed to go forward. The girl heard someone's voice. She realized that it was Mr. Dragon who had called her.
The dragon flew at high altitude. He looked down on his friends. Sunan thought to himself that Anna had great talent in military affairs.
Selena pointed at the dragon and asked where it had disappeared to suddenly while they were bathing in the spring. Sun Nan answered his friend guiltily that he hadn't meant to. Anna said excitedly that if the dragon was okay, then everything was fine. The dragon walked further into the cave. Suddenly something blinded him. He couldn't understand what had just blinded him. Everything around him was shining brightly. There was a lot of gold in the cave. The wolf told the owner that they had taken it all from the villagers. He began to absorb gold en masse. His body stats improved. He also earned 20,000 system points. The system told the owner that he must buy a system bag, otherwise he could lose everything. In the city of Santa Lista, in the temple, Alicia came to her mistress with a report.
Alicia, frightened, informed the ruler that the mercenaries were approaching the capital. She asked where the dragon had flown.
Celestina said in fear that the enemy soldiers were supposed to pass in the evening. The girl told the ruler that after the mercenaries left the village to plunder, they themselves did not have more warriors. Celestina told her interlocutor with excitement that the dragon had returned the sacred land yesterday. Alicia was very surprised when she heard such words from her mistress. The girl told her ruler that they still had a chance to escape. Celestine was unhappy. She took her spear and did not want to run away anywhere. Several warriors rode up to the castle. Gas told his subordinate that the royal capital of Santolista was before them. The warrior told the commander with displeasure that they had passed many villages but had seen no trace of the army anywhere. No one had resisted them.
At this moment, the ruler tapped her staff on the fortress wall. The soldiers looked at her in surprise.
The ruler Celestine looked angrily from the fortress at the people near the wall. The soldier joyfully told the captain that the Holy Virgin had come out onto the city wall. At this moment, the doors on the fortress wall opened and several girls appeared inside. The girls waved at the foreign warriors with a smile and told them to come see them. The soldier excitedly told the captain that they could attack the city directly. Gas said to his dissatisfied subordinates that they had followed him for a very long time and had lost their brains. The captain saw that the bridge over the river was lowered. He decided it was a trap. The commander ordered his subordinate to poison the water near the city. He decided to lay siege to the fortress. The subordinate told the captain that he had come up with a brilliant plan. Gas shouted to the Holy Virgin to voluntarily become his vassal. Celestine shouted at the captain that he had slaughtered her people and invaded her kingdom. The ruler promised Gas that even if she died, she would take them with her. The captain grabbed the girl with his hands. He shouted to the ruler that they would hang all her people at the gates. Gas put his sword to the girl and asked the ruler if she would really watch the death of her subordinates. Celestina looked angrily at the foreigners and called them scoundrels. The ruler heard the dragon's voice from the side. He shouted to the soldiers that they had come up with a good idea. The woman saw that the divine dragon had returned. The dragon shouted to the warriors that they would all die. He was descending from the sky. One of the soldiers said that the dragon was now with the Holy Virgin. The dragon looked angrily at the soldiers and confirmed in a predatory voice that it was him. Gas told the dragon in an angry voice that it was not at all surprising that he had attacked Felru. The dragon flew in the sky. He told the soldiers that today was a beautiful sun, but their hearts were cold and impure. Therefore, he would help them die. He opened his mouth and attacked the soldiers on the ground with a huge stream of fire. The captain shouted to his frightened subordinates not to stand still and not to run away. Gas shouted in fear to the dragon that he was a 4th-level warrior. The dragon looked at the man with displeasure. He didn't understand what he meant.
The captain challenged the dragon to a one-on-one fight, shouting loudly that he was a battle-hardened commander. The commander extended his hand to the side and demanded that the goblins give him a spear.
The captain shouted that he could concentrate his point on the enemy's weak spot, even if it was a dragon. The commander shouted angrily at the dragon that he would definitely die. He attacked him with a magic spear. The spear flew at full speed to the dragon and was knocked off his body. The captain was very surprised. He couldn't believe that the dragon had such strong scales. Gas grabbed a whole bunch of weapons in his hand to attack the dragon.
The commander launched a full attack against the enemy using chain pikes.
He calmly fought off the attack. He said the captain pointed toothpicks at him. Gas was surprised. He didn't understand. Should he use his special move? The captain grabbed the huge ball and decided to use his strongest move against the dragon. The dragon caught the ball with his hands and did not understand what it was in front of him. There was a loud explosion. A very thick smoke flew out of the ball towards the dragon. Sun Nan started coughing. Tears started flowing from his eyes, and he didn't understand why it was stinging. The dragon looked at the ground. He noticed that the captain had disappeared without a trace. Su Nan held the spear in his hands. He remembered that Gas had promised to fight him one-on-one but had ended up running away. The goblins were very scared. They began to beg the captain not to leave them. The dragon glared at the monsters. The orcs and goblins were frightened. He attacked the warriors on the ground with a stream of hot fire. The goblins scattered in fear, trying to escape the fire. Celestine asked the dragon if they needed to catch up with the fleeing Gas and the mercenaries. The dragon turned around slyly and told the woman that their enemies would not escape. The captain ran along the wall of the Felra fortress, shouting to himself that he would take revenge on the dragon and the duchy of Santalist. Gas shouted as he walked that he would climb the eastern mountain and then he would be able to do something else. Alicia asked the captain angrily from the wall, "What will he do next?" The girl stood on top of the wall. The captain asked Alicia, frightened, why she wasn't in the border fortress. Gas angrily asked the girl how she ended up in the dungeon. The captain angrily told Alicia that all of this was his territory. The dragon flew up from above and told the captain that he had captured the Felru. The dragon opened its mouth and prepared to attack the captain with fire. He called him a pathetic worm. The man was very scared. He didn't understand how this could have happened. The dragon attacked the captain with fire. The system informed the captain that he would receive 6,000 points for destroying the mercenary squad. After the battle ended, the dragon arrived in the capital of Santolista. The girls bowed to the dragon in unison and thanked him for his help. The dragon told the woman that he had saved her kingdom from disaster. She must become his vassal and swear allegiance to him. Celestina said to the dragon in a joyful voice that she would be his vassal and was ready to serve. The system informed the owner that he had fulfilled the request of a special character of Celestina's level S. He received 3,000 points. Sun Nan asked the system what special ability he had received this time. The system informed the protagonist that he had gained the dragon's ardent power. This ability will increase damage when attacking. He said that the ability needed to be loaded now. He decided to test the strength of the dragon's power. The dragon spun around sharply, creating a shockwave around it. The girls were scared. They were blown away by a very strong wind and almost fell. He looked ahead with displeasure. The system showed him his current readings. The dragon smiled slyly at the girls and told them that he apologized and that he could not restrain himself. Su Nan thought happily to himself that the dark golden flame actually had no power. The system told the owner that while using the dragon's power, all skills had increased by 15%. Celestine asked the dragon if he was really going to fly away. The dragon replied that he still had some work to do. The girl asked the dragon in fear, how could she help him? He turned to the woman and asked if they had a witch here. Celestina was surprised by this question. The dragon said that he might also be interested in the healer. Alicia said that there is a mysterious witch Huiye who lives in the fortress. Alicia explained that a witch never lives in one place. During the war, they never found out where the witch had been. The girl invited the dragon to stay with them for a couple of days. They would try to find Hui and bring her to him. The dragon thought for a moment and said that this would be the only way for him. Celestina smiled and said that a room would be prepared for the dragon. The woman was lying in her bedroom. She was resting on a huge bed. The woman happily remembered to herself that the divine dragon was very brave. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. The woman jumped up and asked in fear who had come.
Alicia stood outside the door. She said that she had come to see the ruler.
The girl asked the woman how she could sleep at such a time. Celestina asked Alicia with excitement what had happened and was it really the mercenaries who had attacked? Celestina sat down on the bed in fear. The girl explained to her that that wasn't what she said. Alicia accused her ruler of lusting after the divine dragon too much. Celestine fearfully told her subordinate not to say anything stupid. The girl asked the lady sternly why she asked the dragon to stay. Celestina said fearfully that she really wanted the divine dragon to stay. Alicia leaned over and whispered something very slyly into her mistress's ear. Celestina pushed the girl away from her and shouted in fear that she could not seduce a deity. Alicia asked the lady if she really wanted the dragon to go away. The girl told Celestine that she could choose for herself what she would do. The ruler approached the chambers where he was located. She was very excited. Celestine was very unhappy when she remembered that the divine dragon might leave her. She decided to go inside.
The ruler opened the door and shouted to the dragon that she had something for him to do.
The girl entered the dragon's chambers. He was very surprised by her appearance. Celestina looked at the dragon with a sly look and said that she wanted to discuss something with him. She thought to herself that the dragon should call her by name. He was surprised. He asked the system, "What happened?" The dragon asked the system how long the girl would be in this condition and whether it could be cured. The system informed the owner that Celestine's anxiety was related to his draconic chi. The owner asked the system if a cure was possible. The system, alarmed, informed its master that a cure was available. The dragon must distance itself from the one with whom it had formed the contract. After this, the dragon's ki would decrease to a minimum and Celestine would return to her normal state. The dragon looked at his girlfriend with excitement and called her by name. Celestina looked at the dragon with amazement and interest. She looked at him attentively. His girlfriend Anna stood next to Draconui. He glanced at Celestine and demanded that she wake up already. Celestina noticed Anna and asked the dragon who was standing next to him. The dragon turned around and explained to Celestine that his companion was next to him. Sun Nan turned to the ruler and asked what her business was. Celestina was very scared. She realized that the protagonist had a companion.
The ruler told the dragon in a frightened voice that she wanted to discuss with him the reorganization and strengthening of the army.
He was unhappy. He said that he couldn't defend the country all the time because he was busy. The dragon advised the ruler to think about the next steps herself. The girl turned around and prepared to leave. She said goodbye to the main character. Su Nan was very happy when the ruler left. He decided to turn to Anna. The dragon turned around and told his girlfriend to understand him correctly. She asked the dragon in a shy voice, "Does he really not like his companion?" In the palace of the city of Santalista, Alicia approached the dragon. She reported that they had found a witch named Hui Ye. The dragon responded with great interest to his interlocutor, asking for the witch to be brought to him. Two little animals appeared. They were carrying a tent in their arms, inside which was the guest. The animals pitched a tent on the ground. There was a witch inside the cabin, but she didn't come out.
He was puzzled. He didn't understand why everything had to be done so strangely.
Hui told the main character that she shouldn't see people. She added that he should forgive her. The dragon looked at the tent in surprise. He didn't understand why the witch didn't come out into the light. He asked the witch if she could examine the patient. The dragon brought Anna to the tent and asked the witch to examine his girlfriend. Hui said from the tent that there were a lot of people around. It would be inconvenient for her to conduct the examination. He held his girlfriend in his arms. He told the people around him to leave. The dragon told the witch that they could begin. He carried Anna to the tent. The girl, with great fear, told the main character that she was very afraid. He told his girlfriend not to be afraid. He added that he would be with her all the time. Su Nan knew that Anna's increased resistance would only last a month. The dragon glanced at his girlfriend. He realized that if he didn't find a solution, she would lose all her health points within a month. He promised his companion out loud that there was no danger. Anna looked at the cats next to her with great attention. She called one of the animals Cutie. The witch extended her hand from the tent. She threw a small human figure in the cat's direction. The figurine flew up to the animal and stuck to its side. Anna was very happily petting the cat. The unexpected little animal began to grow very large. It reached human height. Anna was very scared. The girl was very surprised. She said in a frightened voice that the cat had turned into a human. The little animal approached the girl and grabbed her head with its paws. It pulled her towards itself. The cat opened its mouth and prepared to swallow the girl. She fearfully called the dragon for help. The dragon called out to his girlfriend in fear. He noticed how the cat had almost swallowed her.
He angrily demanded that the little animal immediately spit out Anna.
The dragon shouted after the fleeing white cat to stop. The dragon rushed after the little animal. The cat ran away from him very quickly and cheerfully. The dragon demanded that the witch order the cat to spit out Anna.
Hui explained from the tent so that the dragon would not worry. All this is an inspection.
The witch held a figurine of a man in her hands. She explained that the girl was under a strong curse.
The witch said that the girl should have died earlier. She asked the dragon if he had helped his friend.
The dragon demanded that the witch release Anna, warning that his patience was running out. He swung his paw and hit the booth with all his might. It shattered. A young girl was sitting in a broken booth. She looked at the dragon with fear. The dragon was in the palace with the witch. He was very surprised when he saw her. Hui was frightened and looking for her veil. The witch looked around in fear. She screamed that she had been exposed in the human world. The dragon looked at the girl and asked if everything was okay with her. Hui screamed loudly that she was scared. He placed a knight's helmet on the witch's head to protect her. The witch immediately calmed down. The dragon decided that Hui was afraid of 3D characters. He decided to test the girl's reaction. He removed her helmet. The witch screamed loudly. The girl acted very scared. She was holding a magic figurine in her hands. The witch screamed piercingly and launched the figurine in the direction of the dragon. The witch suddenly turned into a Matryoshka doll. He looked at her in surprise. Su-nan knocked on the Matryoshka doll and asked if Anna was inside. The witch pulled a human figure out of a hole in the side. He looked at it in surprise. Hui waved her hand and launched the human figure to the side. He was very surprised. Did he notice that the human figure had flown right up to him? The figurine flew up to the dragon's body and crashed into it with all its might. A loud explosion was heard. Anna told the dragon that she found the food very tasty. She was unconscious. Sun Nan looked at the girl with great interest and asked, what delicious thing was she talking about? He looked angrily at the witch and asked what she had done to the girl. Hui opened the window in the Matryoshka and said that she sent a good dream for Anna. The witch asked the dragon if he wanted to know who had put the curse on Anna. Hui explained that the curse steals talent. The source of the curse is in the girl's heart. It can only be lifted by finding the person who cast it. The witch threatened that the girl's powers could fade away overnight. Her life could come to an end. Hui thought for a moment and told the dragon that there was another way. He asked her impatiently, what is that way? The witch from the Matryoshka doll said that the easiest way is to replace the heart. He thought about it and realized that all he needed to do was replace the heart. The dragon shouted that he couldn't just find a new heart or buy one at the market. The witch told the protagonist that her friend was infected with dragon chi. Therefore, the best thing to do would be to find a dragon heart. He was scared and amazed. He didn't know where to find a heart for his girlfriend. Su-nan shouted that in the whole area, he is the only dragon. He cannot give up his heart. The witch looked sternly at the dragon and said that he must find the man who put a curse on his wife. The dragon said he couldn't find the person who cursed Anna. He asked the witch to help him search. Hui said she could not guarantee that she would find the right person. The witch launched the magic figurine and demanded that it find the one who cast the curse. The figurine flew away and stopped on the chest of the sleeping Anna. The girl did not react at all. Suddenly, a huge and dangerous monster with horns appeared next to the girl. The witch was very frightened. She realized that she was facing a dangerous opponent. Hui saw a very bright yellow pentagram in front of her. It was obscured by the bright light. Suddenly, the monster grabbed the witch by the throat. The blow shattered the Matryoshka doll. The dragon shouted at the girl to be careful. He asked fearfully what she had seen. The witch told the dragon that her rival was very strong. He realized that there was no longer any way to find the person who had cursed the girl. The owner contacted the system. He said he needed to grow more hearts. The system replied that he could get as many hearts as he wanted. He was delighted. The system told him that he could get different hearts for himself. The system told the owner that he could only have one heart. It could only modify the most basic things. It was impossible to create something out of nothing in his body. He asked what a lava heart was. The system explained that a lava heart was simply an energetic core. The master asked the system if he could survive if he gave his heart to Anna. The system told the dragon that he would die. The owner asked the system, how can he survive after he gives his heart to the girl? The system offered the owner a golden apple. It explained that the apple needed a suitable environment to grow. It could then replace the heart. He was amazed. The golden apple cost 100,000. The system replied to the owner that it was an honest merchant. He said he was very unhappy with the system, saying it was speculative. At this moment, someone called the dragon from the side. He turned around in surprise. In his sleep, his girlfriend told the protagonist that she wanted to be with him forever. He thought that if he could replace his heart with an apple, Anna would have a chance of being saved. The dragon approached the witch and asked, is there a way to prolong control over the curse?
We thought for a moment. She said that he and the girl should trust each other completely.
The dragon was very surprised when he heard his girlfriend talk about trust. He looked at her with excitement. Anna looked at the main character with great joy. Her body was glowing. The dragon asked the witch with great interest what he should do now. Hui asked the dragon if he was truly ready to trust the girl completely. Su-nan replied impatiently that complete trust was very easy. The witch told the main character that she could tie him to her girlfriend right now. Hui said with a smile that she was an outside observer. She was responsible for activating the field and the bond. The witch explained that after activating the bond, the weak side would draw life force to maintain life. She asked the dragon if he was ready.
He impatiently replied to the interlocutor that he was completely ready.
The witch opened the book. She said that before the ritual, she needed to wrap it with a rope to prevent mistakes.
The dragon was very surprised. He looked at the witch silently and questioningly.
He was completely wrapped in rope. He asked the witch, can the rituals from the ancient book be trusted? The witch commanded the field to open. A yellow circle appeared from below. Hui warned the dragon that all the secrets of his past would be passed on to the other side. He was very scared. He demanded that the witch stop. Hui said with a smile to the dragon that he was enduring great pain and his sacrifice was admirable. The girl was near a large forest. There were high mountains around. Anna opened her eyes very slowly. She began to come to her senses little by little.
Anna stood near the tree. She looked ahead with great excitement.
Anna ran up to her sister named Luna and said that she missed her very much. He realized with fright that in the world of memories he had turned into a girl. The girl looked at her sister and asked with interest if she had brought her any sweets. He grabbed and pulled his little sister's cheeks. He thought to himself that Anna had been a cutie as a child. He thought to himself that he was now seeing the secret kingdom of Anna's dreams. Sun Nan looked around at himself with great interest and was curious about how his chest would feel to the touch. He exclaimed joyfully to himself. He understood how a person feels about himself. Anna asked her sister in alarm why she was smiling so strangely. Luna replied that there was indeed something strange. Anna said the awakening ceremony would begin soon. She was worried she might not awaken as a high elf. Her sister was very surprised. A red-haired stranger ran up from the side. She shouted to Anna that everyone had been looking for her for a long time. She added that the forest was dangerous because there were many monsters nearby. The elders were waiting for Anna. Anna asked Zaya with fear, "Is everyone already gathered?" Zaya replied that she would awaken from a lower elf to a higher one. There were many people standing near the altar. At the top of the altar were the elders. He realized that the scene in the dream realm had changed. He realized that everything here was changing following Anna. The elder told the girl that today would be her 10th attempt to awaken. If she failed, she would no longer be able to attend the elven high school. He also promised to drive the girl and her relatives out of the forest. Anna bowed to the old man and said that she would try even harder to wake up. The elder hit the girl. He reminded her that this was the 10th time she had awakened and she was failing. She had wasted a lot of the mortal breath she had received from the Sfilled King. He ran up to the old man and grabbed him by the beard. He asked angrily why he was speaking so rudely to his sister. The elder declared that from that day forward, Anne Hathaway and her kind were banished from the forest. Luna walked, holding her sister's hand. Luna promised the girl that together they could drive out this bunch of old idiots. Anna was picking a bunch of fruits. She ran happily and carried them for her little sister. The girl saw many goblins inside the forest thicket. They were unhappy because she had collected their resources. The goblins got the elf and were getting ready to beat her up. One guy shouted that Anna had stolen their resources. The girl was very scared. Luna ran up and grabbed one of the goblins. She shouted to the other guys that she would beat them all up one by one. He looked at the house. He thought that he had built it. Luna, accompanied by her sister, went inside the house. Anna immediately ran to the closet. He was surprised. He couldn't understand why his little sister hid in the closet.
Luna told her sister in an angry voice that the brats needed spanking again.
At this moment, one of the goblins ran up from behind and pierced the moon with his hand. The dragon lay in a semi-conscious state. He realized that the witch Hui Ye was to blame for everything. The girl ran up to the dragon and began to ask him to wake up and not die. The witch told the frightened girl that the divine dragon would not wake up. Hui explained to the girl that the divine dragon had saved her and gone into hibernation. Anna hugged the protagonist. She told him that he shouldn't have saved her at the cost of his life. Sun Nan thought happily to himself that pretending to be asleep was actually quite good. The girl asked the witch, "Is there any way to awaken the dragon?" Hui explained to her interlocutor that she could try talking to the divine dragon. Anna said she saw a glowing iron plate in a dream. It had pictures of girls in bathing suits drawn on it. In the dream, someone told her about a 32-gigabyte archive and that he liked her browser history. He suddenly came to his senses and jumped up. He demanded that Anna say nothing more. The girls were surprised that the dragon had come to his senses. He saw a huge number of girls in bathing suits. They invited him to have fun. The dragon became very alarmed. He walked towards the girls as if frozen. Suddenly, someone called the dragon from the side. He immediately came out of his stupor. Anna asked the dragon what he had just said. Sunan replied that he was remembering his lost youth. Inside the temple in Santa Lista stood a huge statue. Celestine told the dragon that they had erected a monument to him.
The woman explained to the dragon that she looked at his figure every day and sought his blessing.
He looked at the sculpture with displeasure. He didn't like the pose in which he was depicted. The woman looked at the dragon and asked him to stay here longer. Anna jumped on the dragon's head. He waved to the woman and said that they would return. Celestina looked at the dragon with tears in her eyes and said that she would miss him. He returned to his lair. He would be very happy and greeted his subordinates. One of the wolves dropped his spears when he saw his master return. The wolf greeted his master very joyfully. He was glad that the dragon had returned. He told his subordinate that there was talk. He added that he was tired for today. The girlfriend asked the dragon in fear what had happened to him. Anna, frightened and worried, asked the dragon what hurt him. Sunan told his friend in a tired voice that he was fine. He was just tired. He explained to the girl that he had a fever and was feeling dizzy. The system informed the protagonist that his condition had changed. Sunan read that he had developed heart failure, weakness, and other health problems. Sunan was very scared and worried about his deterioration. The girl looked at the dragon with great excitement. He asked what she was doing. Anna anxiously asked her friend not to move. She wanted to take his temperature. The girl told the dragon that he was burning. Sunan explained to his interlocutor that people and dragons have different temperatures. The girl told the dragon in an excited voice that she would make him a decoction. The witch handed the girl some medicine. It was supposed to help the dragon if he felt ill. Anna took out a small brown envelope. She handed it to Celestine. Celestina asked Anna with interest and fear, "Why does she need all these bugs?" The girl was lighting the cauldron at that time. Anna explained that all the beetles would go into the brew she was making for the dragon. She stirred the liquid in the cauldron. In the village of newcomers number 2, in one of the houses, a warrior was examining trophies. The warrior held the wolf's head in front of him. He didn't know where to put it. A soldier ran in. He shouted to the gentleman that the player George had come to see him. The man replied that he was enjoying art and could not hold any meetings. The soldier told the man that George claimed to know where the dragon was. The man turned around with interest. He shouted at the guy to call George here. The dragon was in his cave. His friend Anna continued to treat him. Anna came up with a large bowl and told the dragon that he had to take the medicine. He said in a contented voice that now he had people who cared about him. He called his girlfriend kind. Anna slyly told the protagonist that he could pretend to be dead. Her vat contained a medicine with insects crawling through it. The girl smiled and told the dragon that she had been cooking the medicine for a very long time. Selena sternly told the dragon not to refuse the brew. Anna had been preparing it all night. He sniffed the medicine in the bowl. He thought to himself that it was a little burnt. The dragon poured the brew from the bowl into himself. He decided that if he was going to die, he would die. He tasted the brew, which he thought tasted like death. He decided that Anna had given him the medicine as a form of revenge. The girl told the protagonist not to rush. She prepared a whole cauldron of the brew for him. He was very unpleasantly surprised. He realized that he would have to consume a lot of the unpleasant potion. In the village of newcomers, a boy went to the warrior's house to tell him important information. George bowed to the warrior and said in a submissive voice that he was very brave. The gentleman threw a cup from the table at the guy with all his might and hit him in the leg. George was very unhappy. He didn't like the warrior throwing dishes at him. The gentleman said in a displeased voice that what he disliked most was looking at the faces of weaklings. The man asked the boy if the lower monsters had beaten him in Cherry Village number 1. George, frightened, said that was not the case. The guy explained that the monster had been influenced by the black dragon. They became 10 times stronger and turned into demons. George explained to the senior that he wanted to join him. He promised to lead the warriors to the dragon's lair. The warrior asked the boy what the point was of joining them. He reminded him that the dragon had been declared the main boss. George excitedly said that the dragon had a low elf. She had a beautiful face and body. The Lord should like the girl's head. The boy showed the man a photo of the elf. The gentleman looked at Anna carefully. The man said with admiration that the girl had white hair and fluffy ears. He called it a work of art. The man thought dreamily that he would place the girl on his right hand and the dragon's head on his left. The gentleman very realistically imagined himself holding the heads of his victims. George looked at the senior with joy. He thought to himself that he would definitely benefit. Anna lay and saw some unpleasant dream. She was tormented by nightmares. The girl touched her chest. She continued to shout something through her drowsiness. Anna said to sleep, to be let go. At that moment, Lena pulled herself closer to her. The witch said in a sly voice through her sleep that her friend's breasts were large. He realized that Selena was dreaming something. The dragon remembered that Anna had spent the entire evening brewing the medicine. He needed to let her get some sleep. He picked up Selena and carried her to the side. He put the girl in another place and thought that it would be better for her to sleep. The dragon thought happily to himself that he felt better after yesterday's brew. A wolf ran into the cave. He asked his master if he wanted to punish the prisoners behind the mountain. The dragon asked the Hippolocleon how many captives there were. The wolf answered that there were only 213 captives. He asked the wolf if the captives had been fed while he was gone. Polycle replied that they themselves had little food. Therefore, the slaves chewed flowers and leaves from the trees. He asked the wolf to take him to see the captives. The dog-headed man told the protagonist about the prison. He said they built it themselves.
The wolves take turns keeping watch. All the disobedient ones are locked in a black room.
He happily said that everything was done well. He thought to himself that the hypocrite had already had plans for the prison. He looked at the ground near the cave. He said to his subordinate with surprise that they were hungry. There wasn't a blade of grass to be seen on the ground.
The dragon said the prisoners could be forced to sow. He added that this would improve the monster's standard of living. The prisoners would have no intention of rebelling.
The wolf was delighted with his master's offer. He asked the dragon what he should sow. The dragon opened a system window. He was choosing what to sow for his subordinate. Osiu Nan pointed at the potatoes. He explained that this product has a good survival rate and yield. A huge warrior sat near the fire and consumed food very greedily and immeasurably. Two soldiers presented Captain Zhu Shan with a large ram. They said they had eaten all their food for a month. The guy said with displeasure that they had gone after the toughest member of the squad from the newcomers' village. As a result, it turned out that in a month, Zhu Shan eats a week's worth of food. The warrior suggested his friend escape. He said that Captain Skoro could eat them himself. Zhu Shan approached the boys and asked sternly, "What are they talking about?" The interlocutor told the man in a frightened voice that they wanted to go with him to the second newcomer's village. A man sat at the table with young warriors. The boy asked the Lord why he had made them wait until such an hour. At that moment, a big guy appeared from behind. He asked the people at the table if they were talking about him. The senior couldn't understand how the huge stranger had managed to appear behind him. He and the boys didn't feel anything. The man said his name was Valdoli. He was the lord of these lands. The man added that the warrior's name was David Rushan, and he was a shadow assassin. George was surprised. He shouted that the assassin weighed at least 200 kilograms. Valdoli kicked the guy and told the assassin that his guard dogs were to blame for everything. George was sitting on the ground. He looked at Zhu Shan with great fear. The assassin grabbed the boy and said with a wicked smile that the watchdog was very special. Rushan told the big man that he could give him the boy. At this time, a young man entered the hall. He headed towards the warriors in the center of the room. The guest called the warriors old friends and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Valdoli told the fighters that he had invited them to kill the Black Dragon boss. The people were very surprised. They realized that the senior was talking about killing the boss of the world. George glared at the players around him. He didn't want them to blame him. The guy looked at the senior and said that he knew a way to effectively and safely capture the Black Dragon. George said they needed to kidnap the dragon's elf. Then the dragon would surrender to them without any resistance. The guy thought to himself that when the players captured the girl, the dragon would only get angry. The girl sneezed. He asked her anxiously how she felt. The dragon told the girl with excitement that she no longer had to prepare the medicine. Anna replied to her friend that she was fine. She felt a cold, malicious intent. The dragon thought to himself that he felt no ill intent against the girl. He decided that he should hug Anna. The girl told the dragon that there was one thing she forgot to give him. The girl looked slyly at the main character and said that he really wanted this thing. The girlfriend took out a large key and showed it to the dragon. He was very surprised. He asked the girl if she had given him the key to the chest. Anna told her friend that she had taken the key from the sorceress Melinda. Such a key could be used to open silver chests. The girlfriend showed the protagonist another whole bunch of keys. She took them from Daniel's hands. The surprised dragon asked the witch, "How did she do that?" Selena said that she crossed Daniel's arms and legs and broke them. At this time, the girl was sitting in a cell in the dungeon. Her hands were tied from above. Melinda looked at the guy and said it was all his fault. If he hadn't spread fake news, she would have been the oldest person in Newcomer Village number 6. Daniel replied that she was a nobody herself, but she blamed him. The girl thought for a moment. She realized that if she couldn't kill herself, she would have to find a way to escape. Melinda asked Daniel how many aggression points he had. He told her he had 500 points left. He spent the rest on buying a key. He promised he wouldn't give it up even if he was beaten to death. The girl shouted at the guy that even if he died, he could be reborn. She demanded that he give up the key. Melinda told the guy that he could give her his aggression points. She would escape and then free him from prison. The gentleman, surrounded by his subordinates, stood and looked at the mountain through a telescope. The man demanded that George bring him an elf from the dragon's lair. The guy was very scared. Zhu Shan told George to show his strength if he joined them. The big man wrapped his arms around the boy. He promised the warrior that no one would see him thanks to his abilities. Late in the evening, George quietly made his way into the cave. The wolves at the entrance did not notice him. At this moment, the guy suddenly started to stink. After this, the wolves woke up. The guards couldn't understand where the foul smell came from. They blamed each other. Daniel turned around in surprise and noticed a girl sitting there. The warrior was delighted. He looked at Anna and realized that he had found the elf. Daniel handed the girl his glasses. The shackles fell off her, and the system announced that the transaction was complete. The guy asked his girlfriend to definitely come back for him. He reminded her that he had given her aggression points. Melinda explained to the guy that she wouldn't come back for him, but she would put him out of his misery. Melinda grabbed the guy by the neck with her hands and prepared to strangle him. The wolf was standing guard. He heard some suspicious noise and turned around. Melinda looked away with displeasure. She called Daniel an idiot. The wolf ran up in fear and noticed a girl fall to the floor in front of him.
Anna told the surprised guard that she had accidentally twisted her ankle, but he caught her.
The wolf asked the girl with interest what she was doing there. Anna replied that she had dropped something there during the day. She also checked to see how the guards were standing guard. The wolf told his mistress that he always stood guard conscientiously. The girl frightenedly pointed to the wolf's side. The guard immediately ran there. The girl thought happily to herself that thanks to the transformation potion, everyone now saw her as Anna. Perhaps this way she would be able to get closer to the dragon and kill him. Daniel looked around with concern. He couldn't understand where the elf had gone. The boy and the girl were getting closer. They came close with their backs to each other and collided. The girl was very scared. She couldn't understand who was next to her in the cave. Anna turned around and asked where the wall in front of her had come from. Daniel thought to himself that he hadn't even had to try. The guy picked up the girl in his arms and carried her. He thought to himself that the night was very good for him. The dog told the dragon that they saw Anna heading towards the Silver Forest. Sunan replied that the girl should be here next to him. He looked around in surprise and saw that his girlfriend had disappeared somewhere. The dragon got angry. He realized that his girlfriend had disappeared somewhere from the cave. He was very dissatisfied. He did not understand why the whisper of the aura did not protect the girl. The dragon flew fearfully across the night sky above the forest and called for his girlfriend. The people below were very surprised. Someone shouted in fear that the dragon had found them. Zushan told the frightened soldiers to calm down. No one would see them with him. The young man said the dragon was looking for the elf. That meant George had succeeded. The senior said with satisfaction that the boy was useful. The guy said the dragon is level 4. The flying monster doesn't look like the system's image. The Lord drew his sword. He shouted that all the other enemies had died from his bloodsucker blade. He added that the dragon must be led alone into the center of the seal. The man said in a very cunning voice that he had a secret weapon. The dragon continued to fly across the sky, carefully examining its surroundings. He looked around the night forest. He kept calling his girlfriend by name. The dragon turned to the side. He noticed someone approaching him. Sun Nan was startled to see a knight wearing invisible armor running towards him at full speed. The Lord swung his sword and prepared to strike the dragon. The warrior struck the dragon with all his might. His blade swung. He didn't have time to defend himself. After a very strong blow from the sword, the dragon was suddenly thrown to the side. A very powerful explosion was heard. A fiery glow appeared near the main character. The gentleman joyfully shouted that he was able to hit with one blow and that everything worked out for him. The dragon jumped up abruptly and asked the surprised warrior what he had accomplished. The Lord was surprised that the dragon did not fall. He attacked it with the bloodsucker's sword. He said that the warrior attacked him with a broken knife. He explained to the Lord that they had collided with him through carelessness.
The Lord was surprised. The warrior activated the lightning throw ability.
Sunan shouted angrily at his opponent to prepare to die. At that moment, a bullet flew towards the main character from the side. He turned around in surprise. The bullet hit the protagonist's body and bounced off to the side. It didn't harm him. Sun Nan looked at the fallen bullet with great surprise. He couldn't understand who shot him. One of the warriors sat and looked at the main character through an optical sight. The guy was holding a rifle in his hands. He said the dragon had thick skin and the bullet only scratched it. The warrior looked through the sight and noticed with surprise that the dragon had disappeared somewhere. He appeared behind the guy and asked slyly who he was looking for. The warrior was very scared. He quickly jumped to the side to hide from the dragon. The guy grabbed the rifle and turned it sharply. He started shooting at the dragon. He loudly shouted a special spell to remove the weapon. The guy was surprised. He noticed that the rifle had flown to the side and was no longer under his control. The dragon flew up, determined to finish off the strange guy as quickly as possible. He grabbed the warrior with his teeth. At that moment, someone shouted at him from the side to stop. The gentleman asked the dragon angrily, "Does he really want to kill the girl?" The Lord held Anna in his arms. He pointed a large blade at her. The dragon spat the warrior out of his mouth. He decided to go save the girl. He angrily shouted at the Lord to let the girl go. He threatened her with a terrible death. The gentleman pushed Anna away from him. He told the protagonist that he could save Anna if Tom had enough courage. The girl screamed in fear. She was very afraid of heights. He rushed to help her. The dragon extended his paw and grabbed the girl with it to save her. Sun Nan held his girlfriend in his arms. He managed to catch her in time. A pentagram appeared around the dragon. He couldn't understand what was happening. A bright magical seal glowed around the dragon. It was supposed to bind him. Sunan angrily shouted at his rivals that they couldn't stop him with a simple seal. The assassin jumped up with a blade and shouted at the dragon to prepare his head. The boy looked at the system. He told the warriors, frightened, that they might have been deceived. The dragon is much more powerful than the fourth stage. The dragon's tail was able to break the magic seal. The guy said angrily that the dragon's scales were very thick. The seal wouldn't be able to hold it for long. The lord told his subordinates to all run and attack. The girls began to use various spells to defeat the monster. He realized that he couldn't use dragon breath right now. The girl looked around anxiously. She decided to escape. Anna knew the seal wouldn't hold up to the players for long. Anna began to slowly crawl along the dragon's wing to escape unnoticed. Suddenly, lightning struck the girl through and through. She didn't understand how this was possible. The dragon was frightened. He saw that his girlfriend was wounded and called her name. The wounded Anna fell down, her body pierced by a large blue crystal. The gentleman was very shocked. He realized that the girl was dead. They needed her alive. The assassin was also frightened. He realized that now the dragon could become very angry. The guy was very scared and unhappy. He was pressing his hand against the wound on his body. The gentleman shouted very angrily at his subordinates that they were idiots. The little witches told the man in fear that they had attacked with full force on his orders. The lord angrily shouted at the girls that they had to attack the dragon. He angrily shouted at the people that he would tear them all to pieces now. The guy told his companions that they needed to run away. The dragon was already angry. The dragon flew at full speed to attack the people. He decided to finish them off as quickly as possible. He used fire breath and burned all the girls. The assassin used the instant sphere and his kill seals to attack. Zhu Shan moved very quickly around the dragon and tried to hit it. The assassin said that with this ability he was able to escape, but he was able to delay the dragon for a while.
Rushan quickly disappeared. The owner demanded that the system release the lava heart.
A powerful explosion echoed over the silver forest. The system informed the owner that he had eliminated all invading players within a minute. He received 15,000 points for the task. He was flying and heading late at night to his cave in the mountain. The wolf told his master that Anna had returned home. Sunan explained to his interlocutor in a sad voice that he knew this. Sunan asked the wolf if Anna's spirit had returned to the forest. The dog-headed man told his master that he was saying some kind of catchphrase. Anna came out holding a barrel of honey in her hands. She said she found it very tasty. The girl joyfully shouted to the dragon that she had found swamp honey. Now all her medicines would not be bitter. He turned around. He thought he was hallucinating. Sunan touched the girl with his hand. He said it was a hallucination and felt good to the touch. The wolf told his master in fear that 2 captured players were missing. The dog-headed man showed the dragon that a bottle of potion had appeared in their cave. At this time, Sunan was still hugging the girl. He angrily hit the wall. He realized that the captive had turned into Anna. The dragon told the girl in a frightened voice that she was not dead. Anna said that she went out for a while, and the dragon told everyone that she was dead. He waved his hands in fear and asked the girl to listen to him. In the royal palace in the capital, Anrius, a subordinate, came to the ruler. The king threw the cup on the floor and broke it. He was in a bad mood. The knight informed the ruler that a message from the kingdom of Aaron had arrived to return Master Myzant. The king slammed his hand down on the chair. He said that Myzant had turned out to be a worthless figure. The magician had spent many men and resources but had achieved nothing. The king ordered the knight to convey to the envoy from Aaron that Myzant was buried in the dragon's mouth. The warrior replied to the ruler that he would do so. The queen looked at the ruler and told him to wait. The ruler was very surprised when he saw the Queen of Anrius appear before him. The man asked the woman very displeasedly, "Why did she come back?" The queen reported that a major incident had occurred in Anrius, so she ended her visit and headed back. The woman asked the king if he had sent people to Aaron to kill the dragon in order to cure the prince. The ruler became frightened. He began to ask his interlocutor to listen to him. The queen slapped the man across the face with all her might. She shouted that people were dying in their lands, and he was doing everything he could to start a war between the kingdoms. The ruler said in an offended voice that he only wanted to cure the prince as quickly as possible. The queen told the knight to invite the ambassador. The warrior replied that he would do so. The knight ran at full speed towards the exit. The woman watched him. The ambassador approached and bowed to the king and queen. He greeted them. The guy said with a smile that the queen was very beautiful. He thought to himself that the king of Anrius was an absolute nonentity. The woman responded by thanking the ambassador with a smile for his praise. The guy reported that the king's army had lost to the dragon and no one had survived. He asked if the ruler would hand over the people or pay compensation. The king didn't know what to answer. The woman told the ambassador that the army had indeed lost. but Master Maizant had not died. The woman reported that the soldiers in the Silver Forest had not seen the Mason.
The guy asked the woman with excitement, could it really be that Maizant deserted?
The woman took the fan in her hands and told the ambassador that from the very beginning they wanted to resolve everything peacefully. The woman said they had sent people to investigate. The ambassador could stay for a few days. If Master Maizant died in battle, they could negotiate compensation. The guy turned around and told the woman to hurry up. He couldn't stay in this place for long. The dragon sat in the cave. He thought sadly to himself that Anna hadn't paid any attention to him for 2 days. The owner asked the system if there were any newbie villages nearby. He decided to destroy them all so they wouldn't bother him or disturb the peace. The system advised the dragon not to attack the player village. Otherwise, his status as the world boss would become permanent. He was surprised. He couldn't understand how the status of the world boss could be eternal. The system indicated that if the host is a permanent boss, there will be teleporters near them. Players will be able to teleport through them to the Silver Forest. He was surprised. He said that he destroyed the newcomers' villages to prevent them from becoming even more dangerous. The owner asked the system, how can he earn points without attacking newcomers' villages?
The #1 beautiful city of newcomers, named Heavenly Dynasty.
Aislinn sees something new in the system, namely that the boss has updated. And this left him confused. Was the dragon killed, or did a more powerful monster appear? Apparently the fight will have to be postponed, and he is worried about the dragon because he is truly a worthy opponent. An update to the system arrived in the dragon's cave, and it concerned a reduction in the level of publicity, although the reasons for this were unknown. The dragon is desperate and is trying to somehow extract information from the system because it might be hiding something. Having not received a clear answer, the dragon became very upset, as he could no longer tolerate all this. The system tried to calm him down and informed him about the level of its capabilities, so it is not able to find out the specific reasons that are happening in that world. Having calmed down a little and realizing that the dragon could not change anything, he decided to move on to other matters. His main goal was to make money, and since the level of publicity had decreased, he could fly freely around the villages of the newcomers.
Turning to Hippolochus, he ordered him to gather soldiers and prepare for a new campaign.
He obediently agreed to carry out the order, but he had a question. Where would they go? The dragon knew exactly where they needed to go, namely to the north of the Mulligan Desert, and the plan was to attack the village of newcomers #2, Cherry. Returning again with the help of the system, the dragon asked if there was something that would give him and his subordinates qualitative changes. But it is important that at the moment of evolution and modification of the dragon itself, they also change at the same time.
The system responded that there was a modification that met these requirements and clearly indicated its location. Specifically, it was the article Will of the Swarm, and its main goal was to allow the development of weaker organisms after modifying the host.
Here the dragon wondered whether this option was suitable for the body of such a large organism as himself, and he also didn't like the system's markups lately. In response to this, she simply shrugged and emphasized that she was not lying to anyone. Then everything took place in the luxurious and elegant palace of Queen Anrius. The queen was sitting there in a beautiful, elegant dress, and her assistants were busy doing her impeccable hair. At that moment, Shalista came and greeted the queen. Her royal majesty was glad to see the girl and smiled back at her. Having driven away the maids, the queen ordered them not to come without her instructions, to which they obediently bowed. But the young girl did not come for no reason. She had the bracelet of her missing sister in her hands, and she asked the queen to help find that very sister. She kindly agreed, but demanded a certain reward for it. Shalista agrees to give up 10 years of her youth, but the most important thing is to find her sister Selena. The queen was satisfied with this answer, so she immediately took the bracelet and began to provide the promised assistance. Taking the bracelet in her hand, she passed it through her mirror, thanks to which it was possible to find out where the missing girl was. Shalista was puzzled by this, because now she was about to learn the truth. But then it became clear that Selena was in a cave next to a large and powerful dragon. So Sun Yen and his team of subordinates reached the Mulligan Plain. Suddenly they stopped because the dragon was all wet and terribly tired. Hippolyte suggested that they take a rest, since his master looked exhausted, to which he reported that he was feeling fine, but admitting to himself, he admitted that he felt like a big stove and was all hot. In that moment, the dragon remembered that there were girls on his back, which was split by the temperature. They were both very ill because of the heat. They had sunstroke and needed water. The beast decided to help, so having found a riverbank, he filled his mouth with water and poured it all over the victims. They felt much better, even pleased, so the dragon completed the task.
True.
Anna was completely soaked to the skin and tried to shake off all the excess water from herself. It was quite difficult for her, given the drastic changes in her physical condition. Forgetting about the trip, the enamored Su Nian wanted to help the girl. Suddenly, screams began to be heard from a woman, next to whom two Indian players stood angrily, mocking her. The dragon was very surprised by what he saw, because the map did not show the presence of people in this village, so was it really a system error? Here, the system immediately responded that this wasn't a glitch. All players have different abilities, and specifically, Indian players can hide the location of their newcomer's village. For example, it is already known that Cherry players have the ability of a martial spirit, that is, they increase the team's martial strength and impart fearlessness, while a beauty camp or a beautiful city has scientific and technical analysis that helps them create technology. But the beast was surprised by the presence of all these abilities, so he asked the system if he could familiarize himself with the others. Unfortunately, the computer replied, "That's not possible yet." Those Hindus continued to abuse the young girl and tear the clothes off her body. Suddenly, her gaze changed to stern, and she firmly said that they would die. Having drawn her sword, she wanted to begin self-defense and revenge. Suddenly, the two players are distracted by the noise and rumble behind them. It is a dragon flying up. With the force of his mighty wings, he knocked the two offenders to the ground in one fell swoop. The girl was shocked and a little frightened by the appearance of a large and fearless beast. He carefully took her in his large paws, and it seemed that this meeting was not unplanned. Finally, the beauty found him, and it didn't even take long. At that moment, her gaze changed to calm. The outraged Indian players tried to get out of the water, not understanding who dared to throw them into the river. Having almost reached the shore, they raised their heads up and, frightened, saw a dragon. Without thinking twice, he filled his jaw with water again, and with a strong stream knocked down the two robbers in the river. The girl began to come up with a cunning plan and remembered that all dragons are frivolous. The main thing is to get close to him. Afterwards, she thanked him and tried to seduce him with tender words. But she also didn't forget to introduce herself and say that her name was Aya. He started to get so nervous that smoke started coming out of his nose, but he didn't fall for it. The young seductress thought that the beast was almost in her hands, and everything happened so easily. Confident in her beauty and actions, she thought that he was ready to submit to her. But something didn't go according to plan. He turned and flew into the sky, ignoring her lewd words. "I'm Su Nian," he said, emphasizing that he wouldn't leave his business card, and if she wanted to know his full name, she could just call him Lei Feng. Aya was very angry that her plan had failed, but it didn't matter because she was still sure that she would kill him with her own hands. Here he returned again to the Mulligan Desert, where the devoted Ippolikli was waiting for him. Standing confidently on two legs, he warned his master that there was only desert ahead. He also asked to be careful, because there were fierce monsters there. The owner didn't like this, and he reminded them that the motto of their army was that if they explode among the enemies, they will die there. Ippolitli thought about these words and obediently agreed with the commander. It seems they suddenly came to the large lair of the brass dragon. Su Nian was shocked and nervous. He needed to give a new order to the army. Everyone stopped and began to listen to further instructions regarding this expedition. The entire army must urgently remain for rest, otherwise it may be necessary to use a lot of forces. And the girls who were walking and sunbathing under the scorching sun did not understand the reason for such a sudden stop. The dragon was very irritated because he smelled hot metal. It reminded him of the smell of brass and copper, a ferocious beast, which gave him a bad feeling. It would be right to change the route and go around this path that led to the terrible lair. But unfortunately, there was only one road and it led to the north of the Mulligan Desert, so there was no way to change it. Therefore, the dragon flew alone to scout out the situation and left Anna at Ippoliklia so that everyone could stay there and rest. With each passing second, the smell became stronger. It seemed to be getting very close. And here is the lair of the enraged brass beast guarding its territory. Su Nian was right. Everything was as he felt. So upon landing, he needed time to think and develop a plan of action. He knew better than anyone that dragons were very territorial creatures and would not let you pass just like that. And then Selena came out from behind him and asked if they had arrived at their destination. This was unexpected for both of them, so the girl said that she simply fell asleep. Suddenly, the brass monster began to merge and scratch the ground with its strong claws. He stood majestically on the top of the mountain, spreading his wings and waiting for the moment to attack. Selena didn't know what kind of second dragon it was, so she thought maybe it was some relative of Su Nian. "We are the rulers of the Mulligan Desert," said the brass beast, Rams Royce Augustus Tourmaline. He introduced himself and asked why an unknown dragon had invaded his domain. "So I had to explain my plan to go through this place, and as an apology offer a few gold pieces for disturbing the peace." The brass dragon, of course, agreed.
but demanded 100,000 gold and Selena to stay and talk to him. Sunian was upset because he had to give away so much money again and also leave a person behind. So he asked the system in tears if the brass dragon was reborn. Would it really cost him so much money? And the brass one took the tired guy in his arms and emphasized that if he couldn't talk to him within 3 days, then he needed a replacement. So our dragon looked at his friend with a sad look to ask her to stay here. But the beauty was clearly against this idea, so she made it clear that she did not want it. That's why he flew up and shouted that he could leave any amount of money, but he would not leave his man, playing on pity. He asked for the sake of honor of all the dragons to let his command pass and go further. The brass beast became terribly angry. He did not like the comparison of an ordinary dragon with the mighty metal ones. His eyes turned red and his jaw was ready to bite off his head because his honor had been humiliated. Sunian listened to this nervously, but having his own plan of action, he began to implement it. He became angry, released his claws, and spread his wings, deciding to attack his opponent, who was hindering the completion of the campaign. I thought I could scare him, so I asked him again if he would agree to the conditions of giving way for money. But this was a bad idea because the brass dragon is very strong and its level is much higher. This is where the one-sided fight should have begun when the beast suddenly took off into the sky. But then Sunian simply disappeared. The astonished monster could not understand what had just happened. As if from behind him he heard a voice that said to him, "Well, of course, you're so slow." And our dragon defeated him, suddenly attacking and biting him hard on the neck. Then Selena came to the rescue. She tried to cast a spell and put the beast in a cage. Unfortunately, she only made things worse because she missed and fired the net at the wrong dragon. He wasn't angry with her, though, and simply asked her not to do it again. By the time he had extricated himself from the trap, this was enough time for the brass lord of the desert to regain his strength and attack in response. With his wings, he created a sandy desert that knocked everything down and didn't even allow one to open their eyes. Poor little Selena's hat was blown off by the wind, her clothes were almost torn off, and the sand that got into her eyes brought tears to her eyes. Sunian didn't know what to do because she needed to win this battle. But it was important to get out alive and protect her friend. The storm, along with the sand, lifted up everything, even stones the size of the dragon itself, which almost killed him. Something had to be done. But the sand was getting in the way. The brass beast had already passed beyond the range of the dragon's tongue magic. There was nothing left to do but appeal to the system for help. She offered to buy the all-seeing eye, but the price was very high. So she offered to freeze for 3 minutes, and then the modification would cost only 10% of the total.
The dragon agreed to this because there was no other way. He only needed to wait 3 minutes, and he would win this battle.
The brass beast was already sitting on the mountain, watching everything that was happening below and rejoicing in its victory. Suddenly, all the rocks turned against him and began to push him down the mountain. An enraged Sunian with an all-seeing eye appeared through all this sand and continued to finish off the enemy. Now he began to mock the defeated one, trying to mispronounce his name. But then the beast stood up again and began to angrily stamp his feet and shouted that now he was really angry. And here he concentrated all his powers to create quicksand, against which the dragon's wings would be powerless. The last thing Selena shouted was, "We're trapped." Now they found themselves in an unknown, dark underground cave. The girl was lying on the ground, frightened, and on her was someone's skeleton whose hands were glowing green. How scared she was when she came to her senses a little and saw this above her, so she screamed at the top of her voice, "Ghost." Meanwhile, the dragon found himself in an underground tunnel made of snake bones, but he couldn't recover from the strong blow for a long time, so he just lay there. After clearing his throat, he began to realize where he was and whether there really was something beneath the quicksand. It all reminded him of snake bones, so he was right. Selena stood up and began to look around. She was scared to be alone and worried about her friend, so she immediately began calling for him. Hearing some rustling, she turned around. Perhaps it was Sunian who still survived and heard her. Turning around and shining her magic stone on everything, she saw a large number of corpses hanging on the walls. Out of fear and surprise at what she saw, she ran from there but did not notice a large gap in the ground and stumbled. The girl fell on her back and hit herself very hard, causing the sound of the fall to echo. At that moment, a quiet rumble reached the dragon, so he immediately paid attention. But he thought it was just his stomach growling. He sat there, missing his friend, so he decided to check the system again and see if she was still alive. There was no mention of her death, so all was well. The next thing he wanted to do was use his dragon breath to break through the layers of sand and get out, but the system advised against it, as it would cost him his life. Well, the decision was made to just move on, and maybe he would find a way out of there. Suddenly, a notification came into the system that an unknown force had been spotted somewhere nearby, but whether it was safe was unknown. The dragon was upset because lately there had been a lot of incomprehensibility coming from the system. And then he saw how the red stone in the snake's skull began to glow brightly. Looking closer, he noticed that there was something inside the stone and it seemed to be a human image. It said Chelsea Terra. Perhaps this was the unknown force the system had spoken of, but unfortunately, the connection suddenly disappeared. Returning to poor Selena, she saw ancient magical writings. It was a small stone that shimmered slightly and had hieroglyphs on it. The girl was very happy, because it was the legendary Code of the Dead which all the magicians had been looking for a very long time. How lucky she is, such luck. After all, as a sorceress, she will have a chance in her life to read the Code of the Dead. But regarding those skeletons, could they really have been the dead wizards who had given their lives to read that code, she wondered? The sorceress wanted to disturb one of the skeletons by touching his hand to ask a question. Then she saw something written in blood on the stone, perhaps a suicide note. But it contained specific instructions. Selena began reading the inscription aloud, specifically that the stone contained an evil spirit and that it should not be spoken under any circumstances. Specifically, it referred to Chelsea Taru. It was also forbidden to look her in the eyes, but the girl continued to read. On the other side where the dragon was, the aforementioned Chelsea in the red stone suddenly opened her eyes. Having finished reading, Selena concluded that it was all strange and decided to move on. And when she finally saw natural light, it was something like the exit of a cave. But suddenly, she was enveloped in sand. A strong sandstorm arose again, which made it difficult not only to open one's eyes, but also to simply walk. The poor thing couldn't understand what was happening. The ground beneath her feet was shaking, and it seemed like the cave was falling apart. The same thing happened with the dragon. It was as if they were in the same cave, but something separated them. Panic gripped both of them on opposite sides because the cave had really begun to fall apart, and it was unknown what awaited them next. When the floor where Selena was completely collapsed, she fell into another cave where Su Nian was waiting for her. She hit him again painfully and fell on him while the remains of the stones from which the dark underground cave was made flew down from above. She felt very hot from falling on the dragon, as his temperature was much higher. Having woken up after such a flight from another floor, she finally saw her friend and was pleasantly surprised. Immediately after this, she went to him with hugs and was glad that he remained alive, next to her. The girl began to talk about where she had been and what she had seen, and of course, she also told about the ancient Code of the Dead, which contained black magic. He was interested in this question, because perhaps it was in that code that it was indicated how they could get out of these caves. Selena's gaze filled with sadness, because unfortunately that was not the topic, so she answered no. But she remembered the magician who, before his death, wrote in his blood that some evil spirit was sealed there. The dragon asked again about the evil spirit and pointed his finger at the bright red stone in which Chelsea Taru was located. Perhaps this was exactly what he was referring to. After that, he concluded that it was no wonder that she was sealed in a strong crystal. Selena moved closer and examined the woman. Perhaps all those corpses of mages who tried to overcome her evil spirit had died because of this, she thought. Then she stepped back and breathed a sigh of relief that everything was fine. The main rules were not to read her name out loud, not to touch her, not to look into her eyes. Then everything would definitely be okay, she said. At this point, the dragon became embarrassed and scratched the back of his head. The problem was that he had already done exactly this, but the girl didn't know about it, so she asked again if he hadn't touched the crystal.
Just then they heard a sound like glass shattering. They turned and saw cracks appearing in the crystal.
The friends were very scared because they didn't know what to expect from the evil spirit, especially since so many magicians had given their lives to imprison him in the crystal. In a second, the crystal completely shattered into thousands of small, sharp pieces that scattered in all directions. It was an incredible force. Even the durable dragon scales were damaged, so he tried to protect the fragile Selena with his wings. Chelsea continued to break out of her long-term confinement and release her power from the outside. Finally, after so many years, she felt freedom, her eyes glowing with energy.
"Who's here?" she exclaimed immediately. A notification came through Sunian's system, informing her that a special female character had been found, and that she needed to choose a strategy.
He was confused and didn't know how to act in this situation, so he asked the system for help, but it only gave words of support without providing an answer. Terra jumped up to them and tried to attack. Her gaze was simply wild. The dragon took his girlfriend, and they ran as fast as they could wherever their eyes looked, because the power level of this character could be very high. The brass dragon sat in his lair and talked with his ward monster, who spoke incomprehensibly. He brought information about an army of monsters that had stopped near his domain, and the beast only laughed at the fact that the black dragon had definitely already died, and his army still didn't know about it. Suddenly, the stones in his lair began to fall, and he thought about a possible earthquake. Although, where would it come from? A terrible monster emerged from nowhere. No one knew who it was, but it consisted only of bones. And in the desert, Anna told the whole army where the dragon flew, and for what purpose.
She was very worried about him. I hope nothing happens to him, and he arrives alive, she thought.
Sun Yan lay exhausted and slightly wounded on the sand in the desert. Next to his head, he saw Tara and all the information about her. Her age and possible abilities were unknown. The only thing that became known was her class and her weakened state. This seemed odd, because at their first meeting, she had broken free from her confinement with great force. She turned to the dragon with a displeased face and asked why he ran away from her, because she did not want to do anything bad. Hearing the strength in her voice, he became scared because now she was exhausted. But what would happen if she had maximum strength? Chelsea looked quite energetic and, while petting the animal, complimented it on its beautiful scales. It tickled him so much, but he didn't show it, covering his face with his paw. He wouldn't allow himself to be manipulated so cheaply. She began to blame the sorcerers who tried to kill her snake, which she did not like at all. So she suggested that the dragon become her new pet, after which she asked him how he liked the idea. Then it dawned on him that the very same snake skeleton in the cave was her favorite until it was killed. He began to imagine how she would put him on a stick, put a collar on him, and he would be her subject animal, which he clearly did not like. So not wanting to be imprisoned, he threw her off his back and noted that he was a dragon and not some kind of pet. Chelsea was also angered by this behavior towards herself, so the sympathy level immediately dropped by -10. The beast was surprised by this, as he hadn't known that sympathy levels could decrease. But as it turned out, this goal of conquest is very unstable until sympathy levels reach the first level. Suddenly, a strong sound wave and strong fire reached him. It was quite dangerous. The brass dragon's lair exploded and was blown to pieces, leaving a large cloud of dust above its mountain. The beast was covered in bruises and scratches, seeing that the black dragon was still alive, and had even found help to destroy the lair he had built. Sun Yan pretended not to understand what was being discussed, and no one was helping him. He then took the role of Chelsea, Tara's subordinate, and named her his captain, but noted that no one could defeat her. He continued to misbehave, and the angry brass dragon was increasingly on the verge of a breakdown. That's why at one point he couldn't take it anymore, and with a fierce look he decided to show why he was called the Dragon Lord. But this was a big mistake, because he didn't know what kind of powerful force he might be facing right now. The Black Beast warned him because he saw with his own eyes what she was capable of and how much energy she had within her. Tara approached the enraged beast with a provocative question. Would he like to become her pet? Instead of answering, he began to breathe fire and try to take revenge on her for such a humiliating proposal to his honor. But there is no need to arouse anger in Chelsea, because it is unlikely to be dealt with, especially in a weakened state. Sun Yan and Selena simply watched what was happening, knowing in advance who would emerge victorious from this battle and who would be crippled and humiliated. Chelsea Tara goes straight to the attack, her red eyes filled with blood and hatred. Before delivering a powerful blow, she warned the monster that he was looking for death and that he would be better off agreeing to be her animal, because now it would not be possible to end everything so easily. He froze in the air and couldn't even move his body, and his blood was floating around him. The Black Dragon has turned to the system for help because it sees the situation is becoming uncontrollable. There is a way to sign a subjugation pact, but it requires sacrificing a body part. The price of this agreement is quite low, only 1,000 points, but you need to remain in the field while signing, otherwise it will not work and the system points will not be returned. How little time has passed, and the brass beast is already begging for help, barely able to speak. Selena had the idea to run away with her friend while there was still time and everyone was busy fighting. But she heard nothing in response. Even when she turned back, she did not see the dragon nearby. She got angry because he just suddenly disappeared and didn't even warn where he was going. The fight was temporarily stopped as everyone noticed a burning ball of fire that appeared in the sky. It was a black beast, and its temperature burned Tara's clothes and almost burned her. Covering her body with her hands, she thought that he had simply run away and left everyone. He answered her that even in his dictionary, he didn't have the word run away, much less the thought of it. Selena is still waiting for her friend to disappear from here together, but he is busy with something else now. She screamed and called for him so loudly that he turned around and fell on his back, but still continued to ignore her and finish the job. In a stern voice, he ordered the evil spirit to release the monster, because if not, then he had released her and he would defeat her. But Tara, on the contrary, found this interesting because this behavior was truly worthy of her pet. In one movement, the clothes on her body were restored and she continued to mock her opponent. He was simply thrown to the ground with great force. It looked like an explosion. Here, even the Black Dragon showed sympathy and decided to inquire about his condition because he was lying barely alive on the ground and covered in dust. Opening only one eye, he thanked me and replied that everything was fine. although you couldn't tell visually. But having received a satisfactory answer, Sun Yin decided to play a joke on the barely surviving man and said that the rescue was worth something, after which he handed the piece of paper into his paws. The amount of salvation was indicated there, more specifically 1 billion gold, which put the monster into a state of shock. And he continued to mock him and tap his back with his paw. "It's only a little over 100 million, he added. Having finished with the bullying, he turned his attention to Tara and what she was currently doing, but he needed to somehow lure her into the field according to the terms of the agreement. She ordered him not to be distracted and tried to tame the dragon. Trying to hit him was in vain, because he was quite fast, which was annoying. Its strong wings allow it to change location very quickly and avoid any dangers. Selena also did not waste time and told her friend where danger awaited him. And now, finally, the right moment has arrived when you can finally contact the system with an order to call up the subordination agreement field. A purple circular field immediately appeared on the ground below the dragon. But to make a successful deal, he only needs to stay there with Tara for 10 seconds. The dragon tried to catch her to drag her into the field, and he succeeded. He put her on his neck and quickly flew to the place where the treaty was created. So while they were flying, the girl almost fell, but continued to hold the fiery torch in her hand. Finally, he pushed her down to the ground where the field was located and pressed her tightly with his strong paws. Her gaze immediately became innocent, and it seemed she began to understand what was going on here. Judging by the expression on her face, Tara was only glad that he wanted to tie her to him and keep her close. The fire was gradually decreasing in her palms and everything should have ended by now, but not now. A sandy trunk rose up on the ground and stones began to fly in all directions, and through all the dust someone's long tail was visible. Selena stood behind, not understanding what was happening, and it seemed that this terrible tale had arrived for her. It was a huge snake, which opened its mouth wide towards the girl and sharpened its teeth. The dragon only had a little time to wait to finish his business regarding the treaty field. Poor Selena fell to the ground in fear and begged for help because she didn't want to die. The brave beast grabbed the snake's neck with his teeth, but now it was not alive. It was an old skeleton which he had already seen in the cave. But he got out of bounds early, and the field lost its momentum. He ran out of time. The young witch, in tears, was very happy that Sun Yin had come to her aid and that she would no longer be alone. Selena's affection level had risen significantly, allowing the dragon to gain new abilities. He therefore tried to calm the girl down and ordered her to hide in a safe place. She obediently did everything he said and thought even more about how handsome he was. The tearful beauty ran as fast as she could and stepped over the stone, but what she saw left her amazed. And this was the ring of the very same magician who, with his own blood before his death, wrote a warning on a stone in an underground cave. Tara was very angry. She didn't think that the dragon could create a human field of subjugation and noted that such things require a lot of strength and time, and unfortunately he doesn't have them. She started threatening and saying that it would be better if he agreed to be her pet because now she would remove his skin and make a new one for her snake. He tried to stop her in a frightened voice, so he said that they had something to talk about now, and the evil spirit had already managed to inflict wounds on his body. Then something began to restrain her. It seemed to be a necromantic earth-binding spell. It was a very old spell, one she had destroyed 1,000 years ago. The black dragon moved his eye and noticed Selena trying to help him with her powers. She slipped the ancient ring, the one that held so many spells, onto her finger. But it was too powerful for the girl, so she had to hurry. While Chelsea couldn't move, the beast bought another field of the Conquest Treaty, spending another 1,000 points, but money was not important now. He again had only 10 seconds to complete the task, and this time everything worked out. The field was created, and she was imprisoned again. All that remained was to choose a container for the sacrifice. To find a place to imprison the dragon, he needed to give up part of his body, and he wasn't particularly eager to sacrifice himself, so he offered his claw. Unfortunately, that wouldn't be enough. Defeated Chelsea tries to drive him crazy, but he doesn't fall for it and decides what he will give up from his body. Shaking his head and thinking carefully, he decided that his left hand would serve as the place for imprisoning the evil spirit. The girl wrapped in chains was against this and kicked, but now they did not ask her opinion. A new notification came into the system that from now on Chelsea, Tara, also known as the evil spirit, has become the obedient servant of her master. Again, a strong wind arose and Selena could barely stand on her feet and hold her dress. Turning to her friend, who was not indifferent to her, she said happily that everything had worked out together, and everything around her calmed down and began to flicker with white lights. But the girl still had one unfinished business. Taking the ring off her finger, she pointed to a skeleton lying nearby. Then she began to explain that this corpse was most likely the previous necromancer, and there was still some magic left in his ring. And thanks to this, she was able to use the earth-binding spell. So she turned the ring around and put it back on the skeleton's finger. Why not leave it as it was? But she's still confident she'll become the best witch. Being a necromancer is certainly cool, but it's not her dream. Meanwhile, the dragon does not think that he should refuse because of his fear of corpses. Suddenly, he wondered if he had forgotten anything or anyone. His thoughts were interrupted by Anna, who joyfully ran towards him and waved her hand so that he would notice her. She heard that her dragon master had run into trouble, so she immediately notified the entire army of monsters and brought them here. And she heard all this from the exhausted and weakened brass beast who wandered and looked for shelter. Then he remembered what he'd forgotten. It was about 1 billion gold pieces owed to him by Rolls-Royce for saving his life. He immediately became indignant, but the black dragon put him in his place through threats and manipulation. The crippled monster screamed and said that he held a high position, namely a member of the Dragon Protection Union, so if he was killed, everyone connected with him would be put on the wanted list. The Black Beast had never heard of such an alliance before, so it didn't frighten him, but he wanted to learn more about this organization. The fact is that the dragon population has greatly decreased during the lawlessness, and if this continues, they could all become extinct quite soon. Several thousand years ago, there were tens of thousands of dragons on the Dragon Island. They lived separately from everyone else, and they were happy with it. They grow very slowly, and although they need sleep to rest and recuperate, people are increasingly seeking their bodies. There are plenty of merchants and hunters, but no one to buy them, the brass monster explained. People are very evil and always thirsty for money. So having found this island, they immediately began to exterminate everyone and mercilessly make plans for individual parts of animal bodies. They killed everyone they saw, cutting off heads and brutally tearing out hearts. The more dragon's lairs appeared, the fewer places the beasts could hide and survive. The Iron Dragon explained that he hadn't lived there since childhood because his parents were killed and he was forced to flee to Anrius. But the killers followed them, continuing to exterminate his relatives until he was saved by the Dragon Protection Union, which was founded by adult beasts. Now, the colored dragons have stopped joining the Union, but sooner or later they will be destroyed by the Dragon Slayers because they only know how to fight for power among themselves without stopping. So he warned the Black Dragon that if he killed him, an arrest warrant would be issued against him, and he would end up imprisoned in a prison with poor food. But the beast will not listen to such threats for long, so by placing his healthy paw on the head of another beast, he reminded him of the demands, cooperation, or to become relatives. If he refuses, he will seal his mouth, so that he will no longer be able to speak and will only eat bugs. The brass monster covered his head with his hands and bowed to him, but asked for an oath from the colored dragons that his mouth would not be sealed in that case. Suni and Waters Parturniak swore to the Mother of Dragons that if he served him faithfully and truthfully, his brass relative would remain safe and sound. And Rolls-Royce Phantom Tourmaline in turn vowed to become a relative of the Black Dragon under these conditions. It was already dark outside, so Anna, tired from the hike, fell asleep and the beast carried her to another place where she could have a good rest. While alone, he noticed his paw, where he saw the mark of a signed contract. The system suddenly received a notification that, for unknown reasons, his public profile had dropped again and that he needed to investigate the matter himself. In her sleep, the girl heard a crash and woke up to find out what happened, and if everything was okay with her friend. He didn't want to go into details, especially since he was upset about the low level of publicity. So he simply told her to go to bed. Anna sat on his neck with an upset face and tried to calm him down. Unexpectedly, reaching for his head, the girl kissed the large beast on the cheek, causing him to even cry out. She just smiled shyly and, covering her smile with her hand, said that she did it to relieve the pain from the bite. Su Nian could barely contain himself. He had just a little while left, and he would finally become human again, after which he would be happy. The large new village of Sakura, number 2, looked very beautiful. The Black Dragon watched him through his system, and was surprised whether this was really a settlement for newcomers. Compared to the first or sixth, its scale increased dramatically and rapidly. But this was due to the beast's attention on its inhabitants. He himself was very surprised by this, but the system explained everything to him. It turns out that there are settlements that are an order of magnitude larger and more developed than number 2. Here, the players are colonizers who first acquire power to remain on this land and become its masters. So, says the dragon, this village is an invading species and seems to have no natural enemies. Ippolikli and his master met in the forest thicket near the newcomer settlement of Sakura number 1. His loyal servant reported that the ammunition was ready, holding a bullet with a rather distinctive odor. This newly developed explosive bullet contains sharp fragments. They are several times more deadly than poison gas bombs. The dragon was pleased with the development of his army, but asked to do without the stench next time. The flying beast rose into the sky and shouted to its fellow subject that they needed to go on the attack. "Let us begin bombarding the enemies with our new sharp waste bombs," Sun Yian ordered. On command, loud explosions were heard from all directions, from large cannons firing stink bombs. The dog army rushed into battle with hatred and loud cries. Giant rabbits with incredible killing intent and sharp spears also rushed headlong into battle. Bloodthirsty monsters ran in large groups toward human buildings, and stinking bullets rained down on their heads. People tried their best to escape them. At the tower, these bombs with a deadly smell flew at the guards, which brought tears to their eyes. Releasing a rainbow from his mouth from the smell, one of the guards ordered that their leader be told that they were attacked with a stinking weapon. Sun Yian ordered Rolls-Royce to use his dragon breath with him and guide him to the city center. But Royce was surprised and said no good would come of it. He said that these people did not attack them, and there was no point in killing them unless they had provoked the conflict first, but that was not the case. With great anger, Sun Yian told his subject to shut up and asked him if he had noticed that there were fewer and fewer dragons. And then the beast's merciless fire hit the man and destroyed his body in half. Due to such a temperature, smoke even came out of the wound. The brass monster was surprised and sadly asked his boss why the dragon population was decreasing. "It's all because of humans, because they have taken over their space for survival, destroying their kingdom for life," he replied aggressively. They also killed a large number of their relatives, tearing out their hearts and mercilessly cutting off various parts of their bodies. The black beast continued, "If you let a killer escape even once, he will bring other people to your lair for the same purpose, making a bag of gold from the skin of the poor creature. And then they will walk around and celebrate it at the top of their voices." These words brought Royce to tears, which immediately turned to anger. The painful experience left him unable to pity these fighters, his own relatives. Smoke billowed from his nose and his eyes filled with anger, causing the very ground around him to tremble. He was determined that these people must die. This determination pleased his master very much, so together they headed to the village to carry out the assigned mission, being strictly determined to win. Arriving at the site to be destroyed, they began shooting fire from their mouths right in the sky, directly at everything in sight. The humans were frightened and passed on the information about the two dragons to their young boss. He did not expect such strong opponents, so he quickly gave the order for all magicians to be fully prepared for defense. First, all the warriors had to be given shields for protection, and then immediately everyone had to begin casting the most powerful spell together. 2 mages also had to be chosen to cast a slowing spell on the monsters. But almost everything was in vain. The animals had a high resistance to elemental magic, so the slowing spell could not hold them back for long. The young leader could not understand the reason why the dragons attacked the village so unexpectedly. And the soldiers explained to him that a few days ago, the leader Fardor led people to attack the black beast, but whether it was this dragon that was now taking revenge on them, they do not know. Chieftain Fardor was the father of the young commander, so he was determined to avenge him, as there had been no news from him lately. The commander ordered his army to kill the attackers by drawing their spears and throwing them with all their force at a 45-degree angle. Everyone simultaneously prepared their weapons and waited for the team count. When the boss shouted the command to throw, all the aimed spears flew into the sky to kill the enemies. At that moment, the black dragon used magic to disarm his attackers. The whole army did not understand what was happening. Spears began to fall to the ground as one and hit the people who were thrown to the sky. The young leader ordered the mages to immediately raise their shields for self-defense. Otherwise, there was no way to avoid death. But nothing worked. The dragon's magic affected all weapons, so the sorcerers could not raise their shields and begged for help, and their spell was not restored. The brass dragon's eyes glowed with a bright light. He mocked the people, or rather, how much they overestimated their abilities against such 2 powerful beasts. While there was time, he decided to ask his master a question. It seemed to him that these people could not die, because with his own eyes he saw how the players, trampled by his large paws, came out of some room right in front of him. Sun Yian asked for more information about those people if he had noticed it. After all, the world they live in isn't the only one. There are others besides theirs. And he tried to explain that this world was given over to the dragons, so people most likely came from elsewhere. And in the newcomer's village, Sakura No. 1, the young chieftain and one of the sorceresses were escaping death. The sorceress suggested fleeing as quickly as possible to the other villages. The boss didn't quite understand this proposal, as he wasn't aware of any other settlements nearby. There was a camp nearby, though, that didn't show up on the maps, likely because they were invisible. It sounded pretty safe, so they ran there straight away. It didn't matter to them what the inhabitants of this village were up to.
The main thing was that they lived in peace among the Green Mountains and didn't worry about becoming firewood. It was decided to wait until the dragons flew away and build a new settlement, but now they needed somewhere to survive this. They fled quickly, their homes razed to the ground. A huge cloud of dust and fire rose over the city. It was painful for the leader to leave the place where he grew up, where his people and his power lay. But they had only 10 minutes to escape, under the influence of an invisibility potion. And in General Store Number 2, the dragons sat and discussed people, looking at the bright yellow crystal lying on the ground. The Black Master explained that these people weren't from their world. They had come to conquer, and if they succeeded, the dragon world would be left as a used-up thing or destroyed. That's why he attacked them. In addition, each of these people is a professional. It is much easier for them to become stronger. They just have to kill a few monsters and they immediately gain strength. His brass relative began to worry about their own safety. The owner didn't like this. What use would such a subordinate be? He wasn't a dragon at all, but a solid bundle of nerves and fear. Sun Yan wasn't interested in how other cities defended themselves. He was only confident that he could gather all the dragons here, destroy the alien settlements, and build his own monster city. But he decided to take the crystal because it was important. It could help them gain the ability to build cities, but they could only get it by destroying a human village. So he turned to Rolls-Royce. They are teaming up with him. This brought the brass one to tears, because if they truly united together, they would build a city for the monsters and drive out those invaders. Once again pledging his oath to Bahamut, he vowed to become a true kin of the Black Dragon and follow him until his death. So he bowed before him, and this greatly increased the level of sympathy. His master was pleased with what had happened, but to carry out their plans, they would have to become stronger. A congratulatory notification regarding the completely destroyed newcomers' settlement arrived on the system, raising its public profile. But for now, he doesn't have to worry, because a boss has appeared in the new world, so the players won't come after him. Suddenly, Anna came running with the news that Ippolit had sensed 2 surviving people, so they came to inform about it. Out of breath from running so fast, the girl said that they sent several people from their army to chase after the fugitives. The Black Dragon put his hand on her shoulder to stop her and calm her down a little. And then in a calm voice he said that there was no need to chase them. It was better to let them find them and quietly follow them to see where they might run. The Hindu players in their new village, number 4, were still wondering how to fast for the dragon, who had escaped from nowhere. And who knows, maybe they'd even get their hands on the beauty. But this time it wasn't just a black beast that flew to their settlement, but also a brass one. They began releasing fire from their pashas, completely destroying everything. The Indians simply flew into the sky and begged for help. But these cries were like honey to the ears of animals, so no one paid attention to these requests. A healthy layer of fire rose above all the palaces, shining like a hot sun and destroying everything in its path. Several players walked toward the village and hid in the bushes, confused. Could this really be their home, which was burning before their eyes and was completely ablaze? They saw 2 monsters flying over the palace and decided they needed to flee immediately, as the city was completely destroyed. But not everyone agreed with the captain's opinion. Some thought they might be reborn. The commander did not agree with this idea and hit his subordinate in the face, calling him a fool. Watching everything happen, he began to explain why reincarnation is a bad idea, having read the last post about strategies. This concerned the players from Sakura Village because the reincarnation took too long. They died of hunger and dehydration, somewhere in the corner of the world square. The boys realized that the captain had not called them fools for nothing, and on the contrary had prevented their deaths, so they decided to escape. One of the soldiers realized that the dragon hovering over their city was the same beast that had thrown them into the river, but they did not understand how it had found their village again. On the way they met the very woman they had mocked and ridiculed, the very woman who wanted to kill the monster who had protected her from those Hindus. But the captain was glad about this meeting. He finally saw this beauty again. She was in no mood for jokes or long conversations. She was looking for the black beast, so with a serious look she asked them about its location. The main Indian player didn't seem to understand the seriousness of her intentions, so he tried to play with her, which was a big mistake. Her eyes, full of anger, indicated readiness to attack. So suddenly she dealt strong blows to his body, and a column of dust mixed with blood rose up. After this, the captain, kneeling before the warlike woman, begged her to have mercy on him, and she in turn told him to take her to the dragon. A new message arrived in Sun Nian's alert system saying that he had burned down another city and could now obtain a fragment of the core of the newcomers' settlement. His fame has increased again. If he continues to destroy the settlements of newcomers, he will be marked in the system as the boss of the world. And also a nice bonus was getting 200,000 points for attacking 2 cities in a row. He tried not to cry with joy because he had finally collected all 4 pieces and was very tired of wandering back and forth. And now the armed woman, who had been thirsting for the dragon's death,
finally came to him. She chose the right strategy because the bloodthirstiness of this monster is incomparable. You need to find the right moment and get close to him. The secret killer hid behind the trees and observed the situation, thereby analyzing and devising a cunning murder plan. Finally, an idea occurred to her. She fell to the ground near the dragon and began screaming for help. The beast, flying in the sky, heard a female voice and took notice. Hearing that help was needed, he immediately descended to the ground. He accidentally landed incorrectly and pinned the girl with his body while she played the role of the victim well. He apologized for the inconvenience and quickly rose to his hind legs. She was thinking about how polite he was and even apologized, but that didn't stop her from trying to tear off his mask of deceit. Suddenly, the woman thanked him for saving her and said she wanted to follow the dragon. But there was no information about her in the system, not even her name was known. She decided that using her beauty would help her get closer to the monster, and once she gained its trust, she would be free to kill it. Considering this an excellent plan, she sprang into action. The dragon watched her try to show off her body parts or twirl around in front of him like a doll, and he genuinely couldn't understand why. So he decided it was best to stay away from such a creature. He heard a rumble in the bushes and saw the Hindu players there, terrified and begging for mercy. They apologized and said they hadn't intentionally offended him. They offered an unknown woman as their best meal. This only enraged the monster. It blazed with rage and screamed at the unfortunates. How could they dare bargain with it, let alone offer it filthy meat? It was unforgivable. Fire came out of the dragon's mouth, and he wanted to burn them, but they offered to give all their treasures and transmit various information as gratitude if they remained alive. It seems that this proposal interested him and he wanted to hear in more detail what exactly he would receive. The Hindu offered a large number of their traditional delicacies, which have excellent taste and are thousands of years old, but this was not what the beast wanted. So he used the power of fire to burn all the food that was brought to him, and gave him 3 seconds to tell everything he knew, or he would burn them to charcoal. Information immediately poured out of the player's mouth. He told them that a stormworm king had recently appeared on the western shore of Anrius's kingdom. He was extremely cruel and had already destroyed 4 human settlements. But this information didn't satisfy the dragon again, because he wanted to know where the gold coins and jewels were. Therefore, if he didn't hear anything about it, he would simply burn the Hindu alive. Fear brought back another thought. The Storm King had committed numerous crimes and attracted the attention of mercenaries. They had come from different places, each possessing incredible strength and carrying excellent weapons, so the player proposed the idea of simply waiting for the king and the mercenaries to kill each other, leaving the Black Dragon as boss. He thought that this king was probably the boss of the world, because in the end he killed many villages, that is, the difference between them was 1. This satisfied the monster a little, but he wanted to hear something else. The barely surviving player no longer had any information, but despite this he agreed to pass on more news to him at any time. It turns out his name is Li Chenya, and he's just reached level 30, making him the first player to ever reach that level. His reward was Grandmaster gear, but now he's 10% more sensitive to pain. He was thinking, and the dragon suddenly came up to him and thought that he was hiding something. Now the beast has also received a notification from the system, which informed its owner about the player's increased sensitivity, so it now knows the truth. Although it was strange to him, since it was the first time he'd heard that players could feel pain, even 10% weakened him greatly. Later in the conversation, Li Chen lied and said he simply suddenly needed to go to the bathroom and never actually hid anything. The dragon was satisfied with this answer and promised not to burn him. He wouldn't lie. Then suddenly the monster stepped on the guy with its clawed paw and swiped hard along the ground. He laughed it off and said he'd promised not to burn her, but nothing else was discussed. An unknown woman had been watching the whole time and drawing her own conclusions. Anna and Selena soon came running. Joyfully, they announced their return. The mysterious girl was surprised that 2 other girls were suffering from the dragon and they probably needed her rescue. Anna was tired from the hike and dirty too. The feeling of dirt on her body tormented her, and she wanted to go home and wash. A picture appeared in Sunien's mind of himself taking a shower and the beautiful Anna in a swimsuit next to him, helping him wash his back. He even had a strong flow from his mouth, so he told the girl that she could tell Apolikli about his urgent return home. A stranger, who wanted to go home with everyone else and was eager to give away her most precious thing, supposedly came to Anna's defense. The dragon's female acquaintances didn't like this encounter. They help him end the argument, but he kidnaps other women behind their backs. They consider this unfair. He was already eager to get rid of the unfamiliar creature, so he turned to the system for help. It suggested releasing a sleeping gas, and while it was asleep, it would give him enough time to reach the lair. The system first asked the owner if he was sure he wanted to release this dormant gas, and he of course answered yes. He didn't know what was about to happen, so when he released gas, he embarrassed himself greatly in front of all the girls. In a state of anger from such shame, he asked the system what kind of failure had occurred, but it explained that dragons do not have a special gland on their body that can release gas, and this is the only way to do it. While sobbing with shame, the beast was simultaneously furious because he had lost his honor in the eyes of others. A new notification arrived about the opportunity to merge the 4 fragments of the newcomer's village core. After this, the dragon would receive the rights to build newcomer settlements. Without hesitation, he agreed. The unification was completed and it was necessary to choose the type of city that was planned to be built. The first option was a basic fortress that featured a large cannon, several individual towers, and a bright flag. The next type is a dragon lair, also a beginner level. It's located in a stone cave, with one exit and sharp stone spikes all over the walls. The third option is a basic underground city. It consists of a large number of separate multi-story buildings, surrounded by a stone fence. The beast liked the sight of the underground city, but was it practical for him? Walking back and forth between cities every day wastes a lot of time, and sitting without sunlight all day is dangerous. It can make you sick. The system explained that a portal could be built in the underground city, so the entrance could be anywhere. After that, Sunyan thought about it and chose to build an underground city. The first step was to choose the entrance. The monster decided it would be in its lair. After all, if the time comes when his subordinates dare to go on a campaign against him, they will immediately end up in his endless nesting doll. Due to the new large-scale construction, the entire earth shook, and some, like Anna, did not even know about the dragon's plans to build the city, so she was very scared and thought that an earthquake had begun. The beast tried to calm the girl down and explain that their new house was being built right now, so everything would be fine soon. Addressing him as a brother, she said that there was no need for a new home, but it was better to hide somewhere else because the dragon's lair could fall apart. After the construction was successfully completed, it became possible to teleport all the monsters to the underground city, so the system asked the owner if this was desired. He simply ordered the transfer process to begin. All members of his army, thanks to the portal, simultaneously found themselves in a new city. But they didn't know it was their master's doing, so they thought they were being attacked by humans. The dragon sat on a high throne, looking down on all his subordinates below. His palace looked so white as if it were the glitter of snow under a cold sun. The rules of the system regarding the palace of the Dark Lord stated that when in any of the palaces of the underground city, all characteristics are increased by 50%, a new option has also opened up to select one guard, and within a 500-meter radius of the main palace, he will receive a 20% increase in all characteristics. Since there can only be one guard, Anne Hathaway or Rolls-Royce were suggested as his candidacy. But the dragon found it strange that he could only choose one of these 2 candidates, so he asked the system about it. According to the rules, only beings of a certain level of ability could occupy this position. This limited choice worried the Black Beast, but after considering everything, he decided to appoint Rolls-Royce as a temporary guard. At that moment, the transformation began. Fire appeared around the brass dragon, and everything was enveloped in a smokescreen. Looking at this, the owner decided that this choice had been a mistake, but he would correct it later. In the meantime, he quickly flew off to check out other parts of the underground city. Seeing a clearing, he decided to stop there, and it contained various lairs. Therefore, the beast studied each one separately, and as it turned out, these were the lairs of different animals, so their appearance here was not surprising. So, it will be easy for him to form a new fighting force in a relatively short time. Flying further, he saw new locations, namely a black prison of pain, a pool of reincarnation, and even an underground river from which he could drink. The dragon was delighted with these discoveries because they were all much better than his boring lair. It was a good thing he chose the underground city, because according to the nature of the system, most of the functions in his home were intended exclusively for monsters. For example, increasing the likelihood of pregnancy in female dragons and increasing the survival rate of their eggs with children. An unpleasant notification arrived in the system. It warned that the owner had built a new animal gathering point. It could be hidden for 1 week, but after that, the coordinates would appear on all players' maps. This greatly angered the Black Beast, because when he tried to destroy the newcomer's settlement, the system prevented him from doing so, as that would have marked him as a world boss. Now, however, everyone would know the location of his lair and begin hunting him, but after being revealed, he will be able to gain new characteristics such as legendary and contender status. Legendary levels are linked to the improvement of underground city structures, and higher levels will unlock more advanced structures. Sun Yan couldn't quite understand it all. Had he really been reincarnated and creating a new project in another world? Was the purpose of his existence as a black dragon really to be so easily deceived by players and locals? He decided to hide the location of the underground city for at least 1 day, because his current state of upset was not conducive to anyone embarrassing him. Right now, he wanted nothing more than to get home and be alone. So he asked the system where he could find a portal. At this low level of the underground city, only one-way portal can be built for 20,000 system points. Therefore, the enraged monster ordered the teleporter to be quickly constructed. And in the underground labyrinth, there was a frightened Selena. Seeing something ahead of her, the girl concluded that it was a pretext. But Anna was next to her, who explained that it was just a shadow that there was no need to be afraid of. The dragon studied the characteristics of his city's defensive line, namely the Labyrinth of Darkness, which was nearly indestructible, so any intruder would have to endure its trials. Furthermore, animals entering the labyrinth were rendered invisible, so the commander ordered one of his soldiers to go into the corridor and remain motionless until he heard the all-clear command. He obediently followed the order. As soon as he stepped his paw into the labyrinth, his body began to gradually disappear into the light. Selena, who was watching this, was again terrified by what she saw. It was strange that the dog-headed man had simply vanished, even though he had just been standing in front of her. The dragon explained to the girl that it was normal that she couldn't find the missing soldier. This was a characteristic of the dark labyrinth, as any beast that stands still for 5 seconds becomes invisible. Hippolyte, unseen, came up with an idea. They could plant signs throughout the dark labyrinth and send a few beasts to defend it. That way they could block the enemy's entry. The monster liked this idea as he liked any from his subordinate servant, because he is a real expert when it comes to dirty tricks. The commander agreed with this idea and gave the leadership of the process to Hippolyte, and also asked the soldiers to order the people to take potatoes and grow them in a dark wheat field. After purchasing the golden apples, he only had 5,000 system points left, so he decided to spend his last resources on something truly important. A strengthening plan that would best increase his power. Based on his requirements, the system selected the most optimal improvement program that would correspond to his current capabilities and physical needs. Therefore, it was recommended to strengthen the muscles for 10,000 points. So the beast began to improve and reported this to Anna. She pulled herself together and said that he could sleep peacefully and that she would be there and could protect him if necessary. But unfortunately, this time the improvement process would be more painful. So he didn't want to scare the girl and asked her to go play somewhere. But she insisted that she wouldn't go anywhere and would stay by my side, because evolution is a very dangerous thing, and an accident could happen at any moment. She confidently said that she would protect the dragon until the end of the improvement process. He approved of her words, but asked her to be careful, because terrible things could happen, and the girl needed to stay away because he didn't want to hurt her. Anna took this mission seriously, so looking into the beast's eyes, she said that she understood everything and would carry out everything carefully. When the dragon was ready for the transformation, the system warned of possible pain since the complex enhancement affects the internal organs of the entire body, so to prevent an accident to the owner, this transformation will seal his vocal cords and remove his limbs. After that, his paws were covered in blood and were amputated. He couldn't even scream from pain. The monster fell to the ground because he couldn't stand upright. This shocked Anna. She stood nearby and cried because she didn't know how to help her owner and ease his suffering. The beast turned to the system and asked if it was possible to somehow remove the pain or just fall asleep and not feel anything. That was an option, but it cost 1,000 system points. The cost didn't matter to him now because the pain was unbearable. Having spent the points, the dragon closed his eyes and simply entered into a deep sleep, ceasing to feel anything. Suddenly he woke up soon and could not understand what was happening, since he spent 1,000 points and just closed his eyes. The system explained that there was a reason she had disturbed him, and it was Anna. She had used healing magic to relieve his pain. Holding her hand over her master, she directed all her strength to maintain his stable state. But who knew that this could not be done? Covered in blood, the black beast tried to shout at the girl to stop using magic because the system forbids it during transformation. But the sorceress couldn't hear him, as the system had initially blocked his vocal cords and he couldn't utter a sound. So he simply lay there, covered in blood, feeling all the pain in his tears. The dragon's heart split into two. One was red, like a human's, and the other was yellow, like gold, and shone like the sun. At that moment, the monster felt intense pain, his pupils shrank, and he lost consciousness. Suddenly, all the torment ended, and he found himself in a red world. He was surrounded by a large number of strange white threads. Out of curiosity, he decided to check what kind of web it was around him and grabbed one of the ropes with his sharp claw. He saw one of the soldiers with a spear doing his job, and all his thoughts were focused on food. Sunian realized this thread was connected to the consciousness of that dog-headed guardian. The system told him the master had just established a connection with one creature. 1,000 of these could be created. To do this, the pack's consciousness needed to be improved.
The dragon decided that if it was possible to establish a connection with 1,000 creatures, then it was necessary to use them to the maximum. And the first person who came to mind was Ipolikli, because he plays an important role in the life of the pack. So the beast touched one of the threads to test it. From the first touch, he guessed the thread of connection with his loyal subject, but he arrived at the very moment when he was alone with his woman. The dog could finally rest from such a long hike and fulfill his marital duty, enjoying time with his beloved. It was an attractive female dog with large lips and beautifully dressed in a pink dress. Then Ipolikli swung his arms over her and, having received his claws, nearly crippled her. Meanwhile, the black dragon made the same movements. Shaking his head, he stopped watching the couple and thought that it was not a very pleasant feeling. It seems that thanks to his pack consciousness, he can not only listen to the opinions of others, but also control them with his body. So one must be careful with this. And the dog-headed Ipolikli Krivozub inherited less than 1% of the dragon attribute for blood affinity concentration and gained a new skill. As expected, he became stronger because the concentration of dragon blood in his body increased. The dragon decided to experiment further and touch the ropes, looking at whose consciousness he would end up in next. At first, it was an enraged gnoll who always showed his sharp clicks. Next is a frightened fiery rabbit with pink fur and red, bloodshot eyes. The last one was the demon bird Hannah. She had elf-like ears and bluebird wings on her back. And in the underground city, the black monster, who lay defenselessly on the ground, began to come to his senses and, barely moving his paws, gradually woke up. All this time Anna was there and monitored his condition, so when he came to, she was very happy because everything went well. But when the beast took her in his large hand, the girl lay exhausted and with her eyes closed, not even responding to her name. She was constantly using healing magic, which had exhausted all her powers, so the sorceress needed to rest and recharge. Suddenly, the system notified that Chelsea's sympathy level had risen to the first stage, and the beast had received 2,000 system points. The dragon didn't understand why the level of sympathy suddenly increased, but as it turned out, as the master improved, his contract servant would follow his physical development. The beast didn't like this. It felt as if a parasite had taken up residence in its body and its health was in danger. But the system explained that as long as the contract existed, there was no danger, and it could only be terminated by the death of its owner. Sunian was very nervous about this. He didn't want to die quickly, or even hear about his death. Now it's time for the final step. Besides Anna, Rolls-Royce is the only one who hasn't received the inheritance, and since he's a dragon, he might be allowed to choose which ability he wants. Meanwhile, the brass beast found a man whom he called a friend and began to tell long stories about his life. The face did not want to listen to him, and asked that at least someone close his mouth, and he would finally shut up. But the dragon always needed attention, so he demanded that people look him in the eyes during a conversation, as this was a sign of disrespect towards him. For some unknown reason, his black great master Su Nian flew into the room. Rolls-Royce felt his master's aura and size increase. This was indeed true, because after upgrading and destroying 2 newcomer settlements, he reached level 38. There were only 3 levels left and he would be a young dragon. One step closer to becoming one, he would finally be able to be with his beloved Anna. The black monster cleared his throat and officially said that he wanted to give his servant, and also relative, the opportunity to choose. He touched the golden thread of conscious connection to reveal the options for new abilities as a legacy. 3 fireballs appeared in front of the Brassian, containing information about possible abilities, namely Dragon Breath, Life Armor, or Mass Force Enhancement. The system warned that since Rolls-Royce is a purebred dragon, the ability can be inherited by him, but the effect will be greatly reduced, so the improvement is limited. The brass beast said that he did not need iron armor since he already had it. As for Dragon Breath, he already has a breath of sleepiness and a breath of anger. The former is for control and the latter is offensive, so he has no intention of trading them for anything else. Ultimately, he chooses to strengthen his muscles. Having analyzed everything and made a choice, he clicked on the fireball with the chosen gift. After this, he experienced an improvement which was accompanied by pain as it affected the muscles of the whole body. The dragon felt twice as strong and ready to defeat even the Thunder Giant, because he was confident that he could handle him. The Black Master concluded that this would be the best fighter in his underground city and flew away. Having finished this matter, he decided that while he had free time, he needed to check how Anna was feeling. And in Anrius's kingdom, the king is very concerned about the lack of news about the Black Dragon, and Aaron's special envoy is back. The queen listened to this, holding a mug of hot tea and containing her emotions regarding her worries about the monster. And then she couldn't take it anymore and hit her husband in the face so that he would finally calm down. Now, he began to get nervous from such humiliation,
But then the Empress told about her order to select the best fighters who would dare to fight the dragon. And on the announcement regarding this, there was a picture of a black beast which, while flying in the sky, holds in its paws a poor princess who will become a reward for killing the monster. The king was surprised by the wording of the letter because they don't have a princess. So, what kind of girl is depicted in the photo? But the queen explained that when they bought the half-elf, the slave had given him her slave contract, and it depicted her appearance. She truly was an unrivaled beauty. And he exclaimed with happiness that the Empress's idea was wonderful. So he praised her. But the problem is that this girl is half-elf and has animal ears with a long, fluffy tail. The woman suggested he redraw the portrait and remove the animalistic features, but he was worried about what would happen when the traveler slew the dragon and realized everything was wrong. She replied that there was no need to do anything. He was the leader of this country. The palace was their territory. And when the hero returned, regardless of whether he had the elf girl dead or alive, when he entered the palace, they would have 100 ways to kill him. The king trembled at these words, so he didn't know what to answer. And in the underground city, Anna slept peacefully on the sofa and gained strength after a long period of using magic. She had a sweet and pleasant dream about her dragon master licking her hair with his long tongue. The girl woke up from the loud sound of a ram which appeared out of nowhere in her room and stood right next to her. The elf was afraid that the owner had evolved and turned into a large curly ram. She jumped up in fear and found herself in the other corner of the room, and nearby stood a dragon, waving a large green leaf over the girl and waiting for her to wake up. As it turned out, there was no ram. She just dreamed it, and the owner did not turn into another animal. But on the other hand, Anna thought if he evolved into a little lamb, he would be very cute. He heard this and did not know how to react, so much so that he even began to bite his claws. The girl in love with him did not understand how he was able to read her thoughts and hear her inner voice, because she did not know about all his capabilities after the transformation. He didn't know how to explain this to the girl correctly, and scratched the back of his head, and said that it was a natural skill after development. The elf wondered if she would now be able to hide her thoughts from her master, and she even became upset. He decided to make fun of her and continue listening to what she was thinking in her head. This angered her, and she said it was rude to do that because she would get really angry. The system received an alert that a large number of players had been detected approaching the underground city zone, so there were two possible scenarios. Or let things unfold naturally without changing anything, and hope the players can't find the entrance. Or, if the main player manages to enter the city, the dungeon will be in danger. The dragon was surprised they would arrive so quickly. His city was so beautifully built, and he would be sad to admire the results of his construction alone. Therefore, he must give the players a chance to have fun with him. Without thinking twice, he chose the second option. Taking Anna into their arms, they went to meet their unexpected guests. Meanwhile, the commander of the army that came to destroy the lair and protect the princess ordered all soldiers to be on guard. One overconfident man said that he would destroy the monster with one shot, but someone else interrupted him and pointed out that the black dragon was not so easy to deal with because he had already tried to do so. Last time, he failed to kill the beast because the brave Valdor acted recklessly. Now, all the players are handpicked, high-quality fighters skilled in the use of firearms. Someone from the team wondered about the fact that the soldiers had not encountered a single animal during the entire journey. So were they on the right track? And when she took off her cloak and showed her remains, she turned out to be quite an attractive girl. Her system told the captain she wasn't a player. So who was this woman, and how did she get on the team? She began to talk about herself, and her name is Freya. She is a witch who will become the best magician. Her goal coincided with the goal of the male part of the team, but they did not want to work with a woman, because they only took strong players and she was weak. But such words outraged the young witch. The fact that she hadn't been noticed before didn't prove otherwise to the men. She took a special whistle into her mouth, and the sound that came out of it was special. This was the signal that triggered the attack of the strange creature. One of the soldiers fired his big gun straight at the beast, and there was a loud explosion. As it turned out, it was Freya's pet, and the cannon with fire had extraordinary power. People were surprised by such an animal and thought that it had already died because the force of the blow from the fire weapon was so strong that the creature's stomach was pierced. But this was no ordinary beast. It was a healing one. No matter how badly it was injured, it could heal itself and recover. It could also heal others. Within minutes, the creature stood up on its own, and its skin changed color from green to human, and the hole in its stomach disappeared, as if it had never been there. Seeing this, the commander kindly accepted the girl into the team along with her assistant. And the black dragon sat and watched where his rivals were, who so thirsted for his death. The monster took a piece of paper and wrote some text on it, after which he opened the system and, thanks to his breath, was able to send this letter. He suddenly flew straight into the enemy captain's face, surprising his entire army. There was a message from the dragon, in which he described a legend that speaks of an underground city located in the Silver Moon Forest, and that only a truly brave warrior can enter it. Therefore, a dark labyrinth awaits their challenge. And so the answer to the question of why the team never saw a single monster along the way was found, because they were all hidden in the underground city. The young witch interrupted the captain's thoughts and asked what kind of letter he had in his hands and where it came from. The man tore the paper into tiny pieces and announced to everyone that monsters were being found underground. He ordered everyone to be prepared for a surprise attack. Anna also saw this through the system and could not calm down because of the insidious plan of those people, because attacking unexpectedly is mean in her opinion. In her anger, she accidentally hit her owner on the head, as if he were a stone. But then she apologized and said she would be more careful next time. The dragon was not frightened by their plan of action, because he was confident in the strength of his labyrinth, from which people would not be able to escape, and he called 2 of his servants. A pink, pumped-up bunny with a dumbbell in his hands, and a wolf with red eyes immediately arrived at the owner's command. He ordered a team of fire rabbits to be taken, their weapons taken, and to follow him into the labyrinth. He intended to organize a defense and station several ferocious gnolls there. Everyone, at the command of the mighty monster, arrived at the entrance to the dark labyrinth and awaited further orders. The gray wolf brought terrifying monsters, but they seemed rather stupid, although perhaps they possessed a talent that could frighten an enemy to death. The commander of the animal army explained that the labyrinth had a special feature, and inside it they could become invisible to people. When you're in this state, the dragon continued, it'll be difficult for people to see or sense any of the soldiers. Therefore, the army's goal is to create such obstacles as often as possible. Among the gray wolves, Su Nian saw another silhouette and realized that it was Anna, disguised in a cat cloak. He stopped her and said he had too good of an eye to miss the girl. Although she tried hard to blend in, she failed. The master ordered her to return and forbade her from engaging in battle. But Anna squealed like a little girl and assured her master that she had plenty of strength now and could defend the lair. And then she knelt down and, looking at him with a sweet gaze, persuaded the dragon to let her leave with everyone else. He couldn't understand why. After gaining her freedom, the girl became more cheerful and happy, and stopped being so cautious. Could this really be the nature of animals? She said that it was unfair. Why then could Selena go on the attack? But she couldn't. The friend was also covered with a cloak with a silhouette of a cat and asked to go into battle. The black beast Rose got angry and finally understood from whom Anna learned to behave and lie like this. Anna and Selena are standing next to each other, and for some reason they are smiling contentedly. They are very happy that everything worked out for them. They both stand next to Su Nian because they leave him no choice. He looks very unhappy because he caved into them. Eldest Princess Eleran thinks that this time she must get the heart of the black dragon, because this way she will receive a reward and power from the king and recognition from her father. She approaches some huge door and tells her companions that in front of them is the entrance to an underground city. She tells them that she has read many stories about underground cities and such doors are just a distraction, and therefore she is sure that this is not an entrance. Madraco tells her that it is pointless, and asks her if it is possible that she does not see the clues for the players. He sees a clue in the air hanging over some lever. He understands that he needs to turn it in order to do something. He turns this lever and the huge doors next to them start to open. It looks very beautiful. The eldest princess sees that the very door that she said was a fake entrance turned out to be a real entrance. She punches the player next to her in the face and calls him disgusting trash. She tells him it's his fault that he clouded her judgment. The player kneels silently after her hit and looks at her angrily. He looks very unhappy about it. He takes out a torch and lights the way ahead of him. They enter the door that opened after the player pulled the lever. They see 3 large arches in front of them, behind which there are doors. They understand that this is the entrance to a dungeon labyrinth, and think about which one they should enter. Elerin is again trying to stand out and says that she is proposing not to split up and to go through each one together. Madraco tells her that they have absolutely no time for trial and error and orders the other players to split up into each of the doors. The eldest princess thinks that he has no right to ignore her, and she would not have gone with him if she did not need a powerful fire staff to fight the dragon. She thinks that when she goes out, she will take care of his execution and goes ahead of everyone, entering the door. She crashes into something that looks like a wall and does not understand what is happening. She asks who dared to block the princess's path. She looks up and sees a black dragon in front of her. She is sure that it is an ordinary statue and not a real dragon. She begins to stroke the dragon's belly and says that this statue looks very natural. Sun Yan blushes as his belly is stroked, and the eldest princess comments that even the best sculptors cannot achieve such curves. Meanwhile, the player she hit in the face goes through another door and stumbles upon a hare. He also thinks that there is a statue in front of him. He continues to look at the statue, and then a smell hits his nose that surprises him greatly. Because he smells this smell, he starts sneezing very hard. He doesn't stop sneezing, and it looks strange to him. He writes to the blue-haired player that he is sneezing, and this means that there is a living creature with fur in this labyrinth. Because he is allergic to fur, Midrako voices this out loud. Wright comes across another large statue and comments on how ugly it is, and takes out his RPG to blow it up. Midrako stops him and tells him that their weapons won't work, and they will only attract attention, and tells everyone to be careful in the labyrinth. Wright tells him not to worry about it because he'll take care of everything, and the statue behind him begins to move. Saliva starts dripping onto his shoulder, and he notices it and doesn't understand what's happening and says it's just disgusting. He turns to the statue to see what is happening and sees that the statue is alive and breathing right into his face. He sees this and covers his mouth to avoid inhaling the dog smell, after which he takes out his RPG. He points his RPG at his enemy and pulls the trigger. He is disobeying what he was told before. A huge explosion occurs, causing walls to break and fly towards the other players, which takes everyone by surprise. Midrako asks another player who opened fire, and they tell him that it was Wright. He asks him where he went. Meanwhile, the eldest princess walks through the labyrinth and says that they can follow her because she sees the exit. They go out to the entrance, and she asks if they found anything strange, and asks who showed them the way. The players tell her that she showed them the way. She looks confused and says that it cannot be that she is the one showing the way, and says that their people have always led her. Anna is watching all this. She calmly looks at them and hums a melody to herself so that she doesn't feel so bored. She tells Sun Yan that people are arguing. He tells her that she doesn't have to worry because they won't have time to quarrel in the near future. He starts to make a loud dragon roar. This roar sounds very frightening and very creepy. The player who entered the door where the hare was hears this roar and looks very scared. He does not understand what it is. Midrako also hears this roar and is also scared. He does not understand what this could mean and what kind of roar this is. Eldest Princess Ellerin also hears this roar and looks the most frightened of all those inside.
Red eyes that appear aggressive begin to appear behind unsuspecting players.
The hare statue in front of them starts to move. It looks very angry and glares at the players. The players start running away in fear and talk about how the statues are starting to come to life, while a hare approaches them. Suddenly, an eagle appears and carries the player away in an unknown direction, and he screams and asks for help. The eagle decides to throw him on the floor, and he screams very loudly in pain. He is very shocked by the situation.
The players try to escape, but the monsters easily catch them and do not let them escape so easily. It is a creepy picture.
The Midrako player tells everyone that they should not panic and should defend themselves, asking them not to forget that they have weapons. A shadow appears over the players. They immediately understand who this shadow is from, and they stand in a stupor, shocked by the whole situation. They all start looking up, and they see a real black dragon above them. They are all very scared. The dragon sits on the wall in front of them and looks very creepy, frightening, and majestic. They don't expect this. A player with a bandaged head appears and points their gun at the dragon, telling them to get out of the way. He shoots a projectile from their gun, and the projectile flies straight at the dragon. It doesn't look very safe. Sun Yan opens his mouth and catches the projectile in it. He swallows the projectile with ease, and they are surprised by this. He exhales as if it were just a snack and says that their projectile is not enough for his teeth. The system informs him that he has absorbed the projectile, and the durability of his scale armor and dragon breath has increased by 1/10,000%. He turns his gaze towards the players and opens his mouth, starting to spew out a lot of fire. Players begin to lie on the ground due to the inability to withstand its flames and scream in horror. They look pathetic.
Sun Yan tells the players that they are stupid because the narrower the terrain, the less suitable it is for a large team, because the team can be easily destroyed.
The system informs him that he has repelled the invasion wave, and the legend level of his underground city has been increased, and now he is the boss. A new building has been unlocked for him, namely the Dark Foundry. He is happy with the message. He talks about how he thought it would be hard to level up to Legend, but by killing a wave of players, he reached that level and also unlocked construction. He asks the system what these Legend levels are and is told that there are many Legend ranks and the received influence is divided between the master and subordinates. It will be difficult for him to become a world boss. The system asks him to increase his legendary level because it is connected with the updating of the underground city and the unlocking of quests. He thinks that players will come to him themselves and he will not have to strain himself. He turns to Anna, who continues to fight the players, and tells her that they can now leave in peace. She turns to him and looks a little upset. She tells him that the fighting in this place is not over yet. He doesn't listen to her and grabs her. He tells her that they don't have time and they will leave the cleanup to Hippolyclia and the others, because they have more important things to do. Meanwhile, the eldest princess Ellerin manages to escape from the dragon and looks tired. She walks through the labyrinth and says that she has reached a dead end again. Someone appears who tells her that she is really unlucky. She realizes that someone is behind her and turns around. She sees some dark figure behind her. She sees that the man whom she had previously called her pet appears in front of her and strikes her. She is surprised. He grabs her face and tells her that the players were very helpful because they were just killed. She looks very angry. She looks at him and tells her that he has no right to go against her, and calls him a pig. He tells her that he would advise her to give up resistance. He tells her that her resistance is useless and brings his hand towards her. Some kind of glow appears around his hand. She looks very surprised and confused. She asks him what is happening and why her powers are starting to fade. He throws her to the floor and tells her that she was wrong to think that the brave man only has the ability to regenerate. She holds her hip and looks around, trying to find something that should be on her hip. He comes up to her and holds some kind of flask. He asks her if this is what she is looking for, and she asks him why he has the medicine and realizes that he is no longer under control. He pours it on the floor and tells her that without the torment he experienced, he would not have been able to awaken new abilities within himself. He starts ripping her clothes and tells her that it's time to pay her back for treating him like a dog. She asks him to stop. The brave man stops mocking her because he notices something strange. He turns his head and sees a fireball behind him. It turns out to be Sunian. He says that he didn't expect to see something like this on the way back. He looks a little angry and says that in his palace, no one is allowed to surpass him. Anna comes up to him from behind and asks him what he is looking at so enthusiastically and with interest, he gets scared. She sees that there's some girl lying in front of him with her legs spread and looks very surprised. He tries to cover it all up and tells Anna that he would like to show her their new dark foundry. She agrees with him. As they walk towards her, he imagines a huge house with several floors and men creating swords on an anvil. They come to the place of the structure, and they see only some gates. Anna tells him that the structure of this structure is completely unique. He is furious because he only sees some gates and asks the system a question. They tell him that he still needs system points to build it. He realizes that he needs to spend a lot of system points to build one structure and says that the system wants to rob him. He says that other systems give everything for free, but his system wants something from him every time and he does not want to communicate with such a system. The system tells him that most of the points go towards building the foundry and hiring workers and the rest goes towards the system itself. He tells it that he wants to do things differently. The system asks him what he wants to do and he tells her that he wants to build a foundry for free. The system tells him that free construction is possible, but only the first 100 standard equipment will be free. He agrees to this. After this, the system writes a message to the descendants that signing the contract with the greedy dragon was a mistake. They create a foundry, and he says that this is what a real foundry should look like. He asks the system where the workers are. The system reports that the energy is low and it activates self-healing. He asks it what is happening. The door of the foundry opens and someone comes out to meet him. He looks at the person coming out to him. Some old man comes out and says that they are workers at the foundry and specialize in making equipment. He asks for instructions. Sunian sees what is happening and for some reason looks very surprised. He does not understand what is happening. It turns out that the grandfather who came out of the foundry addressed Anna and mistook her for the Dark Lord. She tells him that the real Dark Lord is behind him. Grandpa scratches his head and looks a little embarrassed. He says that he is very uncomfortable about this situation. He turns again and speaks into the air, looking as if he doesn't understand where he is. Sunian sees all this and looks worried. He says that he has a feeling that all this is not worth the money. He directly addresses his grandfather and tells him that he would like to forge a long sword and asks him what resources he needs. Grandfather explains to him that he needs ore and materials, and the level of the long sword will depend on the material and the equipment of the foundry. He comes closer to him and tells him that with his current equipment, he can cast weapons of the highest level. Some kind of aura appears around him, and he says that under better conditions he will be able to calmly forge a divine weapon for him. The system tells him that he has received the will's decision, but he is immune to the will's decision. He is surprised that the system was able to make the Dark Boss work for him. He thinks that his last name, Sanderson, seems very familiar to him for some reason, and he is surprised by all this. He remembers that he was a dwarf who followed the conquering king to light the sacred fire, and he forged for this king, and he also had the last name Sanderson. He looks at this grandfather and thinks that they could be related, or that the Sanderson name could be the name of all dwarf geniuses. He realizes that he has almost eaten all the gold and ore and thinks about where he can find materials for forging. He asks the dwarf if he can forge something without materials. The dwarf tells him that he cannot joke with the basic principles like that. He tells him that if he doesn't have the materials, he will need to turn to a deity rather than a master blacksmith. Sunian hears what he tells him and starts crying because without materials, the dwarf won't be able to forge something for him. He remembers that they have a dozen silver chests from the captive players, and realizes that there may be ore and materials in there. He creates a connection with Ippolikli and orders him to bring to him all the silver chests and keys. Ippolikli quickly finishes his work and looks at the dozen silver chests in front of him. He begins to open the silver chests one by one and looks at what he can pull out of them. The first thing he gets is some purple object, which is a regular roll of toilet paper. The next one takes out an equally rare purple item, and it turns out to be 10 bottles of the highest quality glycolax. Next, he gets another purple item, and it turns out to be a jar of the ancient pill, 6 flavors of the earth. He stands in the middle of open chests and is very upset. He is tired and thinks that this is all a terrible situation. Anna sees Sunian standing upset in the middle of the open chests and decides that she will help him open another one. She opens the last silver chest, and from it she finds a useful and necessary item. She gets a purple item from the chest, and it turns out to be 10-star steel. He turns to her and sees what is happening. He is very surprised that she is able to find the necessary items so easily. He examines all the star steel and says that this is still the same legendary lucky one. He gives her another key and commands her to go and quickly open more chests. She obeys his order. From the next chest, she gets a blue item, and it turns out to be 1,000 units of forged iron. The next item she receives is a purple item, which turns out to be a blueprint for a water wheel. The next item she receives is another purple item, and it is a transformation potion. It allows non-human creatures to take human form with increased strength for an hour. He looks at everything she has received and understands what the system meant in a lucky elf, and she is indeed lucky. Anna shows him the potion she received and tells him that it smells familiar, and she saw it in the Pearl Forest, and it is the same as the transformation potion. She tells him that it is a high-level potion for dwarven masters, and they often make it to gain human form, and they acquire it within an hour. He takes the potion from her and thinks that it is a specific local product of the world he is in. He thinks that with a slow increase, he will be able to pick up a few in the Pearl Forest, and with many of these potions, he will be able to maintain his human form for a long time. Anna thinks that she doesn't know when Mr. Sunian will regain his human form. He asks her why she is so worried about him turning human, and she tells him that he shouldn't read her mind. She leaves him very pouty and angry. He looks at her awkwardly and realizes that he did the wrong thing. He gives the materials he received to the dwarf and asks him to look at them and tell him what equipment he can make. The dwarf tells him that these are high-quality materials and the equipment will be of the highest level, and he will be able to make 20 units of weapons and 5 units of armor. He asks him if he can make a weapon of excellent quality because he should make the weapon popular and not improve it. The gnome tells him that by adding high-grade materials to low-grade ones, the strength of the low-grade materials can be increased and shows him 3 fingers. He tells him that this is how many units can be made. Sunian is surprised that they can make so much and guesses that it is 30 weapons. The dwarf tells him that he is wrong, and that they will be able to make as many as 300 weapons while rubbing his beard. Sunian thinks that such a number of sets is good, but they will not be able to open the chest forever, and they must find deposits of rare metals. He turns to the dwarf and tells him that he is worried that his body is not capable of forging and asks him when the equipment will be ready. The aura appears around the dwarf again, and he tells him that he may doubt his eyes, but he should not worry about his professionalism. He creates a rapid expansion and his muscles tense up, and he himself becomes much larger and looks very strong. He shows his strength to Sunian and Anna. He looks very confident in his strength, and they are surprised by his changes. He turns around and orders someone to bring him a hammer so that he can begin forging for the master. The main entrance to the foundry opens and more dwarves appear from there, carrying a hammer in their hands. They all present this hammer to the dwarf together, and he looks at them. He waits for what they will do next. They throw his hammer onto the stone floor, and it splits the floor where it lands, which surprises Sunian. He thinks about how the density of this hammer is much higher than that of his armor, and is surprised that the dwarf can handle such a heavy hammer. At this moment, Ippolikli contacts him via mental communication and tells him that the prisoners they named are already there. After Hippolocus's message, he takes Anna with him and flies towards the dark prison to inspect the prisoners. He lands on the ground and lowers Anna off of him. They open the doors and go inside the prison. My Draco immediately gets up from the ground and calls them demons, and he tells them that they will never know how strong they are. The other prisoners sit quietly, and he continues his speech. He says that none of them will feel pain, and they will not be able to kill him. Sunyan approaches him and tells him that he was going to offer him a cooperation opportunity, but because of his words, he cancels the opportunity. He looks angry and tells him that the main reason for the refusal is that he does not respect monsters. He tells Hippolytus that this prisoner is very brave, and they should treat him with special respect. He orders him to be castrated and then have his wounds healed, tie him up, and place him in a room with people of non-standard sexual orientation. My Draco hears this and tells them that it would be better for him to die then, and asks them to just kill him. Sunyan thinks that he left him to create thermal weapons and obtain materials for casting, but he does not want to cooperate with them. He approaches another captive. He approaches the pet of the eldest princess Elerin and tells him that he heard that he is also brave. He looks very scared and tells the dragon that it is true, and he is a brave healer, and his name is Kyle. Sun Yin tells him that his abilities are not bad, and he can serve and obey him, and if he does not agree, he will crush him. Kyle thinks about how humanity dominated the continent for over 1,000 years, and he doesn't understand when monsters started to rule everything. He understands that if he refuses, he will die. He realizes that he can try his technique on the dragon, and if one deterioration softens and deforms the hard metal, it will be solved. His face becomes very sly, and he understands that this means that he must definitely try this. He kneels down and tells the dragon that he would like to be his subordinate and follow him and fight for him until the death. Sun Yan tells him that this is great news and asks him to come closer. This news makes Kyle happy. The dragon sticks its paw inside and tells him that it will use the dragon's blood to make a contract with him, free his mind and spirit, and transform him with it. Kyle looks at him with great satisfaction and thinks that his chance has come and he will not have another opportunity to act. He quickly jumps up to grab the dragon by the paw and start using his techniques on it. He uses two of his techniques, capture and deteriorate, and looks at the dragon with satisfaction, thinking that he has won. The system informs Sun Yan that he is being subjected to a kidnapping technique and a will decision is taking place, rendering his technique useless. She informs him that the subordinate has rebelled against the master, and so he absorbs his capture technique. Kyle uses his local deterioration technique, and the resistance begins. The system reports that the process is complete and the technique is ineffective, and due to the subordinate's rebellion, he absorbs the deterioration technique. Sun Yan realized that this was a reverse reaction art and was surprised that the absorption technique could be used in this way. He says that although some prerequisites must be met, the absorption technique is amazing. Kyle understands that something is changing in him and his techniques are disappearing. He asks the dragon what he did to him. He starts crying and holding onto the bars. He kneels and asks the dragon to give him back his powers. Sun Yan reads that the deterioration technique, when successfully resolving resistance, puts the enemy into a negative state and can be used on living and non-living objects. The capture technique is a test of willpower, and, if successful, will strip the opponent of a skill, with the system notifying them that they can only activate up to 3 of the stolen skills. He thinks that if the ruling is not made, it will be considered invalid and will not entail any punishment. He takes the brave man out of the cage to test him. He doesn't understand what's happening. He uses his new technique capture on Kyle, and the brave man asks him to release it as soon as possible. The first skill he finds is axe throw. He doesn't understand why a healer mage needs to learn martial arts, and starts using the technique again. The second skill he finds is water glide, and says that a dragon definitely doesn't need such a technique. He continues to use capture on him, and next finds the iron hand skill. He doesn't need this skill either. The system congratulates him on finally getting the enhancement skill, which makes him very happy. He wonders if he can use this skill to reduce the caliber of Francis's gun and remove its barbs. He imagines Anna asking the Dragon Lord to come to her quickly. These thoughts do not look very decent. He smiles contentedly, and Anna tells him that she sees that the dragon is thinking about some strange things again. The brave man begins to recover, and Sun Yan realizes that he still has one more recovery skill that he has not captured. He decides that he will wait for the lottery machine to be restored and can just let this magic healer do the healing. He approaches the next cage. There's a woman sitting in it. He thinks that he has seen this woman somewhere before, but he cannot remember her. He asks Hippolocus who she is and why she is locked in the cell. He answers him that he himself ordered him to lock her. The girl turns to him and tells him that she is the Thunder Mage Salister and asks him if he has really forgotten her. She takes off her hood and looks at him with a smile. She tells him that they haven't seen each other for quite some time. Anna sees her face and becomes happy. She is glad that they met Sister Farayu. Su Nian tells her to calm down and stop. He tells her that Faraya should be dead. Anna understands that this is true and becomes very surprised that this happened and does not understand what happened. They hug each other and look quite scared. They look at her and say that she is a ghost. Sulister remembers being given a potion and told that she would be able to take on the appearance of a person without anyone noticing. But there are only 3 chances for this, and she must use them wisely. She remembers how she says that this is the last chance and she must definitely kill the black dragon. The cage doors open and they go inside the cage to inspect it and do not suspect anything. She gets up from the floor and takes off her cloak. She looks very serious and walks towards the exit of the cage. Su Nian looks scared because this person doesn't have a board with information and he thinks she is a ghost. He tells the system that she also didn't tell him that ghosts can invade the dungeon. Unexpectedly for them, she quickly disappears into thin air and they do not understand where she could have disappeared to. She appears behind the dragon and tells him that she is right behind him. She looks very angry. She creates thunder magic in her hands and directs it at the dragon. She tells him that he must return to hell. Electricity runs through the dragon and he looks very surprised by this situation. Anna sees this and worries about him. Sulister looks very creepy. The electricity from her hands connects above her head and she heads towards the dragon. Su Nian quickly dodges his attack and tells him that for every grievance there is an offender, and if she needs help, she can tell him. He makes a quick blow and breaks her bracelet that was hanging on her hand. She gets scared because of this. After her bracelet is broken, her disguise begins to fade and her true form is revealed. He sees that it is not actually Faraya standing in front of him. He looks at her card and realizes that it is Sulister, and her sympathy towards him is negative, and she hates him. She takes out her staff and is about to attack him again. She tells him that she doesn't need his help and she knows that he killed her. Anna appears and tells Su Nian to move away. She creates ice projectiles to stop her. Sulister says that she taught Evelyn the art of ice herself and does not understand where she knows it from. The black dragon quickly flies up to her and slams her into the ground. He asks her who she is and how she dared to fool him. She tells him that she is Evelyn's sister, whom he killed. Anna and Su Nian are surprised that she thinks that he killed his sister Evelyn. He is going to explain everything to her. He tells her that when he found her in the forest, she had already been killed by Brazier, who sold her to the bandits. She tells him that this is impossible, because she saw him next to her body. Anna tells her that the dragon's words are true, and that Sister Evelyn really did die when Anrius's army invaded her territory. Sulister hears her words and looks very surprised. She asks them how this could have happened. Su Nian tells her that he is not lying to her, and besides, she is not in the right situation to ask questions of the noble dragon now. The system informs him that the world boss, Stormworm King, is approaching his area of territory, and the influence of the dragon and the underground city is growing, which angers him. He talks about how the world boss will attract a lot of players and asks the system where the Stormworm King is. The system creates a map and shows him the point. It tells him that this is the exact location, and he can check it himself. He quickly rushes off and tells Anna that he has urgent matters to attend to, and he is leaving everything to her. He flies to the place marked by the system and finds the world boss. He is level 4, wounded and weak. Su Nian chases him and orders him to get out of his territory, calling him a worthless worm.
The world boss asks him where the black dragon came from in the Silver Forest, and he only remembers about the spider. He says that people are coming and he will run away first.
Su Nian tells him that he can't escape without saying a word, and his territory is no place for him, and he shoots his breath at him. The worm tells him that he didn't know this was his territory, and that he was being pursued by a large number of warriors and mages, and that if he didn't leave he could cause trouble. The black dragon tells him that he can leave if he wants, but first he will pay for it, because this is his domain, and he will have to cleanse it of the worm's blood. The worm tells him that he can't do anything, but his lair is west of his cave, but there are many good things within 6 miles. The black dragon tells him that if he can't offer him anything, he will simply take his life. The worm says that warriors are chasing him behind, and that a dragon is in front of him, and he decides to lure the dragon to the people. Su Nian sees the worm trying to escape from him and tells him that he will not tolerate such treatment. The warriors talk about how the world boss has escaped from them. They say that this boss was difficult and they must act together. They are informed that the boss is returning, and they do not understand what is happening because the boss first ran away from them and now is returning. Their leader orders them to prepare for battle because the boss is coming back into their hands and they must be ready for it. They see that a black dragon is following the worm. They do not understand what is happening, and at first they do not understand who it is. Their system informs them that a hidden boss, the 4th-tier legendary creature Black Dragon, has been discovered, and the players look scared. The Black Dragon appears in front of them and simply looks at the players in front of it, the flapping of its wings dispersing the air. Sun Yan says that a lot of insects appeared in front of him, and he laughs contentedly, fiery vapors coming out of his mouth. He starts flapping his wings and knocks down all the players. The players don't understand why such a creature is not designated as a world boss. Meanwhile, the worm tries to escape and thinks that he can easily escape because the dragon is now busy with people. The dragon sees that the worm is trying to hide and tells him that he is hoping in vain that he brought him to the players and therefore will be able to escape. It releases a huge amount of fire towards the worm to kill it and prevent it from escaping from it. He creates a huge explosion with his breath, and players can only hide from the powerful blast wave. A chest that he received after he killed the world boss with his own hands begins to float in the water. There's a fried worm body floating in the water, and it all looks creepy. It looks a bit like fried sausage. The players see that this huge floating fried sausage was previously the Stormworm King and look surprised. They use identification techniques to find out what the Black Dragon is truly capable of. They are not successful, and the identification technique only shows the level and race, but does not show either his skills or weaknesses. They say that the information about the Stormworm King was full of question marks, but it showed skills. They point out that the dragon had a strip of his life underneath him all this time, and they don't understand how it could be so long. Their leader tells them that they don't have to be afraid, because the dragon was only able to kill the worm because they seriously wounded him, and since he has a life bar, they can kill him. He thinks that their only hope is to keep the rewards in the treasure chest, and they must find a way to take it. Sun Yan begins to breathe fire on them and says that he will test what the elite players are truly capable of. He creates explosions with his breath, and the leader orders the players not to panic. He orders the priest to stay in the water and the others to cover the warrior and enter the water as soon as the dragon's breath runs out. Sun Yan heads towards them, still breathing fire, and the leader begins the countdown. Once the dragon gets close enough, he orders them to do what he told the players before. They create a bunch of chains and trap the dragon in them. They stop his attack and continue to hold him. The leader sees this and tells all the players that they have done a great job and that this will definitely delay the dragon. He silently looks at the players who caught him with chains and looks very angry about it. The leader commands the players who are holding him to pull him together. They are trying to get him closer. Sun Yan starts laughing at them and says that they won't be able to let him down so easily with some chains. He will tell them that since they are so strong in catching him, he will see what they are all really capable of. He easily breaks the chains that bound him and throws all the players into the water, creating huge waves. Sun Yan descends on top of the players and begins to press them. They can do absolutely nothing against him. Their leader says that he is from the Tianji family, and he will never be left without fighting spirit, and will let him try his famous technique. He swings and attacks the dragon's leg, calling his technique Flying Meteor and looking very smug. The system tells him that his attack wasn't particularly effective, and he dealt 1 point of damage to the mutant Black Dragon boss. He can't believe it, because the damage dealt by the Flying Meteorite is extremely high, and it can cause thousands of damage even to a thick-skinned worm. Sun Yan turns to him and looks at the man who managed to stab him. He looks angry. He makes a light strike with one of his fingers and deals massive damage to the leader of the players who attacked him. Players say that they couldn't even break through his defense and think that he is some kind of invincible monster in this game. They say that it is already the last, and they hear a whisper like the sound of the god of death. They say that this is a first-class trick of the first-class player McCree from the village of Birdsong. Their leader turns out to be that same player, and he takes out his gun to use his trick. He fires the entire clip at the dragon at once, and the bullets look quite amazing. The dragon looks at it. He decides to defend himself from his attack with his wing, and his attack does almost no damage to him. The players see that with this trick they were able to take off 1% of his health and say that they can attack him together. They all grab their weapons and rush towards the dragon to attack the Black Dragon. They look at the dragon's health bar and see that its health is being restored to maximum. They see this and do not understand how this is possible. They say that it is incredible, because then there is no point in them fighting, but they also will not have time to run away. Meanwhile, the distracted dragon and the players don't notice that McCree manages to take the treasure chest and escape. One of the players finally notices that their leader is running away and realizes that he forced them to sacrifice their lives, and he himself took the treasure chest. Sun Yan also sees that this player dared to deceive him. He says that he got this chest with difficulty and he will kill him. He creates a fireball in his mouth to stop him and take his well-deserved chest for himself. McCree notices a fireball coming towards him and realizes that he must dodge the attack. He still manages to dodge the dragon's projectile and looks very happy. He still holds the chest. He sticks his tongue out at the dragon and tells him that he finds it funny that he can't hit him. He laughs at him.
Petrov appears, flies straight into McCree, and slams him into the ground. He says that this is a real disgrace.
He tells him that a true warrior cannot act like that and cannot be so blinded by his desire. He takes his sword from behind his back and says that the old man is a little late. He looks determined. He talks about how lucky he is to have met the secretive Black Dragon boss and says that this battle will be a battle for his glory. Sun Yan looks at him with pity and tells him that he wishes for his own death again. He looks disappointed. Petrov takes out his dagger from behind his back and is about to do something with it. It looks creepy. He makes a cut on his neck with this dagger and blood begins to flow out of it. He does this of his own free will. Sun Yan sees this and thinks that he has seen many people seeking death. But he is the first one to kill himself and calls him a true warrior. Petrov starts drinking a recovery potion and restores his health a little so that he has very little left. A strong aura appears around him and he points his sword at the dragon, telling him that he must fight him. Players see Petrov with an aura jumping on a dragon and they say it looks amazing. Some player doesn't understand who he is and asks if Petrov is really that strong. He looks surprised. They explain to him that he is insanely strong and he is not much taller than them. But there are rumors that 99 beasts died because of him, and he received the hidden profession of warrior terror and abilities. And because of this profession, the lower his blood level, the more damage he does, and at 5%, he causes a 10-second blood lock and increases attack speed and power by 50%. Players are surprised that he can be so strong and has a special ability. They are offended that they are not as strong. Petrov raises his sword, and it seems as if some huge statue appears behind him, repeating his movements. He says that this is his most powerful blow. Sun Yan looks at his attack and decides to respond to him and meet his attack by attacking him with one of her paws. Their attacks meet each other and cannot defeat each other. They just bump into each other like rams. The players don't understand what happened and are looking to see if Petrov was able to defeat the Black Dragon. Sun Yan puts her paw forward and purple energy particles appear around it. His paw transforms, and Petrov cannot understand why the Black Dragon's paw suddenly turned into a woman. The woman quickly decides to attack the old man, and he falls to the ground due to such a quick and unexpected blow. He falls to the ground and the players look at him. They say that this is another loss, and everything was just a pitiful hope. Sun Yan says that he didn't know he was sealed, but he received an unexpected bonus in the form of the ability to resist damage. Petrov's blood volume drops to 5%. And he tells the Black Dragon that he is wrong to think he has won. The players can't believe he's still alive and talk about how he'll become a mighty brave man someday. He wraps himself in an aura again and says that it's all thanks to him. And he has 5% of his blood left, and he is invulnerable for 10 seconds, and his attacks are useless against him. He rushes at the dragon and tells him that he has 10 seconds, and he should just accept his death. The players say that there aren't many such strong and hardworking men left, and orders Petrov to be given a buff and a shield, since he's not fighting alone.
They make the old man much stronger, and he looks like he has become some kind of god. He looks very strong.
He swings his sword and splits the ground in front of him. It looks very scary and powerful. Petrov looks around and doesn't notice the Black Dragon. He doesn't understand where the boss could have disappeared to so quickly. The dragon's voice is heard saying that 10 seconds is very little time. He appears in the sky and says that 10 seconds are up, and it is his turn. He creates a teleportation spell, and a large circle appears. Water begins to emerge from the circle that appears and begins to flood the area where the players fought the boss. The players start running away from the spilling water, shouting that they must run away quickly to avoid drowning. They are in the water, and Sun Yan starts breathing fire onto the water to heat it up. He tells the players that he will add some heat for them. The players understand that he is trying to warm up the lake in every possible way and are trying to swim away as quickly as possible. Sun Yan calmly takes his well-deserved treasure chest and says that all these players are quite good. He thinks that everything is ready, and after such a battle and humiliation of the players, he can calmly return to Anna. He imagines Anna in his head and how happy she is that he has finally returned to her. Suddenly, a player appears and hits him on the neck, catching him off guard with this attack. Sun Yan looks very surprised that he was caught like this and waits for the damage report. Some blood comes out of him and the system tells him that he has lost a lot of health. He doesn't understand who it could be because this player immediately ran away somewhere. He looks around. He decides to use secret vision to attack and looks around him looking for the player. With his vision, he manages to find a player who is hiding behind a rock and thinks that he will scare him. The hiding player says that he never thought his flying sword skills would be so powerful, but he is confident that with his invisibility, he will not be found. He suddenly feels that it has become very hot around him and he does not understand what is happening. He raises his head and sees that the dragon has found him and is breathing his hot breath on him. He does not understand how he was able to find him. He quickly runs away from him and says that with his speed, no one will be able to catch him, and with his small weight and agility the dragon will not be able to catch up with him. Sun Yan quickly catches up with him, and he again does not understand what is happening because his speed is very high, and he does not understand why he is so strong. He says that if he had known that this would happen, he would not have so thoughtlessly tested the power of his flying sword. He kneels before the dragon and tells him that he accidentally hit him with his sword and asks him to spare him and let him go. The dragon thinks that he will definitely make sure that he dies, but he needs to find a way to get more use out of him. He tells him that he can leave alive, but first he will have to open the platinum chest. The player realizes that the monster is interested in what is in the treasure chest, and realizes that the contents of the chest can only be used by monsters, but they have no way to open it. He thinks that it is better for him to stay alive for now, because dragons are very insidious, and especially the black dragon. He tells Sun Yan that he agrees to his proposal, and he will definitely open this chest for him. He tells him that he must swear by his blood and the gods he believes in that he will not harm him after the discovery. Sun Yan looks at him with satisfaction and tells him that he will do it easily and even sign a contract with him and hands him a paper. The player bites his finger and makes a wound on his finger to put his seal with blood on the paper. He puts his seal on this contract, which says that the dragon will not harm him. He thinks that there is something strange about this. He takes out the key to open the chest and sits down in front of it, and at that moment he realizes what the catch was. The black dragon appears behind him, and he realizes that the contract is concluded after opening the chest, and does not count towards the early period. He hits him and tells him that he is shameless because he deceived him and set him up. Sun Yan tells him that he is acting strictly according to the contract. The system tells him that he has contacted a Chinese player. He has an ancient physique, efficient infrastructure, and culinary skills. He thinks that he could use them. He says that the player's world is more like a parallel to the previous one, and that knowing the talents of each camp is very important, and thinks that he needs to get to know players from different regions more. He takes the key to the platinum chest and is about to open it. He inserts the key and looks at what he got from the chest. He receives fortification blueprints, a black dragon guardhouse, a transition to the hidden dragon knight profession, a city construction order, and a pair of high-class spatial rings.
He talks about how there are so many things in this chest and looks at what he got from this chest.
The first item is the Black Dragon Outpost. It is located outside the dungeon and has a radius of 3 kilometers and also has the unique passage ability installed. The second item is the ability to obtain the hidden dragon knight profession, and the third item is a building upgrade scroll. It can upgrade any regular building except the main city. The fourth item is 2 spatial rings of the highest level, and it is small but very stable. It is forbidden to place living beings in it, because punishment will follow. He is surprised that he cannot place living beings, because he will be responsible for the consequences for this, and he is interested in what will happen. He regrets it because the players are already dead, and if he hadn't been so impulsive at that moment, he could have done something. The system tells him that the Black Dragon Outpost is the first line of defense for the Dark Dungeon, and he says that then they must definitely make it. The system explains to him that in order to build the outpost, he will need to collect a lot of materials from this construction scroll, and this angers him. He gets angry and says that the system is very greedy. She explains to him that this system is only responsible for analysis and hints to him, and all functions and the consumption of chests have nothing to do with it. Sun Yan hears this and is surprised that she has absolutely nothing to do with it. He asks her if it is possible to buy gold jewelry in the store and an amethyst necklace, and also if obsidian is the main material. She answers him positively. He tells her that then she can't claim that it has nothing to do with her. Since she doesn't have all the materials, the system tells him that it can only give him a 10% discount. Sun Yan hears this and becomes furious, saying that 10% is a measly discount. He asks her how much gold and amethysts cost in the alien world, and whether he understands correctly that she is going to force him to exchange system points, and not just give them away. The system informs him that he does not have to buy and slowly collect materials, because this system is humane and will not carry out forced operations, and all his actions are carried out at his discretion. He tells her that he wants a 95% discount. She tries to explain to him that she can't do that because then the system will collapse. After her words, he tells her that he then wants a 90% discount, but the system refuses. After this, he says that he wants a 70% discount, but the system again refuses his request. He tells her that 50% is the last chance, because then he will not use it for rebuilding and will just live. She tells him that he can buy only part of the materials at a discount. Later that evening, Ippolikli brings the stones and wood to him, and the system informs him that all the conditions have been met, and he needs to choose a place to build. He says that the most extensive placement is the one that coincides with the dungeon, and he confirms the location above the dungeon. The system starts building and starts creating towers. It looks very creepy and very scary. A large golden statue of a dragon appears on the building that has appeared, and his subordinates see it and say it is amazing. He sees that the outpost has a place for his paw, and this means that it has a fingerprint unlock. He puts his paw to activate this outpost and something starts to happen. He watches. A blue beam appears from beneath his statue, which moves upward and begins to create a curtain of light. He finishes forming the curtain, and Sunian says that under the curtain of light she is completely hidden, and until someone comes too close, no one will notice this outpost. He says that when attacking the dungeon, anyone must pass through the outpost, otherwise he will be stopped at the border and will not be able to go further. From the system's information, he understands that for the most part it is just a copy of the dungeon and asks the system if it would like to explain everything to him. She explains everything to him and he understands that the main goal is to reduce the numerical advantage, and he tells her that he also thought about this. He thinks that it is time to test the main function of the outpost, namely the formation of troops. He creates the first line of defense in the outpost. He thinks that he still lacks a healer and he will need to capture several magical creatures with healing skills in the forest. The system asks him if he really wants to place all the creatures he has chosen as an army. He confirms. All the creatures he chose are quickly sucked inside the outpost, and he says that this system is truly unusual. He talks about how he can just walk through the front door and feel the full power of the beings. The system tells him that he has entered the outpost and he must prepare for the tests. He says that the second voice is his and the system is good, but this is not necessary. He says that it's well done and the player will be alarmed by a huge black shadow as soon as they enter, but that's not what he wants. He asks the system if he can make his own changes and alter the troops. Otherwise, they will be easy targets. The system tells him that he can. He creates a tactic from a breakthrough to a battle of attrition in several parties, each of which will fight with the player for 3 minutes. And even an elite boss will participate in the battle, and this is the only normal way. The system tells him that he must develop the equipment items dropped from the outpost for players. He is surprised by this. The system explains to him that this will attract players, and if he doesn't show any benefit, they won't come here and thus his development will be limited. He tells her that this is logical. She tells him that normal fire rabbits can drop one type of equipment or material. He asks her if he can make as much equipment or materials as he wants. The system tells him that he can. He says that he wants to create a hot radish that will create a fireball from the back, and the second one, a shock radish that will cause shock and vibration. He asks if it would be possible to develop these two materials, and the system tells him that for acute he will need 1 system point, and for shock 3. He says that this is great news, and that hot radishes will drop from the regular flame rabbit, and shocks from the elite one with a drop rate of 20%. Development is complete, and the system informs all players that a new facility, the Black Dragon Outpost, has been opened with a normal difficulty level. The players hear this, and think about whether they need to go to this new object that has appeared. They look surprised. The system informs that players who wish to complete it must go to the Silver Moon Coast near the country of Anrius, and the rewards are quite generous and will help all players in their development. The player who was tricked by the dragon says that the Black Dragon not only lost his 1 resurrection, but also lost the key to the chest. He says that all this was not in vain, and it turned out that the abilities of the indigenous population are much greater than the definition shows, and they can also use the contents of the chests. There's a scroll in front of Anna, and spiritual particles are flying around her. She says that she feels how the power has gushed into her whole body. She falls to the ground and says that she can't take it anymore, and tells him that she is very hot. He is surprised that she has such a strong reaction, but does not see it as a problem, since the Dragon Knight's scroll still works on her. As if on command, she gets up from the ground and looks quite creepy. Her face is hidden by some kind of shadow. Something appears on her head. She still comes to her senses and her eyes change color. They become orange, and she is waiting for something. Small dragon wings quickly emerge from her back, illuminated by the same spiritual energy. After this, she is completely revealed and horns are visible on her head. Wings are visible behind her back and her eyes are orange. She shows him that she has grown wings. He tells her that most of the skills of the profession are aimed at strengthening the dragon. He did not expect that a change of form would occur. The system tells him that she has received several new skills: Dragon Spiritual Shield. It divides damage, Destructive Blow, it strengthens the dragon and dragon breeding, which increases the chance of conception. He is surprised by the latest skill that increases the chances of conception, and he doesn't know if it is true or not. Rolls-Royce appears and tells him that he has something to tell him urgently. Sun Yan tells him that he gives him 10 words. He is surprised that he has to describe everything in only 10 words, and Sun Yan tells him that he now has 7 words left. He very briefly tells him that Mydraco won't confess.
The Black Dragon tells him that it's true that low-pain players are quite stubborn. He gives Rolls-Royce a building upgrade scroll and tells him that he has to upgrade the dungeon, put it in the dark dungeon, and then he knows the rest. After this, he takes out the ring and gives it to the reincarnated Anna. She tells him that it is a very beautiful ring. Sun tells her that the ring is just one of the gifts, and the real gift is inside the ring. He allows her to open it. Suddenly, Rolls-Royce runs up to her to see what is inside the ring, and he scares her. Sun quickly kicks him out of the cave. He doesn't want him to get close to Anna. He blows up the entrance to the cave and tells her that he hates dragons who have no sense of boundaries. He tells her that now she can calmly open her gift. She tells him that he cannot do this because he did nothing wrong, because he just wanted to share the joy of the gift he received. He looks at her with displeasure and tells her that she is worrying about all this in vain and that she better look at what is inside. She takes out some dark, very beautiful dress from the ring. She looks at it and blushes very deeply. Sun asks her if she likes it because he chose it himself and the temperature can also be adjusted. She tells him that he is bad, because he always thinks about indecent things. He tells her that she is an elf and he is a dragon and he can't do anything and just thinks that in the hot summer it will make her the optimal temperature. She is surprised by this and asks him if it is true. He tells her that it is true and she can believe him. She turns away from him very embarrassedly and tells him that he is bad. He looks very surprised. She quickly flies away from him and he silently watches her fly away from him. He doesn't know what to do. It says that spring has come and the little creature is constantly coming to life while looking graceful. He approaches Anna's room and thinks that he cannot enter it, and if he had known about this in advance, he would not have changed the characteristics of the room to please the residents. He becomes very serious and says that there is nothing wrong with this rule, and even if it is not allowed, he will comply. He takes a deep breath and knocks down the door to the room. He tells Anna that he came to her to check on her. He sees that she is lying on her bed, and some purple particles are flying around her. He sees this. She gets out of bed and he sees that for some reason her wings are missing and he doesn't understand what's happening to her. He sees her red face and rushes towards her. He tells her that he will help her. He looks very interested. He tries to get through, but he can't do it and he just gets stuck in the passage. He tries to get through. Meanwhile, near the mountain in which the cave from which the Rolls-Royce was thrown was located, he comes to his senses. He stands on the ground and does not understand why the owner treated him so cruelly and says that it hurts him. He assumes that he can motivate him this way, and he must show himself to the master and make my Draco tell everything to meet his expectations. Under the light of the night moon, he goes to the dungeon to fulfill his destiny. He approaches Draco with the centipede in his hands, and he tells him that he will help them make weapons and will tell them anything. Rolls-Royce tells him that that is not all. Meanwhile, something is happening in Anna's room. She turns to Mr. Dragon and her face is red. He asks not to call him sir and holds her by the waist. The whole picture does not look very decent. They are interrupted by Rolls-Royce entering the room and saying that he managed to figure out my Draco and he promised to help them and told them that he knows the location of the necessary materials. Sun glares at him angrily for daring to interrupt him at such an important moment, but tells him that he did a good job. He quickly approaches him and can't take it anymore. He punches him in the stomach and slams him into the wall. Meanwhile, new players stand at the Silver Moon Forest, a coastal location, to explore a new site. They find themselves right in front of the Black Dragon's outpost, and they don't understand how they were able to arrive there so suddenly. One girl tells them that the map says that the outpost is the first line of defense against the dragon's underground city, and they must pass it to go into the dungeon. She talks about how the world is becoming more and more like a game, and sometimes she can't tell whether it's the real world or a game. Their captain tells her that they are invaders and therefore they should have an attitude like invaders, and the most important thing is to capture a copy of the dungeon, and the more the world is like the game, the better. They approach the outpost, and the leader among them places his hand on the entrance to examine the information. The system informs him that the maximum number of team members is 20 people, and asks him if they want to activate teleportation. They are surprised that there is a limit. The girl asks their captain if they can go back, because the outpost seems dangerous. He tells her that if she is afraid, she can leave. They leave her and tell her that she will not receive any reward then. She runs after them and asks them to wait for her. A rabbit appears in front of them and immediately attacks them. Their captain takes out his sword to fight it. The girl who was afraid before starts to run away, and the captain tells everyone to stay put and not run away. Wolves appear and begin to gnaw at all those who try to escape. They kill them instantly. Other players begin to try to escape further. Many of them simply fall into traps and die there.
The remaining players are calmly finished off by the rabbits. The outpost army calmly kills all the players and does not give them the opportunity to escape. The system tells Su Nian, who is sitting on the throne, that it can congratulate him on receiving 17,000 system points. All this is inside the main hall. Salister comes up to him. She tells him that she has prepared today's lesson. He recognizes her and realizes that she is the woman who tried to kill him. She tells him that it happened because of some misunderstanding which was cleared up when he showed her her sister's grave. She tells him that since she is a mage, she can feel that her sister died peacefully, and as an apology, she wants to help him by teaching creatures the magical arts. He tells Anna that they agreed that she would study magic with Salister for half a day so that they could make the most of their talent. She tells him that she has absolutely no talent, and when she ended up in the Emerald Forest, she tried to do it 10 times, and 10 times it didn't work. Su Nian tells her that there is a possibility that her talent is in another area, and in any case, with training, she will become stronger and stronger and will not be inferior to other magicians. She asks her if it's true, and if she can become stronger. He tells her that it's true, and he wouldn't lie to her. She tells him that he has already cheated on her, and he should remember the time he gave Anna a lollipop. He blushes and makes a satisfied face. It looks as if she said something he didn't want to hear from her. The system tells him that a special NPC has been detected calling out to him. It asks him if he will answer. He says that he will answer. The system asks him to choose a teleportation mode, namely full teleportation or separate. He asks what the difference is. The system explains to him that with a full teleportation, his real body is teleported, and in this case he will receive damage himself, but with a split one, only part of his soul is in the body and reduces the risk of receiving damage. He tells her that then there's no point in choosing, and he says that anyone would choose the second option in his case. The system tells him that the teleportation model has been selected and that this task requires 2,000 system points. He tells it that this is too much and that it is necessary to warn about this. She reports that the spell has been cast and the soul extraction is underway. It really does seem as if a soul is being pulled out of his head. Meanwhile, something is happening at the Airland Empire Coliseum. Someone is ordering someone to kill and tear apart a girl in the arena. A girl in a huge red hat and holding a fan tells someone in the arena that she will feed him if he fulfills her request. It turns out that she orders all this to a huge lion who attacks some girl. It looks strange. The lion quickly pounces on her and she starts screaming in extreme pain. It looks very cruel. The girl with the fan orders her that he is doing everything right and orders him to tear her to pieces. The lion tears off her hand. The girl turns out to be Durna, the third princess of the Airland Empire, and she orders the lion to make her suffer or bite off her head. The people behind her ask her if she is really going to kill her and ask if anyone will blame them. She orders him to be quiet and tells him that she is a commoner, born thanks to her father's playfulness, and that her father will not care about a worthless elf who has no name. She tells him that she has a natural ability to heal herself, and no matter how much he tortures her, she survives and all her wounds disappear. She calls her butler, whom she calls Abri, and he immediately runs up to her. She tells him that she heard about his dragon in heat and asks him to let his dragon in to see the spectacle. He obeys her. A large dragon appears in the arena, its face very red, and it is breathing very heavily. This dragon approaches the elf, who is lying without arms in the arena, and sticks out her tongue, from which drool is dripping. Darna says that everything is great and her show is just beginning. She holds a glass of wine in her hand. She says that on today's show, she would like to find out if her body can recover from the dragon. She starts to smile evilly and starts to laugh wildly. All the people behind her look at her in horror. The elf says that she doesn't care who it will be, a demon or an angel, whoever they are, and whatever they are, she doesn't care. She asks for salvation and then she will be the savior's slave until the end of her days. A system message appears stating that the contract has been successfully concluded, meaning that she will finally be saved. A cut appears in the air, which stops the dragon that is attacking the elf. The slit in the air widens and a black dragon appears from it. He asks who summoned him and sees a dragon in front of him. He comes out of the portal and realizes that he has been summoned to some arena and that he is seeing it for the first time in his life. He sees that people run away when they see him and thinks about why they might be afraid of him, because he is a beautiful dragon. He raises his paw because he feels something sticky on his hand that looks like some kind of blood. He raises his paw again and sees that an elf is lying in front of him. He says that this body looks as if it was torn to pieces by a wild animal, and he also stepped on her. The elf begins to talk to him and asks him to save her. Her eyes look completely empty. He is surprised that this elf is still alive, and he understands that she has a very strong will to live, and he compares her to a tenacious cockroach. He looks at the dragon, who also looks scared, and realizes that it was not he who summoned him, but the elf in front of him. He begins to breathe out fire in order to punish everyone. He calls them insignificant and tells them that they have no right to lie in front of the great dragon and wishes them death. All the people in the stands look very scared. They don't understand where he came from, and they are all trying to run away as quickly as possible. A man asks Darna if he understands correctly that this dragon is her pet, and she thinks that she needs to calm down. She turns to him and tells him seriously that the appearance of this black dragon is a complete coincidence. They tell her that she must gather the Colosseum guards and stop the black dragon so that they can leave this place in peace. She approaches this man and grabs him by the clothes. He tells him that he should shut up, because they don't dare tell her what to do. She understands that the guards will not be able to hold the dragon for long, and judging by its size, she understands that it could be a legendary creature of the 5th level. She thinks that a level 5 silver knight won't be able to slay such a dragon, and to do it for sure, a level 6 golden horde is needed. She uses her spatial ring and takes out some kind of scroll from there in order to do something. She opens the scroll and a white dove flies out of it, holding a letter in its beak. She looks at the flying away dove and thinks that she was able to send a distress signal and it will fly to the nearest city defense commander and show the coordinates. She thinks of the 4 lords of the city guard who guard each of the 4 gates and is confident that each of them can defeat the black dragon. Meanwhile, Sun Yan looks at the elf and thinks about whether the system can do something. He does not understand why there are no healing potions in the system. The system explains to him that he can infuse his blood into her and her power of rule is different, and she specializes in modification rather than change. He tells her that she has admitted her weakness. He makes a cut in his finger in order to make himself bleed and pour his blood into the elf. He brings his finger closer to her and his blood begins to drip onto her. This should help her recover. Due to his blood falling on her armless and legless body, golden spiritual particles appear above her. She starts screaming because her arms and legs are starting to grow. She looks like it's causing her pain. He watches the elf recover, and on the other hand, the guards approach him and ask their commander whether they should attack. They talk about the dragon's claws being much wider than their heavy swords, and the commander commands them to attack. He turns and orders the crossbowmen to prepare to attack the dragon. All crossbowmen raise their crossbows on command and begin loading, while looking ahead. Sun Yan turns to them, because he hears their conversations and one of the crossbowmen tells the commander that the dragon is looking at them. The commander commands them to concentrate and raise their crossbows and to aim back at the dragon. He commands them to shoot, and all the crossbowmen on command begin to shoot all their arrows from their crossbows. The commander jumps on the black dragon and wishes him death. Sun Yan tells him that this is ridiculous and the crime against the great dragon will cost them dearly. He uses the dragon word weapon dismantle to quickly and easily neutralize all attackers. All the arrows that fly at him instantly fall to the ground, as well as all the swords and armor. It all looks very powerful. Their commander stands in front of all his subordinates in his underwear, with his armor lying underneath him, and he curses the dragon. He walks over to his sword and takes it in his hand. He is not going to give up so easily and leave the black dragon alone. He looks very serious and swings his sword. He orders the black dragon to die. His sword breaks on the dragon's hard skin, and this surprises him greatly. He is surprised that his sword broke so easily. The dragon creates a fire projectile and tells him that there will soon be a dead bug and asks him what he would prefer, lava breath or hot steam breath. Suddenly, a man appears in the arena on a strange white horse with a red cloak fluttering behind him. He holds a spear in his hands and begins to run faster. His horse looks stern, like its owner. He jumps off his horse and heads towards the black dragon to attack him. The man is surprised that his swift strike, not with full force, only penetrated a few points, and Sun Yan thinks that the man is not using all his strength, but is still penetrating his armor. The man thinks that this dragon is quite strange and understands from its aura that it has not yet reached adulthood, but its armor surpasses that of many adult dragons. The system tells Sun Yan that his opponent's name is Paracord, and he is a 6th stage Golden Horde Knight, and he is a serious opponent. He thinks that then it is understandable why he broke through his armor. Paracord focuses energy into his spear and says that if he can't do it in one go, he will do it again. He rushes at the dragon again, thrusting his spear forward. Sun Yan understands that it will not be easy with him. He puts his paw forward to stop the spear thrust. He is confident that it will stop him. Unexpectedly for him, he fails to stop him and Paracord's spear pierces his paw right through. He decides to fly up into the sky very quickly. In order to avoid his further attacks, he throws Paracord down. He thinks that it will be very difficult to deal with the Knight of the Golden Order, and if it were his real body, then he could cope. He realizes that he feels a very powerful pressure, and it is coming from the palace at the peak of the mountain. The system tells him that it is Augustus Crone, a level 8 Knight of the Shattered Sky. It advises him to run away. He understands that he cannot cope with the 8th level and flies away. He thanks the clairvoyance technique. because with this technique, he can avoid problems. He notices that someone appears in the forest next to him and tries to attack him. Some kind of fiery projectile flies at him, but he manages to dodge it. He doesn't understand what's happening. He starts trying to fly away from this fiery projectile, but it continues to follow him straight ahead. He keeps flying away from this projectile, but he is completely unsuccessful and constantly follows right behind it. He thinks that this is a problem, because his wings are burned and he cannot fly. And if they have such a projectile, then this is some kind of cheating. He uses his dragon word and thinks that without it, he wouldn't have been able to cope. The system tells him that all steel weapons will be deactivated. After this, the system informs him that this projectile could not be neutralized by the dragon's word, and he does not understand how this happened. This projectile still hits him, knocking him out of the air. It looks very painful and unpleasant. Because a shell hits him, he quickly falls to the floor from the sky and thinks about what to do next. He turns around and sees another identical projectile heading towards him, which scares him. The projectile lands right next to him, and he looks with astonished eyes at what remains in the ground. He moves closer to what landed on the ground and examines it to see why his dragon word didn't work. He understands that this is a spear, and it is made of wood, and he understands that this is the main reason why the dragon's word did not work. He says that it is a disaster and is glad that this is not his real body, because the power of the 8th level is so terrifying that he was damaged by an ordinary wooden spear. He slowly makes his way towards the nearby mountains and discovers that there's a fairly large cave in one of them. He goes inside her and lies down on the floor. He thinks that in such a place no one will notice him at all. He begins to scratch his head, holding the elf in his paw, and thinks that he might have forgotten something.
He finally feels that there is something incomprehensible in his paws and puts his hands forward.
He sees that he has an elf in his arms and realizes that he has completely forgotten about her because of this powerful battle. He puts her on the ground and hears that she is still making some sounds. He understands that this elf is not dead yet. He says that if he kills her or takes her powers, there is a chance that he will be able to gain the ability to self-heal and become invincible. He decides to use the gripper on her, and the system tells him that the gripper has been activated and he has become more resistant to menstrual pain. He doesn't understand what's going on, and he doesn't understand why he can't take this ability from her. He uses grab a few more times, and the system tells him that the target is a special NPC, and his robbery power is lower and he can't take her main ability. He gets angry and says that it's better to just kill her then. He calms down and thinks that it is better to leave her so that she can recover, and he will return to his body, and he should also visit Kaiar and check if the recovery can speed up the growth of the heart. He returns to the dark prison to talk to the brave man in the cage and find out if he wants to cooperate. He approaches the cage in which Kaiar is sitting and asks him how he is doing and how he feels. The brave man rushes to the bars and demands that he give him back his powers. Sun Yan tells him that he can continue to praise him because he likes it. After these words, he falls silent and decides that in this case there is no point in him yelling at him and behaving like an animal. He goes deeper into the cage and asks him why he came and assumes that he wants to take away his last remaining ability. Sun Yan tells him that this is not true, and the self-healing technique is only as good as he himself is, and how his spirit has been strengthened, and he will not take this ability away from him. Kaial asks him if he understands correctly that he first took away his powers and now wants him to cure him. He tells the dragon that he better kill him, because he is not going to heal him and refuses to do so. Sun Yan tells him that he doesn't realize the seriousness of the situation, and as he sees it, this is not an ordinary prison, and his pain here will be increased by 200%. He calls Hippolycleus to him, and he immediately appears next to him. He asks him how he can serve his master. The dragon tells him that the arriving guest is dissatisfied with their service and therefore needs him to personally provide him with the highest level of service. Hippolycles tells him that everything will be done and he will make sure that his guests experience the high quality of service they provide. He very quickly brings some kind of wooden box to them. They look at it in surprise. He opens the drawer, and inside is a pile of equipment commonly used in torture. He also brings some kind of chair with spikes. He says that this is the first part of their service in the dark dungeon, and this is the first set of the chair of pain and screams. Kaial tells them that it won't work on him because he has been through much more pain than they could ever imagine and has a high pain tolerance. He shows him a horse with a large spike on its back. He tells him that he will be pleased with the second set of torture devices they have developed, which they call the Special Unicorn. He sees that this thorn will enter him if he is put on this Special Unicorn, and he looks scared. Hippolycles continues and says that the third set consists of a simple pouch made from demon skin and a piece of copper, and offers him the option of buy one, get one free. Kaial looks at them in horror and asks them if he can choose nothing at all. He looks very scared. Ippolique looks at him angrily and tells him that then they will do as they want and asks him if he wants to choose for himself. He points to the bag and tells him that this is what he will choose, and the dog readily agrees. His assistant brings a cat and a rat, and they explain to him that these are additional items that come with the torture device. Kayala is put in a bag and he tells them that they didn't warn him that there were more items. They apologize to him for that. Ippolique starts hitting a piece of copper and a cat and a rat start running around in a bag. Kayal asks them to stop and tells them that he will do anything and will cure him. Su Nian orders him to release their captive from the sack, and the dog stops beating and immediately obeys his order. They untie the bag, and Kayal immediately tells the dragon that he should not have challenged him and asks him to spare him. He rises heavily from the ground and goes behind the dragon to use recovery and heal it. He begins to use his recovery technique, and a green glow appears around him.
Foam starts coming out of his mouth and his eyes turn red because of this. The system tells him that his soul is collapsing.
She tells him that his wounds have healed and his heart growth time has been reduced by 10%. He thinks about taking over his technique and killing him. The system asks him not to do this because his technique causes damage to the mind and soul of the user. But due to his nature, this damage will be negated and it can be dangerous for the dragon. Su Nian says that now they can forget about all this and come back next time. He says that he is sure that he will be happy to help the dragon as a healer. Meanwhile, Salister gives a lesson to Anna and Selena. She gives a lesson on summoning the element of water and tells them that they can practice on their own. Her students look at her with satisfaction and they seem very inspired. They obey her request. Selena is the first to create a real water ball and looks at it with satisfaction. Unexpectedly for her, her water balloon explodes right in her hands and she gets completely wet because of it. She is sad because she failed again, and Salister tells her that she doesn't have to worry because it's normal. Anna interrupts her and asks the teacher to look at her. She creates many water figures around herself. She creates a heart, a star, a ball, and a cube from water. She asks the teacher if she did everything right. Salister looks at her in surprise and says that only 2 hours have passed, and she has already summoned water elementals of various shapes since it took her at least a week to do this. She tells her that she has mastered this skill well, and she has never seen such gifted people. Anna is surprised by this and asks the teacher how long it took her to master the element. Salister tells her that in her time it took her about an hour. Her student looks at her and tells her that she is amazing. Anna says that it took her almost 2 hours, which is twice as long as it took the teacher, and therefore she understands that she still has a lot to learn. Her teacher tells her that she is actually very good, and that the speed of mastery is not the strength of the gift, and suggests that she try to summon elementals and try to communicate with them. She starts to create a water elemental and casts a spell while doing so. She tries very hard. O'Shea creates a huge elemental gate behind her, and this shocks Salister. She is very surprised. She tells her that she can't believe that she opened such a big gate because it is 5 times bigger than the one that appeared when she summoned it. Some kind of entity appears from the elemental gates. It gradually begins to separate from the gates. The elemental that appeared looks at the fact that behind the doors there is someone with wings standing and watching them all. Salister sits on the ground and can't believe that a novice water elemental summoner summoned a 4th level water elemental leader, and she is ashamed of herself. Anna asks her to look at her summoned elemental and asks her if she needs to change anything somewhere. She tells her that her spellcasting is still a little imperfect, but she is doing well now. She tells her that she should cast the spells faster and change the position of her hands. Another elemental appears from the gate, and this greatly surprises her teacher. She looks at all this in shock. Anna tells her that she feels like she wasn't up to par with the normal water element summoning, and that more power wanted to come out, but she felt like she couldn't control it, and so she removed it. Salister hears this and looks very surprised. She can't believe all this and thinks that she better keep quiet. She tells her student that she did everything right, and if she had gone out, she could have disobeyed her orders, and when she becomes stronger, she can summon her again. She tells her that she can finish her studies today, because she suddenly became ill. Anna asks her if she is okay, because she knows several ways that should help her cure the discomfort. Salister tells her that there is no need, because it is an old disease. She quickly runs away and tells her that she will come tomorrow and teach another lesson tomorrow, and they will see her again. Su Nian appears next to Anna and tells her that he has returned to her and is ready to spend time with her. She tells him that she feels like her teacher hates her. He tells her that she is just human and she doesn't hate her. She just can't get used to her abilities. He tells Anna that she can send the 2 water elemental leaders back since they are taking up a lot of space. She forces the elementals to go back into the gate, and she simply says goodbye to these elementals as her friends. She asks Sun Yen what he thinks of her water elemental summoning technique and asks if it passed the test. He thinks that this is what he expected from Salister and calls her very patient and resilient, because Anna not only passed the test, but even exceeded all possible standards. He tells her that if she has time, she could take Selena to the underground river so she can practice too. He tells her that she should be much more concerned about whether she can pass the test of her skills. Anna smiles contentedly and starts dancing. She tells him that she can easily handle this. He sits down on his throne and says that he has this feeling that he has forgotten something again. He begins to fall asleep and says that he will think about it some more, and if he succeeds, he will remember what he forgot. Meanwhile, in the highlands of Eralan, there is an elf who was seriously wounded and was saved by a dragon. Something happens inside the cave, and water dripping from the ceiling begins to drip directly onto the elf's head. She starts to wake up because of this water, and she doesn't understand what's happening and where she actually is. She looks around and remembers how she was brutally torn apart and thinks that the mysterious creature she called has actually appeared. She starts to get up from the ground and realizes that her legs don't look like any ordinary legs. She looks at them. She looks at her legs and arms and wonders what is actually happening, and she looks very surprised about it. She looks at her hands and thinks that she has become a real monster. She continues to be just as surprised. She says that if she becomes a real monster, she will be able to kill those terrible people who killed her mother, and even if she becomes a demon, it will be a good outcome. She continues walking through the cave and does not understand what is happening and where she actually is. She sees some faint light in front of her and thinks that this could be an ordinary exit from the cave. Meanwhile, Sun Yen dreams of coming into Anna's room, who is dressed in dark, beautiful clothes. In his dream, she hugs him and asks him if he feels okay. He tells her that he does. After that, they start dancing in his dream, and she asks him if he likes it. He tells her that he does. After this, in his dream, she starts poking him in the eyes with her fingers, and he doesn't understand what's happening. He asks her to stop. It turns out to be an elf. She pokes him in the eye with her emerging claw and says that this does not look like an exit. Sun Yen begins to shed tears and calls her an insect. He asks her how she dared to disturb the sleep of the great black dragon. The elf kneels before him and calls him Great Lord. She tells him that she did not know that he was sleeping. He realizes that she is a summoner who had no arms or legs and sees that his blood has combined with her blood and changed her body. He looks at her characteristics without seeing her name. He thinks that she is more of an elf, and if he had to define her, he would call her a dragon, and understands that nirvana is her power of self-healing. The system tells her that a special high-level NPC has been detected and puts question marks instead of a name. She tells him that he must fulfill her wish to receive a special ability. She explains to him that since special NPCs don't have names, their names are replaced by question marks, and he thinks that she doesn't even have a name, but she's so good. He thinks that the possible bonus to special abilities could be nirvana, or something related to self-healing, and with these skills he could become invincible. He tells the elf that he can forgive her for her first mistake, and now he can fulfill one of her wishes, but she should not be too greedy. She becomes very happy and contented. She asks him if he can really fulfill her wish. Her face turns bloodthirsty, and she tells him that she wants to kill the one who hurt her mother and avenge her death, and this is the main desire of her life. He tells her that the great dragon agrees to her conditions, and he will help her fulfill her wish. He asks her who is her enemy. She tells him that the person who hurt his mother is King Eralan, and that her mother was an ordinary seamstress. She tells him that he once forced himself on her at night, and she was forced to live in conditions of violence, and when the king learned of her existence, he took her away from her mother. After this, he ordered his soldiers to separate and brutally kill her mother. She begins to cry. She remembers how the king took her away, and she screamed that she wanted to go to her mother, and her mother asked him not to take her child. She remembers that the soldier brutally killed her mother and told her that he did not want to kill her either, but King Eralan wanted her life. She says that the royal family cannot leave the country, and that is why she remained alive. And in order to silence her mother, the king killed her without any mercy. She tells him that all these years she was imprisoned in his palace, and she does not know why the king did not get rid of her secretly, and suggests that it is due to self-healing in her. She tells him that the day of her coming of age has arrived, but she was knocked out and taken to the Colosseum, as if they thought they could finally kill her. Sun Yen thinks that in his condition he won't be able to defeat King Eralan so easily. He thinks about what he should do. He thinks that in his real body it would be a difficult test, and also one must take into account their strength, army, and the huge number of powerful people under his command.
He recalls that dragon crossbows were installed on their walls and they had probably not been used for a long time, and therefore there were no soldiers to guard them. Otherwise they would have definitely fired.
Meanwhile, Something is happening in the palace of the kingdom of Irulan that does not present a very pleasant picture. King Irulan slaps his daughter Darna in the face and calls her trash, looking very angry about the whole situation. She lies on the floor and holds her cheek. She tells him that she didn't mean to and she just made a mistake. Her father takes her by the stripes and tells her that she can play with her, but he cannot kill her, because she has something that he needs. He asks her if he told her about this, and she tells him that he told her about this. He tells her that before the ritual can be performed, the power inherent in the bloodline must be activated to its full potential, and he knows what she did with his material. She tells him that a black dragon suddenly appeared. She tells him that she didn't expect the black dragon to end up taking her, and if she had known about it, she wouldn't have taken her to the Colosseum, but would have tortured her in her private cell. King Irulan lets go of her hair and tells her that she knows absolutely nothing and understands absolutely nothing. He looks at her bloodthirstily and asks her what he can say about his boots. He asks her if they are beautiful. She tells him that they are beautiful and that whatever he wears suits him and that there's no more charming man in all of Irulan. After these words, a loud female scream caused by very severe pain is heard in the throne room. After some time, King Irulan comes out of the hall and looks at the guards. There's blood on the sole of his shoe, and he tells them that they should make an eye patch for his daughter, and when she wakes up, give her a warning. The guards obey his order, and he says that the next time she makes a mistake, he will gouge out her other eye. After this, he moves to a completely different room. He comes to the Irulan negotiation room and addresses his subjects. He tells them that it took him a lot of time and effort to find the ritual of conversion in an old church book, and they can transfer its power to him, and after many experiments they are close to the final step. He tells them that he can't help but be angry at them for letting his ceremony material get away, and now he wants to know how the young black dragon came to his kingdom. His subjects tell him that the dragon appeared out of nowhere, and if it were otherwise, they would easily spot a dragon of that size, even if it had arrived at night. He says that he couldn't have just appeared out of nowhere and suggests that it might be teleportation. He says that the southern continent is at his disposal, and he knows more about magicians than they do, and that training a magician is very difficult, and opening a teleportation array is even more difficult. He asks them if they want to tell him that there is some unknown portal to the Colosseum in his kingdom. They tell him that there are no traces of teleportation in the Colosseum, much less a portal, but there are many other ways to perform a similar function of a teleportation array. He shows him the scroll and says that it is a description of the use of spiritual magic by ancient man, and according to the description, there were those who had the special ability to quickly summon their king to them. The king takes this scroll and asks this man what he is trying to tell him about all this. His subordinate tells him that when summoned, a strong vibration occurs in the surrounding space, and then the creature arrives to the soldiers like a god out of nowhere. They tell him that the Colosseum has traces of strong spatial vibrations, and therefore he suspects that the black dragon arrived as described in the retinue, and the place of appearance is the elf. The king says that the elf will most likely be with the black dragon, and orders them to go to the mages and prepare a tracking spell, since there should be remnants of it in the Colosseum. He tells his subjects that he will be assisted by 2 more knights of the Golden Order, and asks them not to let him down. They thank him for his mercy. Meanwhile, the black dragon in the cave tells the elf that he knows that she wants to take revenge and kill the king, but he will not be able to cope with him on his own, and asks her if she wants to change her wish. She tells him that in that case, she will kill King Irulan herself, because he is the source of absolutely all tragedies and all evil. He asks the system if he can crush it to gain its powers. The system tells him that he must complete a contract, and after completing the contract and the death of a special NPC, he will inherit the powers. He breaks up and says that he should not have promised this girl to fulfill her wish, and calls it a big mistake. He realizes that there is no time limit in the contract, and it does not say that he has to do it himself, so he thinks that he can just let her go. He turns to the elf and tells her that he is not strong enough to avenge her, and he will not be able to defeat him. He tells her that she must carry out the revenge herself. She becomes very pleased, and her expression is very pleased. She asks him to show her the way. He tells her that she now has unusual abilities and can release dragon power or fire breath, and that she has only evolved but is not a true dragon. He suggests that she just go and create her own army, and then turn the country upside down and destroy everything in the presence of the king. She starts to wonder if she can even create her own army. She looks very thoughtful. It depicts how demons keep people in slavery and force them to work by beating them. After that, she imagines how people sell the same people, but lower in class, and keep them as slaves.
She tells him that if humans were given a chance to fight for their destiny, they would fight back powerfully, and thanks him for his instructions.
Sunian looks surprised. He doesn't understand what she could understand, but he reassures himself that it worked, and as long as she doesn't pursue him, he can do whatever he wants. He tells her to go and work hard while he has her back,
and he tells her that great things start small. She tells him that his words are abstruse and philosophical and asks him to give her a name because it will be an honor for her and she will follow him forever. He tells her that since this is her wish, he will fulfill it and decides to give her the name Savannah. He touches her forehead with his claw and tells her that he wants her to be calm, cool, and collected in the face of the enemy, and he looks forward to it. She thanks him for giving her the name and tells him that this is the first name in her life and that she will cherish it. He feels respect, admiration, and gratitude from her. He thinks about whether she wants too much before death, because her opponent is the Knight of the Split Sky. He tells the system that he is the Black Dragon, not the Virgin Mary, and that righteousness is not his style, and if he were strong enough he would be happy to help. He asks the system to immediately teleport him back to his lair, and it explains to him that the contract was not completed, and he can fly back to the dungeon on his own. He is very angry about this and thinks that the system is trying to force him to help Savannah fulfill her wish. He tells the system that since it can't teleport him, he will actually fly himself, since Airlan isn't that far from Anrius. The system asks him to look at the map. She shows him a map on which dots indicate enemies in the house. There are 2 dots in his house, and there are several times more enemies. He sees what the system shows him and understands that he absolutely cannot just fly away. He asks the system when they managed to surround his house like this and looks very angry. He asks why they didn't warn him. The system tells him that he can move to his real body and spend a few system points to teleport Anna, and the maximum enemy strength on the map is only the Golden Horde Knight. Meanwhile, in another mountain, an archmage, a teacher of dark magic, stands on it and observes something with the help of his power. It turns out that with the help of her power, she watches the dragon and sees that Anna is sitting next to him. She stops casting spells and using her power, and cannot understand what the black dragon was so happy about. A guard sits down in front of her and tells her that the dragon crossbow is ready, and she accepts this information with satisfaction. They approach the huge crossbow that stood idle, the time the black dragon flew away from the wooden spears. The archmage asks the guard to move the crossbow slightly to the left and aim at the center of the mountain, and they obey her order. Someone appears on a white horse and heads towards the archmage to talk to her. It turns out to be the subordinate who told the king about the scroll. He asks the archmage if she is sure that the dragon crossbow will drive the dragon out of the lair, and she tells him that she is sure because there are 5 threads there. She explains that these threads form 5 spells and that these arrows are fast and powerful enough to pierce a mountain, but they won't be able to kill him right away. So after the first arrow, a second one will be needed. She says that they don't have any dragon item, and therefore when launching the second arrow, they need to aim accurately and launch it themselves. She says that the pursuit spell is still useless in it. The warrior turns to her again and asks her if she has already managed to set up an air barrier. She tells the warrior on horseback that everything has been ready for a long time, but she still has something to say to him. She says that she has to say one thing in advance, and that concerns what concerns her air barrier. She says that because of the large area, they will only be able to hold the black dragon for 10 minutes, and in 10 minutes they must make sure that they can hold the black dragon back. The warrior tells her that she need not worry, as his knights are fully prepared, and as soon as the dragon arrows destroy the mountain, they will move there to contain the black dragon. After these words, he immediately heads up the mountain to meet his warriors and prepare for the attack. After this, the archmage commands the crossbowman that he must prepare to release the dragon arrows. After her words, he releases an arrow from the crossbow, and all the threads in this dragon arrow begin to work. This arrow is rapidly heading towards the mountain in which the dragon, Savannah, and Anna are currently hiding. It crashes into the mountain and creates a very strong explosion. This creates a very loud roar and scatters the rock. Sunian, Savannah, and Anna feel the vibration from this explosion and hear a loud roar. They realize that someone is trying to kill them. After this, the black dragon decides to grab the girls in order to pull them out of the cave and protect them, and quickly manages to fly out of the collapsing cave and heads high into the sky. He is trying to escape. He holds the girl and rests against something. He cannot understand why he has the feeling that he cannot fly. A message appears that there is a space restriction in effect. He is very surprised that this happened. He looks at the explosion and notices that another arrow is flying towards him. He doesn't manage to notice it in time, because he doesn't have time to notice it. The arrow hits him right under the tail, causing him severe pain. He quickly lands on the ground after being hit by an arrow, and tears well up in his eyes. He pulls the arrow out of himself and looks angry. He says that he will finish off those who did this. The archmage says that the dragon hunter's first arrow hit the target, and if he hadn't been protecting the girl, he would have been able to dodge it. She turns to the crossbowman and tells him that he must prepare the next dragon arrow immediately. She becomes bloodthirsty and tells him that they must aim the next arrow at the black dragon's heart.
A whole army of warriors appears in front of the black dragon, heading straight towards him and looking aggressive. The black dragon looks at this whole army aggressively. He looks very angry at them and begins to breathe warm air. The warrior captain appears. He tells all the other warriors to be careful, because the dragon is about to release flames and asks the front line to start taking the dragon away. Sunian actually starts breathing his fire breath on them, and he covers everyone with his flames. The captain tells his warriors that the dragon's breath weakens as the distance between attacks increases and tells them to defend themselves with a shield to block this flame and orders them to throw chains at the dragon. All the remaining warriors come from behind and throw a chain at him in order to tie him up and immobilize him. They start jumping around him and he decides that he should use disarm on them to defend himself. His spell doesn't work and they light up with some kind of purple light. It looks weird. He turns around to see a high-ranking magic purification priest standing next to him and realizes that his magic has been dispelled. After this, they begin to beat him with swords because he is distracted and chained. He feels pain due to the unexpected blow. He becomes even more angry and looks at them. He decides that he should try to attack them somehow again. He starts breathing fire dragon on all the warriors again. He looks very angry. The warriors all use some kind of spell together and they manage to stop his fiery breath. He understands that these special chains are designed specifically for huge creatures and have excellent elasticity and resilience. He strains himself and manages to break these chains. He thinks that if everything continues in the same spirit, then they will simply wrap him up like a rice dumpling and kill him. The captain tells his warriors that the black dragon is trying to break the chains and asks them to stop him, as they are already halfway there. The warriors start jumping around him and telling him that he is just a stupid creature and cannot even scratch any of them. He thinks that these knights are so eager to attract his attention and once again confirms to him that something is happening with these chains. The warrior captain thinks that this black dragon has crossed all boundaries, and if this continues, he will have to first find its weak points. He looks at the dragon and thinks that the red crystal on his chest is his weak spot, and thinks that he will protect him first. He is going to attack him. The warrior captain tries to hit him, but he fails and does not understand what kind of amazing creature this is. Sunian continues to break the chains on himself and says that all their vile behavior made him furious. He opens his mouth and again releases a very powerful fire breath at the warriors. He looks really angry. The warriors tell him that he truly surprises them and that they did not know that he was quite smart and call it an oversight. The warrior captain jumps into the air and says that the black dragon's resistance is still pointless. He begins to fill with energy. He lands back in place and swings his sword hard, sending some powerful attack towards the dragon. He calls it dragon slaying technique. Sun Yan sees this attack and does not understand what to do. It is as if he falls into some kind of mental stupor. He doesn't dodge this attack of his because he just stood there. This attack looked very powerful. He feels that this attack is completely unusual. It scares him very much, and he wonders what it all looks like. Images pop into his head. He understands that the light of this attack and the light of the sword is filled with the grief and rage of his kind. He feels some kind of strong pain. Something is happening with his crystal on his body, and he looks very surprised. It looks like some kind of power is gathering. Images of someone killing dragons pop into his head again. It looks very creepy and unpleasant. He sees all these images and understands that all of this is living memories of souls who died from the light of the sword. The system tells him that he has mastered a new dragon word. It tells him that it is the royal power. Meanwhile, this attack hits him and throws him back. It looks like it is a very powerful attack. He manages to stop after this attack and stands silently in place, standing on his two hind legs. The warrior captain sees that the dragon survives his attack and says that this is simply impossible. Sun Yan opens her mouth wide and starts screaming very loudly. It looks very powerful and creepy. Because of his roar, some kind of huge energy field appears around him. This again looks very powerful. The warriors see what is happening and look very surprised. The horses they are sitting on are very scared. The system informs him that when he uses this dragon word, he gains complete control over the surrounding area within a 100-meter radius. And His Majesty is indestructible, and within the radius of his power, his indicators increase. The system tells him that his rank is higher than the dragon slaying technique, and he is immune to these attacks. He thinks that he doesn't know why he leveled up, but he understood the effect of this dragon word. He thinks that within the range of his power, they will not be able to inflict any spiritual or physical damage on him, since these attacks will not be able to be judged at all. He understands that this concerns the dragon slaying technique, and if they want to kill it completely, they will have to either attack from outside its power range or be 2 ranks higher than it. He begins to breathe fire from himself and tells the warriors that they must all prepare for his wrath. The warriors ask all mages to quickly release all their fire shields to protect themselves from the dragon. The mages create these shields just before his fiery breath hits them. They are scared. Their shields begin to melt, and they do not understand how this is even possible. They ask for help and salvation. The black dragon continues to release its fiery breath. It looks very powerful. It scares everyone. The warrior captain is thrown from his seat and instantly disappears after the dragon's attack, leaving only smoke. He finds himself behind the dragon and runs towards it to attack it, while steam comes out of the dragon's mouth. Sun Yan turns around very quickly and attacks the warrior captain who tried to attack him from behind. He creates a large crack in the ground with his attack. It happens very easily, and a loud roar can be heard afterwards. After this attack, the warrior captain ends up in the ground and he orders his warriors that they must run away. The black dragon rushes forward and blocks the warriors' path. He is not going to let them go so easily. He begins to hover in front of the warriors and tells them that they tried to leave in vain. It looks very creepy. He flies into the air and says that they attacked him and therefore none of them will be able to escape from him. He creates a small fire bullet in his mouth. He tells them that it is his dragon breath bullet and they will taste it. Unexpectedly for him, a large circle appears right above him and a man appears above this circle. He calls this spell a dimensional prison and uses it on the dragon to stop it. Sun Yan doesn't understand what's happening and doesn't understand why he can't move at all. They explain to him that this formation was created by the great sage of space, one of the most powerful magicians of the Aralan Empire. This space magic is called the prison grid. This old man says that the king is disappointed in the warriors. They try to run away from him, but he can't let them do that, so he just snaps his fingers to stop them. The warriors tell him that they could not imagine that the dragon would break through and become more powerful and also master an ability similar to spatial magic. He tells them that punishment awaits them. Some kind of spatial window appears in which a crossbow is visible, and the man next to it bows to this person. The spatial mage tells them that when they fire their crossbows, he will make room for the arrows, but he no longer has the strength to use the imprisonment, and they only have one chance. The man tells him that he doesn't have to worry because they are ready to fire a crossbow at any moment. Sun Yan hears what they are saying about the crossbow and asks the system to call his real body and asks if he can withstand the blow. The system tells him that they are preparing a special crossbow for him and he will not withstand it. He is surprised that all this is happening and does not understand why the king of Aralan harbors such anger towards him. He suggests that it may be hatred for Savannah. He asks the system to generate an effective plan to squeeze out his avatar. She explains to him that he can teleport his real body and Anna, and she guarantees that she will be able to solve the problem. He says that teleporting Anna to him is a bad idea because he is sure that the system just wants to get rid of him. The system explains to him that it has its own calculation of combat power, and that he actually cannot defeat Anna. He is surprised that she tells him this. The system tells him that transferring his real body and hers will cost 1,500 system points, and he is surprised by this. He thought that she would do it for free. She explains to him that she must resist the spatial restriction force when teleporting and therefore needs to use system glasses. He asks her if this is true. She confirms it, and he tells her that he then agrees and confirms the teleportation. Meanwhile, the spatial mage commands the crossbowman to begin launching a dragon arrow at him. He carries that arrow right to him at the moment that crossbow fires it. It looks unusual. The dragon arrow is heading towards the black dragon at great speed, and he doesn't have much time left. Meanwhile, a purple field appears around Anna, and at first she doesn't understand what's happening to her. After that, she realizes that Sun Yan is calling her and her teleportation begins. She is illuminated by light. She appears next to the black dragon, and he is also freed from the spatial prison. He is surprised that she moved so quickly. Anna immediately begins using water magic to protect Sun Yan from this attack. She understands that he is in danger and decides to throw all her strength into protecting him. She looks very serious. She creates a water elemental gate. It looks very huge and bigger than the ones in the magic lesson. Some huge paws appear from the gate, and this aquatic creature crawls out of this gate. A tidal elemental lord of the 7th level appears, and Sun Yan is surprised that she was able to summon an elemental of that level. The elemental lord says that he senses the aura of the prime dimension, and also that there are delicious offerings here. After these words, he turns his head, because he feels something unusual that is approaching them. He sees a dragon's arrow in front of him, which is directed straight at them. He does not understand what it is. He doesn't have time to do anything with the arrow, and it passes through him, dissolving him and turning him into steam. Anna creates some kind of shield in front of herself, and Sun Yan sees that she put her own safety on the line just to protect him. She deflects the arrow, and the spatial mage, seeing this, drops his staff. He is very surprised because of this.
The spatial mage sees that the first level mage has summoned a 7th level elemental lord and looks very surprised. He lifts his head up to look at what is approaching him, and he is surprised again. Some huge fireball is heading towards him. He sees it and stands there for a while, very surprised. He says that they will not be able to do anything in front of a space mage without space limitations and drinks a life potion that accelerates the restoration of all body functions. He raises his hands up, and some shadows appear around him, protecting him from this attack. There are several fire elementals around Anna. She says that whoever hurts Sun should not exist. The spatial mage thinks that she is some kind of genius, and she will become a danger to them if she becomes a member of the Black Dragon family. He decides that he must either subjugate her or destroy her completely. He uses his dimensional prison spell. Some stone columns begin to appear around her. This surprises her, and she does not understand at all what is happening. She tries to blow up the spatial box that appears around her, but she is completely unsuccessful. She looks around with displeasure and thinks about what she should do now. She doesn't look very confident in herself. The spatial box around them does not change at all, and Anna does not know what to do. Unexpectedly for her, the Black Dragon flies up to her. She is glad that he has finally come to her. He tells her that he is using his new power. He is using the dragon's word, royal power. The spatial mage does not understand what is on the body of this black dragon, because he feels that his spells have been greatly weakened due to its proximity, and the stability has also changed. Fire and frost attacks are directed at him, which greatly surprises the spatial mage. He thinks that he is in the same environment as the Black Dragon and their powers are equal and does not understand how he could end up in his spatial trap. He defends himself with a magic shield and he understands that the Black Dragon's field is following him, but the dragon's spatial area is smaller than his field and therefore he is weakened. He sees a dragon heading towards him and says that he doesn't have much magic left, but he has many years of experience. He takes something out of his pocket and says that in a short period of time, he is still confident that he can defeat him. He again defends himself with his shield from the Black Dragon's attack. The dragon tries to attack him with its paw. He realizes that the suffocating pressure has disappeared, and assumes that the Black Dragon's territorial power is also short-lived. A crack appears on his shield. He realizes that he will never have a better chance to kill the dragon. He calls the Archmage and tells her that they can use the crossbow as they wish, and he will make sure that they can kill the dragon. His spatial shield is destroyed and he fires some kind of projectile from his hand to avoid the attack. He disappears somewhere in an unknown direction, and it turns out that the Black Dragon ends up on the ground. He thinks that this spatial mage is probably running out of spells, and so it's high time to kill him while he's weakened. He sees a magician appearing in the sky. He heads towards him and thinks that such an opportunity cannot be missed. The spatial mage speaks of a wild race similar to red dragons with their primitive claws and teeth and begins to cast some kind of spell. He creates some small gap in space with his finger and it is some kind of purple space. Sun opens his mouth to attack that magician. He is going to attack him while he is creating something. He attacks him with his breath, but the magician stops him with his shield. He tells him that he will play with him. He says that in long-range combat, the Black Dragon can move as he pleases and dodge all his attacks by launching his hand into some space. He takes out some kind of sword and says that in close combat with the Black Dragon, it can be limited to a narrower area. He uses his magic and gathers his fire breath energy to create some kind of shield. Sun said that there was something interesting about the spatial mage, namely the way he used aura and energy to change shape, and using his breath as a shield was a good idea. He tells him that in that case he will use his dragon claw on him and see the strength of his shield. He attacks him. Unexpectedly for him, the spatial mage quickly dodges his attack and appears behind him. After this, the spatial mage strikes him and he looks very surprised about it. After this, a 7th level Tide Elemental Lord appears right next to him. He is surprised by this. After this, Anna immediately transforms into her dragon form and takes out her staff. She creates the Fireball spell. After this, a 7th level Tidal Elemental Lord is behind the mage, and fire attacks are directed at him in front of him. The spatial mage tells her that this is a fairly old trick, and he cannot trap him with it. He again goes into some space of his own and disappears right before these attacks. After this, all fire attacks will hit the Tier 7 Tidal Elemental Lord. Anna sees this and is a little upset that it didn't work. She is surprised. The spatial mage moves straight towards Sun, heading towards him to attack him. He makes another quick strike at the Black Dragon. It hits him in the neck and he screams in pain. He thinks that he can't touch the spatial mage because he quickly dodges attacks, disappearing into space. He thought that he and Anna would be able to defeat him. He realizes that he underestimated him and thinks that the Star Circle Mage is 3 levels higher than him, and even if his magical power runs out,
he can still control him with Anna. At the same time, on the other side of the mountain, the Archmage commands the crossbowman to shoot a dragon arrow. After this, Sun Yan realized that he had to use the Whispering Breath to find the magician. He begins to see where the spatial magician is heading. He sees him exactly and understands where he wants to move. The spatial mage moves, and Sun Yan is already pointing his paw at him. The mage does not understand how he could have foreseen where he would appear. The magician tells him that he has a life shield in the form of a hero's robe, and he must get out of here, and a shield appears around him that can withstand any physical attack up to the 7th level. The dragon grabs it. He holds it like a ball and sees that the dragon's arrow is approaching him. He tells the magician that he will not be able to scream anymore. Sun Yan quickly soars into the air and throws the shielded mage, like a ball, into the trajectory of the dragon arrow. The archmage sees through the crossbow's sight that the dragon arrow they fired is heading straight for the spatial mage. She sees all this and jumps away from the sight. She is surprised and does not understand how all this happened. The dragon arrow easily destroys the spatial mage's shield and heads straight for the shield's owner. They see a huge explosion that occurs when the arrow pierces the spatial mage. Anna flies up to Sun Yan and asks him how he feels and if he is badly hurt. He turns to her and tells her that he is completely fine and that she doesn't have to worry. He hugs her with his wing. The two of them fly up to the mage lying on the ground and say that they've finally dealt with this mage who's been causing them so much trouble. The spatial mage lets out his last words and they turn out to be groans of pain. There is an arrow in his stomach. After all these events in the palace called the Soul of Arilan, something is happening in the Hall of Statues and the king does not know about it yet. In the Hall of Statues, one can see statues of the souls of the country's great defenders. They look exactly like people, but are made of stone. The statue of the soul of that same spatial wizard is visible, and it is covered in cracks from head to toe. The statue can't withstand so many cracks and is crumbling because of this. This can only mean bad things for the king. A guard runs into the king's hall and says that things are bad and the statue of the soul of the great magician of the Star Circle has exploded. The king thinks that the broken soul statue means a fall and death. He does not understand how a 4th-level black dragon could kill a space mage. He takes out some kind of bell. It starts ringing loudly, and this means only one thing. The king is calling someone. He throws this bell to the ground, and after that something happens that could mean a very important meeting. 3 defenders whose statues were next to the spatial magician appear and ask him if the king called them. The king looks very angry. He orders them to find out who killed the space mage and bring them to him. He also orders them to kill the black dragon and bring back the woman who can self-regenerate. They then head to the mountain range and look for the archmage. The defenders ask her not to hide. The archmage understands that if she returns to the kingdom, she will die, and thinks that she needs to hide somewhere, but she does not have time to escape and is pierced by lightning. After this, night falls, and the defenders of the kingdom with the archmage return to the palace. One of them tells the king that with the help of fragments of the space mage's soul, they traveled into the past and learned that he was killed by a dragon's arrow, and the arrow was fired by the archmage. The archmage tells the king that she didn't do it on purpose and that she was aiming at the dragon, but a spatial mage appeared under the gun, and she assumes that the dragon took control of him. The king looks at her with displeasure and tells her that he will never believe this, because a 4th-level dragon cannot cope with and control a Star Circle mage. He kicks the archmage, who tells him that she is telling the truth. The king says that she needs to be put away in purgatory so that she won't bother them anymore. He asks the defenders if they have dealt with the black dragon and is surprised that they have not yet brought the girl. The guardian says that the black dragon had already fled when they arrived, leaving no traceable data to track him, and his scales and blood had evaporated in the flames. She becomes a little scared and says that they don't know anything about the girl either and assume that she might have already died. The king rises from his throne and cannot believe that she is dead. He says it is impossible. She tells him that they use blood for tracking and her hair was used as material and they didn't succeed, and this could mean that she is either dead or she has become something else. She suggests that she could have completely changed her lineage and become a different being, but assures him that it is impossible to do such a thing in a short period of time. The king knocks on the throne with displeasure and says that the black dragon has ruined absolutely all of his plans. Meanwhile, the black dragon itself flies through the sky and flies over Anrius's first fortress. They decide to land together, and Sun Yan steps on something on the ground. He asks the girls what he stepped on. Anna looks scared and says that he stepped on some remains of a corpse. She says that it's all disgusting. Sivana tells him that the bodies he stepped on must belong to Anrius's soldiers, and suggests that they are the strongest army in all of Anrius. She tells him that there is definitely something wrong with these bodies, and she is sure that they were buried by other people. Sun Yan tells her that he knows that this is an artificial burial, and otherwise their bodies would not have been able to bury themselves in the ground. Sivana tells him that these bodies are most likely undead. She looks at all these graves and remains and tells the dragon that she feels a very strong aura of the dead on the fragments of the tombstone. He tells her that she is joking and the ghost could not bury the dead because he even thought of leaving a tombstone. He tells her that it is not the undead. Sivana says that the fact that the corpse was buried and put to rest and did not become undead means that other undead must have some kind of intelligence, and any such undead must be high-ranking. Su Nian is surprised that she is talking about some high-ranking undead and asks her to explain. She says that all of Anrius's soldiers have visible wounds and that they died not only from weapons but also from magical wounds. He tells them that this can only mean that they were killed by the people of the Isve. Anna and Sivana do not understand what he is talking about. Su Nian tells them that it might be aliens with the power of resurrection that have appeared on this continent, and he assures them that it is them. Anna listens to all his words and is a little surprised. She begins to tell him something about his early home. He tells her that she is right, and those people who grow potatoes are also aliens, and the dog-headed ones sleep next to them so that they do not commit suicide, because in this way they can be resurrected from the collection point. He asks her if she remembers the human villages that they destroyed, and the man who attacked them with a strange weapon. They are strange creatures that can be resurrected. Sivana listens to what he tells them both, and with horror on her face tells him that resurrection is impossible and she cannot believe it. He asks her not to worry, because they do not return to life infinitely because they have a time limit, and with each death, the time for their return increases exponentially. He tells them that they are their enemies and always have been, and when they encounter these aliens, they must simply kill them without mercy. He says that the first fortress has already been captured and asks Sivana if there is any other human defense nearby. She tells him that 3 kilometers to the north is the city of Silver Light and 7 kilometers to the northwest is the city of the Polar Bear. She says that there are no large cities in the east. He approaches the grave containing the remains of the army and breathes fire on it, leaving it to burn in flames. He takes the girls and flies away. He says that the nearest city is the city of Silver Light, and they will go there to see what is happening there, and suggests that they can meet aliens there. After they fly away, a rider on a horse appears from the fire, but this rider is a skeleton, and his horse is also a skeleton. They fly to the city of Silver Light and see that all the defenders of the wall are dead, and understand by the smell that they died a day or two ago. They go inside the city and walk down the street in the city of Silver Light. The girls ask the dragon if this could be the work of people from outside. They go into houses and see only corpses. They don't understand what's happening and say that these aliens are too cruel. Sivana tells Su Nian that Silver Light City is in decline, and there are no enemies in this place. He tells her that they are quickly invading and destroying. He tells them that they must go to the city of the Polar Bear, because there may be a war going on there. The girls obey him. After this, the same rider who was on the head appears in the city of Silver Light, but his eyes and the eyes of the horse glow green. All the corpses in the city also begin to rise from the place of their death, their eyes glowing green and their bodies shaking. Meanwhile, King Anrius is in trouble, and some kind of ice projectile is flying towards the defender of his defensive wall. He quickly and with a calm, serious face puts forward his axe and breaks this icy projectile. The king calls him Oleander. He asks him if he is sure that they can hold the city with the people they have, because the barbarians from Airlan are good fighters and he is worried that they will capture the city. Oleander tells him that they can't, and he has no choice but to let go of all his fears and hopes, because the city will remain and he will live, and if the city falls, then he will die. A small army approaches their walls. They tell them that they must surrender to them. A warrior runs up to the king and tells him that the enemy is approaching, and they are advancing so fast that they will reach the walls in 10 seconds or so. The king takes him and lifts him by the armor. He tells him to shut up, because he himself sees absolutely everything. They are told that the enemy troops are starting to fill the trenches and are splitting into 2 groups and have begun to fill the trenches in the west and north, and that the earth mages are also filling the ravines. Suddenly, a huge amount of water appears, washing away absolutely all the warriors. The king looks at this and cannot understand where absolutely all this water came from. Oleander looks at him with displeasure. He tells the king that it is coming from the forest outside the city, and he has secretly ordered his soldiers from Carlisle to dig a ditch. He tells him that this is not the first time that the river has entered the trenches around the walls. Meanwhile, someone is watching all this from behind some stone. All this is happening on a dark night. It turns out to be Su Nian with the girls. He tells them that he did not expect that the soldiers of the White Bear City were still holding the defense. Sivana asks him if they will attack, because they can save the city's defenders and destroy the invaders with them, and he thinks that they are capable of turning the situation around. Su Nian asks her not to rush and tells her that their presence in this place is like icing on the cake, but what is truly appreciated is the gift of coal on the snow. He tells her that's why they have to wait. And meanwhile, a man is watching the city and calls Anrius vile. He says that they won't be able to stop the Cherry Blossom Warriors. He says that in the face of absolute power. No strategy is worth the effort, and some of their mages use ice magic and frost bolts. The king commands that they must freeze the moat and move forward as the enemy mages are advancing. They see that the mages are putting up an ice wall. They don't understand where so many mages come from, and since when they fight so well. The man at the walls says that after this, the siege is coming to an end, and shouts that the king of Anrius will be dead. He climbs up the wall and approaches the king. He takes him and carries him away somewhere away from the city walls. All the attackers look at the king and he can't stand the pressure. The invaders laugh at him and say that they will kill him. One of the invaders raises his sword behind his back in order to kill the king and take over his kingdom. Unexpectedly, Sivana appears in front of him and stops the invader's sword with her hand. She turns to him and tells him that he is a human king and asks her if she needs help. She makes a quick strike and hits the invader, knocking the sword out of his hands and drawing blood from him. She quickly moves from her place and heads towards the invader to deal with him. She does a quick kick and chops his head off with her claws. She does it very quickly and accurately. The king thanks her for her help and tells her that her kindness has saved the king of an entire country, and that whatever she wishes, he will fulfill everything in his power. Oleander turns to her and looks at her angrily. He does not understand who she is and asks her about it. Sivana tells him that she has come to save them and also points out that they share one common enemy. Oleander asks her why on earth she decided to save them, but tells her that he is more interested in who she means by the common enemy. She continues to kill the invaders and tells her that their common enemy is very well known to them all. She finishes off the invader behind her and tells him that their enemies are people from outside and asks him if she is interested in why they just appear out of thin air. She tells him that the truth is that these people are not from their world, and besides them they have another common enemy, and this is the king of Erelin. She asks him for his opinion. Oleander thinks that she not only knows the history of these enemies, but also knows who he is and who his enemy is, and he does not understand what she is planning, but decides that he can trust her, because the enemy of his enemy is his friend. He tells her that he will still listen to her and will temporarily believe her and trust her. He launches his sword like a boomerang at the advancing invaders and tells her that they will have a hard time fighting off these enemies. But with his strength, he will be able to escape on his own. He grabs the sword that flies back and says that it is pointless and he will not run away and therefore he would rather die here. She smiles contentedly and tells him that if she says she can save them, she means it. She opens her mouth and dragon fangs are clearly visible in it. She opens it in order to bite someone. She grabs her hand and makes a wound in her hand. Blood starts flowing out of it and the warriors around her do not understand what she is doing. After that, she jumps very quickly, very high, and lands on the roof of some tower. She stretches her hand forward and blood begins to drip from her hand. She says that with her blood she calls upon the king sleeping in the darkness to bring death and plague to their enemies. The enemy warriors see her and call her beautiful. They say that it would be nice to capture her and have fun with her. Meanwhile, her blood continues to fall to the ground and creates a small puddle of blood. Immediately after this, the earth begins to shake, and all their enemies do not understand why this is happening and assume that it is an earthquake. After the earthquake, a small hill behind them also starts shaking, and it is very creepy. Something appears and destroys this hill, and all these enemies start flying apart due to a strong blast wave. The black dragon appears. He says that he heard the request of his servant, and he answers her call. He says that the interfering ants must be dead. The dragon leans against the city wall and thinks that he is a little ashamed, and thinks that he could have come up with such a speech. The system informs him that he appears as Sivana's summoner, and in the next actions the impact level and legendary level will be divided between him and her. He hears some strange sound. After this, under his pressure, part of the wall collapses and he looks very surprised that he collapsed the wall. The warriors see this and look very surprised. They understand that this is some kind of amazing sign from above. Sivana also looks very surprised that this happened, and the people of the city start shouting that their enemy has broken into the city. Their enemies start running towards the hole and say that, although at first glance the black dragon helped them, his line is red and they realize that he looks somehow familiar. Sunian looks embarrassed and says that he just stood against the wall and read his prepared lines and he didn't expect the wall to be so fragile. After this, the dragon stands on its paws and tells them that they must all die, and at the same time opens its mouth, releasing its fiery breath. He begins to burn his enemies, and they say that they are very hot. They are all engulfed in flames. Their leader tells them that they must run under the dragon's belly, because that way he won't breathe fire on himself, and asks the mages to set a distance and go a little further from the dragon's area. He tells his soldiers that no one can stop the great Sakura Empire and even legendary creatures are no match for them. Sunian looks at the people below him and says that this is a pathetic attempt. He simply slams his belly into these invaders, and the system tells him he gets system points for it. The remaining invaders tell their leader that their plan has failed. He tells them that he is not blind and sees it. Their leader thinks that the Black Dragon is much smarter than they thought, and therefore they will not be able to capture this city. He takes the bridle in his hand and orders everyone to retreat, and tells them that they do not need any more senseless sacrifices. He mounts his racing bird and tells them that the lives of their great Sakura warriors are priceless. One of the invaders runs up to the others and tells them that they all must retreat, because the general has already fled first. The Black Dragon begins to breathe his fiery breath on the invaders and tells them that they are worthless and must die. After these events, the general runs towards the wasteland until dawn. He understands that he could not survive the battle with the Black Dragon. Suddenly, his horse stops, and he doesn't understand what's happening and why his horse decided to stop. His steed suddenly hides its head under the ground and starts shaking. He still doesn't understand what happened. He thinks about how his mount doesn't even use any fuel, and he thinks about why his mount might resist him. He sees some kind of tornado in front of him and thinks about what it could be. He assumes that some kind of rain will start soon. He gets scared by this tornado and starts shaking a little. He says that it looks very scary. He realizes that it was the tornado that caused his mount to stop and bury its head in the ground. He starts to hit his steed with a whip and calls him a stupid bird and asks him to keep moving because it is just a thunderstorm and he has nothing to be afraid of. He orders him to get up. Unexpectedly for him, his horse pulls its head out from under the ground and looks at the general with irritation. After this, his irritated steed resists him and throws the general off his back. His fast steed starts to run away from him very quickly and says that where he is running there is a black dragon and he will die there. The general thinks that the things from the system store are also so-so and gets up from the ground, shaking himself off. He feels that the earth begins to shake and does not understand what is happening. All the stones on the ground do not stop jumping in place. He again assumes that it might be some kind of earthquake, and at first does not notice that something is approaching him. He turns around and sees some huge crowd of undead running towards him. He looks surprised. After this, he begins to quickly run away and tells the players he meets that a horde of undead is coming towards them. The player says that he is most likely joking, since there can be no undead on a remote peninsula, and the second player says that he is simply trying to force them to retreat directly to the Black Dragon. He tells them that they should see for themselves the place from which he came running, and tells them that there is indeed an undead horde approaching there. The undead quickly approaches them, and before the other players can escape, the undead jump on them and start tearing them apart. The players who manage to escape see that these are indeed undead, and they see that there are a lot of them, and they are trying to escape. One of the players tells the others that they are definitely finished and will be reborn anyway, and suggests that they simply fight the Black Dragon, as this way they can lure the undead to him. The general, meanwhile, runs away and says that he has reached this level and he has become the mayor, and he also has all sorts of privileges and every life is precious and he cannot just die. His speed is decreasing.
The general notices that he is slowing down very much and is frightened by this. He does not understand what is happening.
He tries to run away, but he can't even catch up with a snail, and the system explains to him that his limbs are immobilized because he swallowed a large amount of undead breath. He understands that he won't be able to escape so easily, and the system reports that due to the large number of grievances of the undead, he has lost the ability to fight them. He realizes that his body is not moving at all, and the undead are starting to approach him. He looks very scared. He sees all this undead and understands that these are corpses from the battle in the city of Silver Light. All this undead looks creepy. He sees an undead woman and realizes that she is the tailor's daughter and realizes that she turned into an undead woman to take revenge. He smiles contentedly and says that she cannot kill him because she is an insignificant undead and looks at her confidently. He understands that he doesn't need to say so much because the dead have no mind and she won't understand anything anyway. Unexpectedly for him, she pierces her stomach and takes out some kind of rotten organ right from inside herself. She quickly approaches this general and pierces his stomach and leaves this organ there. The system tells him that he is receiving a curse, and it cannot be removed by resurrection. She asks her to buy goods from the system. He looks at her with fear and asks her what she gave him, because the curse that cannot be removed by resurrection is very serious, and he is surprised that he needs to buy something. He clings to some stone and says that his resurrection should correct all the anomalies and asks the tailor's daughter to take away her rotten organ. The system tells him that a curse is trapping his soul and therefore he must buy a divine cleansing potion and take it 3 times. After she tells him that every 10 hours a creature will appear from his new organ, absorbing half of his blood and removing a random part of his body, the tailor's daughter takes out her scissors. She quickly runs up to him and sticks the scissors into his neck and makes him bleed a lot.
She takes out her scissors and laughs creepily at him. She looks very pleased that she managed to get revenge.
In the midst of the crowd of undead, the same rider on horseback who had already been seen next to the rest of the dead appears. He says something and looks very scary. There is some kind of aura around him, and some kind of glow can be seen in his bone eyes. At this point, Anna continues to destroy players by attacking them from the wall. She notices a huge tornado of undead. She approaches Sunian and tells him that there are undead running towards them in front of them. He is surprised by this. The dragon looks at all these undead and realizes that they are from the city of Silver Light, and these are the corpses that they saw. He is surprised that they turned into undead so quickly. Sunian says that these undead were awakened by higher-level undead and says that at that time the city was full of sorrows, and this was the best material for high-level undead. Savannah says that explains everything, and Anna asks the dragon if they should attack the undead too. He tells them that the undead have already completely taken over the atmosphere and shows them some kind of cloud. He calls it a death cloud, and he says that in such a cloud they will become weakened and will not be able to do anything. Savannah asks him what they should do, because these undead are a mixture of undead breath and necrotic rage, and it will thicken as the undead are destroyed. Sunian tells them that when players die, they do not turn into undead and their lives cannot be replenished by fighting, and if they do everything right, the cloud will become thinner and thinner until it dissipates. He tells them that they will retreat to the city of the White Bear and asks for their help, because the walls were a good barrier for the undead, and with their help they will be able to save the lives of as many people as possible. After this, they all move to the king's castle to talk to them and generally discuss everything that happened. Savannah stands before the king and asks her if he believes she can solve all his problems. The king thanks her and tells her that he is grateful to her for helping them fight off the invaders. He tells her that his promise to fulfill one of her wishes still stands. He extends his hand to her so that the two of them can shake hands in honor of their mutual assistance. He tells her that he would like her to become his advisor in the kingdom of Anrius, equal to him in rank, and he is ready to share the power and wealth of the kingdom with her. She refuses this. She points to a huge cloud and explains that it is the plague of undead and an undead army made up of all the dead civilians of Silvermoon City, and they are approaching them. The king sees this and is very frightened. He says that he does not understand where the undead could have come from, because this place is separated from the desert of the undead by an ocean. She tells him that this is the work of high-level undead and their purpose is still unclear, and she wants them to build new defenses for the walls and assures him that Anna will also help them with earth magic. The king is surprised by this and looks at Anna, who is in the form of a dragon but hides her horns. He thinks that this girl looks like a slave from the Green Spirit Forest who seduced the Black Dragon. He thinks that she was too sick to survive and become a high-level mage and says that even a dragon cannot reach the 5th rank in a month. He assumes that the slave might be dead and doesn't believe that anyone can survive next to the Black Dragon. He thinks that this is not the same dragon and half-elf from the forest and calls it all a coincidence. After this, where all the undead are. You can hear someone fighting the undead and clouds are visible in the sky. This player is cutting off the head of an undead. He does it very quickly and very easily. He looks serious. He says that he could kill these people when they were alive, and after they became undead, he will also be able to kill everyone. Suddenly, something separates from the undead body and heads towards the player. He does nothing with it. This something attaches itself to his chest, and he doesn't understand what it is or why it is in his body. The system tells him that he is cursed and he will receive a will decision every 5 minutes, and if successful, he will be immune. And if unsuccessful, he will feel the pain of the undead death. He is not afraid of this. Immediately after this, he is subjected to a volitional decision and fails it. He is informed that his pain system is switched off. He is horrified by this. After this, his veins become tense and he feels just terrible pain because of this. His face looks terrible. He loses his balance due to severe pain and screams. He says that at this rate he will lose his neck. After this, some very large undead appears and heads towards the player lying on the ground. This undead creature has a human skull and arms, but the rest of its body is an elongated skeleton with similar arms. Sunyan flies up to this place. He looks at what is happening and the fact that the undead are doing something to the player in surprise. He thinks that something is wrong because almost all the players disappear. But the accumulation of resentment only increases, and he assumes that the ultimate target of the undead is the inhabitants of the White Bear City. He gets an idea and opens his inventory to get a ring from it. He decides to use it. He remembers that he took this ring from the dead man and tells him that there is no point in keeping it anyway,
and he will keep it for himself.
He remembers that after this, he and Selena simply leave the dead man, and the dead man's hand remains in the wasteland without a ring. He says that only a fool would throw away such a high-quality ring, because now it has come in handy, and he assumes that this ring will be able to absorb this undead aura. At the same time, Selena sneezes and does not understand who is remembering her or scolding her. She is surprised by all this. After that, as night falls, Sun Yan begins to fly in the night sky and flies over the crowd of undead. After this, he begins to use the ring to absorb all the aura, and it all goes towards the ring. After this, you can see how the aura from all the dead is directed into the sky and gathers in its ring. Sun Yan examines the ring and is happy that everything worked out. He says that this is great news. The Bone Rider on the Bone Horse appears again. He raises his sword and seems to start screaming. After his phantom cry, all the prophets begin to gather together and turn into something. He opens his mouth and looks up at the sky, as if he is sucking in all the energy that the dragon stole from the undead. After the actions performed by the rider, the ring in the dragon's hands becomes covered with cracks and begins to crumble. Sun Yan is surprised by what happened to the ring and says that he now understands that this one ring is not enough. The system informs him that he is being affected by the undead's wail, which reduces his flight speed by 8%, and he is surprised that this undead has the opposite effect, and realizes that his body is falling downwards. He is surprised by what these undead can do and tries to stay in the air. He thinks about what will happen to him if he falls to these zombies. Meanwhile, from the city walls, they watch all this undead. They see something that greatly surprises them. A man comments that the undead on the horse in front looks familiar, and the second man realizes that the undead's clothing is similar to someone else's, and he assumes that Bob has become a zombie. Anna sees that Sun Yan is having a hard time floating in the air and understands that something is wrong with him. She is surprised by this. She says that she will try to test her improved inferno and attack those undead. A man appears in front of her, recognizing the undead on horseback, and asks Anna to stop and not incinerate them. She tells the man that these undead are going to harm their city and asks him to get out of the way. The man tells her that the undead was his friend Bob, and if he no longer remembers him, then she can incinerate them. She tells him that the memories of the undead are erased by the breath of the undead. The man kneels in front of her and asks her to let him try one last time. She calms her flame and tells him that she only gives him 10 minutes, and when the time is up, he will use his inferno. The man climbs up the wall and starts yelling at the undead. He tells the horse that he should remember him because he is Luther, and they grew up together. Savannah tells Anna that she thinks they should attack directly, as this method of awakening the undead's consciousness won't work, and she tells her that they'll wait 10 minutes. The horse's behavior on the horse begins to growl and say something that vaguely resembles some kind of words. Luther begins to cry with happiness and tells him that they went to the bathhouse together, washed themselves there, and also spied on their neighbor. For some reason, the horse falls silent after these words and seems as if he is surprised by his words and is afraid of something. He starts growling again, and the system explains what it means, that he answers him that he was mistaken and that he is not Bob. After this growl, he turns and commands the rest of the undead to follow him. He refuses to attack the city. Savannah sees all this and looks very surprised. She says that she is surprised that this was possible. Sun Yan looks at where the undead horde is heading after this and realizes that the Sakura player's village is located there. He says that they deserve it. Meanwhile, on the walls of the White Bear City, they see that the undead are running away from their city, and everyone is happy about it. They talk about how when they return home, they will offer 10 pieces of brown bread to the goddess of time in whom they believe. Meanwhile, they all see their king thanking Savannah and Anna for their help, because otherwise the city would not have been able to survive without them. The king thinks that he should try to recruit Savannah, because with her there is a chance that they can continue to expand the territory of Anrius, and they can try their luck in the island nation of Ogalal. After these thoughts, the black dragon appears before him and asks the king if he remembers him. The king looks at him and looks scared. He tells him that he does not understand what he means. Sun Yan asks him if he remembers how a few months ago he set a trap and tried to kill the black dragon by using the fake Princess Arya as bait. The king tells him that he does remember this, and he is shaking. With a shaking voice, he tells him that a month ago he attacked a young dragon of the 3rd level. He says that in the end the dragon escaped, and in horror asks him if it could be his son. Sun Yan realizes that he cannot believe that he has risen so high during this time, and tells him that this is really his son. He tells him that he complained to him about the king's atrocities, and his army wounded him, and he also sent a 3rd-rank magician after him, and asks him if he wants to offer compensation. The king is surprised by his words and begins to shake even more. He begins to stutter and think about what he can offer him. He tells him that he will grant him the status of protector of the kingdom of Anrius, equal to him in status, so that all the people of the kingdom will worship him. The dragon tells him that he can mock him because he wants to gain the power of the king and he will be worthy of becoming his puppet, and if he refuses, he will kill him. The king bows to him and asks him not to kill him. He tells him that he wants to make him a puppet and give him the kingdom. The dragon tells him that he is happy with his decision and shows him a scroll. He tells him that his choice saved his life and calls the scroll a contract and asks him to sign it. The king, with tears in his eyes, takes the contract from him and tells him that he will definitely sign this contract. He starts to sign this contract and puts his signature on it, after which the silhouette of a dragon appears on the contract. Something starts to stand out from the king, and the system congratulates him on gaining control of the human country. It awards him 200,000 system points, and his influence and legend improve. Sunien reads all these system messages and thinks that all this is quite good, and he did not expect any big rewards. He thinks that it is possible that King Anrius does not actually have full control over the country, and his power may be just a facade, and the real power is in someone else's hands. He thinks about whether it would be foolish or reckless to go on a military campaign when he cannot even protect his own kingdom. Sivana tells him that the undead army has changed direction, and because of this, asks him what she should do now. Sunien tells her that they now think that Sivana summoned him and Anna and King Anrius decided to recruit her. He asks her to return with them, and it would be better if she persuaded Carlisle's warriors to join along the way. He tells her that first he will need to fly somewhere, and after that they can meet in Anrius. She agrees with him. Meanwhile, in Sakura City, two players are completely unaware that the undead are heading their way. Their leader is sitting in the conference room, and the system is telling them that the player bought 5 bottles of Divine Grace Potion and spent 50,000 system points on it. The chapter says that his negative effect from the curse spawns undead babies every 10 hours. But he couldn't imagine that twins would be born at the same time. He says that he spent 50,000 aggression points to buy these bottles of Divine Grace Potion. The player runs up to him and tells her that things are bad. He tells him that the undead are going to attack their city, and according to the patrolman, they are less than 500 meters from their city. The leader grabs him and asks him if he is sure that this is true. The player tells him that he would not dare to deceive him and asks him to quickly set up a defense. The leader thinks that he didn't think that when he returned to the city and only recovered, the undead would follow him, and thinks that the undead would not be able to intimidate them so easily. They all gather on the walls of their city and tell him that all the warrior players have taken their positions on the walls. They tell him that all the mage players on the head are in their places. And the priests too. The leader tells them that now the Black Dragon will not interfere with their victory. He tells the players that they now have a city of players to protect and assures them that they are just little monsters with experience and they should not be afraid to follow him. The system informs him that a demon attack has been detected. It is easy to activate the player's resurrection point protection. He has been given permission to restore energy by 20% and the strength of the walls. The system informs that their city is the final resurrection point for Sakura and Anrius players, and if their city is destroyed and there is not a single surviving player left within its boundaries, they will not be able to resurrect. The leader tells the players that they have a resurrection point that needs to be protected and assures them that these undead are just a trivial amount of experience and that they are not afraid of the undead. After this, the undead Bob appears. He growls something in the language of the undead and orders something to his subordinates. All the undead rush towards the city after his words, and it looks very creepy and terrible and also very frightening. Some huge skeleton appears and uses spread fear on all of these players. The mages tell the leader that these negative effects are accumulating too quickly for them to get rid of them. He tells them that the mage players should go next. He orders them to make this vile giant skeleton keep his mouth shut, because this undead is only level 30. The chapter says that they will not be able to resist their fire magic, and at the same time a black dragon appears in the sky above him. He asks the system if he destroys the player's defenses and breaks down the walls, and then the undead destroy the players. Will he get any benefit from this? And it tells him that it will be insignificant. He asks her if this will affect his ability to obtain the player's city core. The system informs him that the city core fragments can be picked up freely and are not exclusively his property. He says that this is very good news, and this time he will not have to doubt anything. After these words, the dragon decides to descend from the sky. First, the clouds begin to part before him. He starts to dive down quickly and looks very angry as he dives through the clouds. A player sees the black dragon approaching them and telling them that they need to take cover. He sees that the black dragon immediately begins to act and sees that his dragon breath has a certain direction. He turns his head and sees that the dragon's breath is directed straight at their priests. At the place where all the priests were, a very strong explosion occurs, and the explosion sends fragments of Earth flying. The leader sees what is happening and asks where this black dragon came from and why they didn't know about it. He realizes that it is not yet shown on the map. He tells the players that Sakura doesn't understand because the dragon will attack not only them, but also the undead, and asks everyone to return to their homes because their homes are very well protected. After this, Sunian sees the players running away to their homes. He does not understand why they did this because it is certain death for them. He begins to breathe his dragon flame on them in order to burn down all their houses, and another explosion occurs. The smoke from the explosion clears and all the houses it tried to burn remain completely unharmed. He sees this and does not understand what is going on with these houses, and assumes that their houses may be made from special materials. He thinks about what else he can try to do with their houses. He examines them more closely and thinks about what might affect them. He starts hitting their house with his tail as he decides it should be effective against their defenses. He manages to destroy their roof and looks inside. He sees several players and coughs contentedly. After this, screams are heard in their houses because the undead burst right into their houses and they begin to yell about it throughout the house. He looks around and notices that something is happening next to him and his attention stops on something. He uses Breath of Sweet Speech and looks at what has caught his attention and takes a closer look. At first he just looks at some tower. He understands that he needs to strain and try to see everything better. After he tenses up, he sees the tower much closer and he understands that something is happening there. He sees some two players digging in the ground and digging some kind of hole. He thinks about what this could mean. He understands that these Sakura players are planning to dig a tunnel and break through to the other side. He also assumes that they are planning to escape this way. He approaches some mountain and hears what the players are saying from there, that there is an exit in front of them. Sunian understands that this is the exit from the tunnel and understands that this is how they can escape. He decides to quickly deal with this and begins to breathe his fiery breath into it. It begins to fill the tunnel. The whole earth begins to crack and some kind of fire is visible from underneath it, and it begins to tear apart little by little. A fragment of the player city's core appears, and the system congratulates him for using the undead to destroy Sakura's players throughout Anrius, and his fame and legend have grown, awarding him system points. Next to the fragment of the core of the player city is the same undead Bob. He does not understand what it is. Sunian quickly flies to him and tells him that he should not touch this thing. He does not understand him. Bob grabs the fragment in his hand, and his aura continues to ooze out of it. It looks creepy. He disobeys the dragon and decides to place it in his eye in his skull, which doesn't look very safe. Sunian sees this and he still tries to reach out and stop it, but some kind of purple glow begins to appear around the bean. It starts to emit some very strong purple glow. It looks like something is about to happen to it. After this, some very strong purple explosion occurs. The force of this explosion throws the dragon back. At the site of the explosion, some kind of cemetery appears, illuminated by some kind of purple glow. Sunian examines the site of the explosion, and also realizes that this is some kind of cemetery. He is surprised by this. Inside a small church in the middle of the cemetery, something starts to glow and some kind of dark purple gas appears around. The black dragon begins to hit the barrier that is formed with displeasure and looks very upset that his main item has been stolen. The system informs him that he cannot enter because of the barrier. A huge skeletal hand appears from under the ground. It looks really huge in comparison to the dragon. It is heading towards the cemetery. It crashes down on the graveyard barrier in front of the dragon, causing a very loud roar. After this blow, the cemetery, along with the hand and the barrier, disappear somewhere, and only dark purple particles remain. All this time, Sunian stands and silently looks at the hole in the ground where his main item was just located. After all traces of the cemetery's presence disappear, he begins to scream about such a terrible coincidence. After this, the system notifies the players that a world boss has appeared and its location is marked on the map, and its name is Deathlord Bob I. Kalberg. He is the owner of the 5th stage of the 48th level. The system tells all players about his history and the extermination of all Sakura players and informs them that he has a large army and his own territory. A teleportation array is being created. A Chinese player is sitting in the Heavenly Dynasty players' Fortress No. 1 and says that this time the world boss is strong and also destroyed all the Sakura players in Anrius. After this, in the regular Fortress of Sakura players No. 1, their leader says that this time they should get a chest from the world boss. In the beautiful country players' stronghold, their leader tells his players that they have a new goal and they must begin. Meanwhile, in Anrius's field camp, the king sleeps peacefully in a tent, sprawled on a bunk. His tent is guarded by Oleander. He notices something that bothers him a little, and he decides to look around. He doesn't notice anyone at all, but he senses someone. He asks this unknown person to show himself to him. Savannah appears and tells him that she expected nothing less from the most powerful warrior in Carlisle. She tells him that he is very alert and lands on the ground right in front of him. He does not understand what she wants. She tells him that he has already seen her power and that she can summon the Black Dragon and the King of the Dark Night, and asks him if he will join her in her quest to avenge the Aurelian Empire. Oleander tells her that her offer is tempting, but he definitely has no intention of joining her. She looks at him contentedly and asks him if it is possible that the main reason is his son. After his words, his face distorts and he asks her how she knows about this. He also asks her if she saw him. The story begins with a crowd of people in the imperial square. The king sat on his throne. A girl in a white robe lay on a bed next to him. The girl was shackled on her hands and feet. She was holding a bouquet of bright flowers. King Andreas asked Master Mizant if the Black Dragon would come to take the princess for sacrifice. Mason replied to the ruler that the dragon was very stupid. He approached the gate to seize the princess.